swear to God, I will hold you in swear to God, I will hold you my
Welcome, OPL fans, back to the OPL Week 2 for Split number 2. I am Jake Spontavieri. Joining me on the desk today is Sin Coach Bensel, as well as the LPL's Frost Curran. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Yeah, great to be here.
Always super excited to be a part of the OPL.
Yeah, I'm excited as well today. Bensel, not a great start to the Split. Sin going down against the Chiefs Week 1. You have a chance to bounce back against Avant-Garde tomorrow night. How's the squad feeling?
Yeah, I think it should be a good opportunity to bounce back. Definitely facing Chiefs in the first week was a rough one, but still growing pains for the team.
Are they the best team in the league at the moment, the Chiefs?
Yeah, I would say so, by some fair margin.
So why is that? Do you think that the rest of the squad has fallen behind? Is it the experience from North America and then the wildcard tournament just invaluable to pick up at this time in the season?
Yeah, I would say so. I think the experience has helped them to no end.
Do you agree with that, Frost? What are your thoughts on the league right now after 1 week of play?
In terms of like who's stacking up on top?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much another day in the office for Legacy and Chiefs. It's hard to say where and who is performing better. Obviously, if you go back to the OPL finals, you would say it would have to be the Chiefs, but Legacy looked very clean in their victory, much more dominating than Chiefs did over Sun.
Yeah, they certainly did. So as we jump into the week's play, guys, we're going to bring the schedule up onto your screen. We do kick up the week with Hellions versus Legacy, that team that Frost was just talking about being so dominant. Abyss will take on Direwolves to round out tonight. Tomorrow night, it will be our OPL Legend match between Tainted Minds and the Chiefs, and then Avant-Garde will take on Sin. That is going to be the matchup that we're looking forward to. One of the closest one. What match stands out to you guys? Is it Chiefs Black versus the Chiefs roster? What are we looking at here for the rest of the week?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the former sister team take on Chiefs. Obviously, it's going to be an explosive matchup in the bot lane in particular. You have this AD carry who's super hyped up right now, Zero, or Lost, formerly known as Zero versus Raydeer. So it's kind of like young blood versus the god himself.
And of course, you're not going to be here for that game, Bensel, but looking forward to Tainted Minds taking on Chiefs. You mentioned their bottom lane already just before the show. How do you think they match up against the Chiefs?
I think the Tainted Minds bot lane can do okay against the Chiefs. I think Lost is playing really well right now, actually.
Yeah, of course. He is that young superstar AD carry from across the water that we want to keep an eye on. However, guys, throughout this split, it is going to be the commentators taking on some predictions for the honor of being dunked in a dunk tank at the finals if you do come last. Right now, that is Atlas and Rusty. Frost Curran had a perfect week, and somehow, someway, Fish managed to get 3. Don't ask me how. Sometimes it just happens that way, ladies and gentlemen. But throughout the split, there is big news coming towards us because Direwolves and Legacy have been involved in a head-to-head trade. It's going to be Regret across to Direwolves for Kuden coming back on the Legacy. So the support players swapping over. We get to see them both play tonight. What do you make of this, Bensel? Because 2 support players, one a little bit more established in the scene in Regret, formerly flying Dew. Now Kuden coming across, up-and-coming player. Who got the better end of this?
I definitely think Direwolves got better at this one. Legacy for sure. They really needed to replace Regret, given he didn't want to live in the house anymore, and they were just trying to fill the spot in any way they could, I think.
The big issue is you're then looking at facilitator. So Regret 9 is a very aggressive support. He was a primary hard engaged facilitator for the team. So now you look at options like Tally, like Carbon, if they can step up, or if Kuden himself can fill that role. You look at Tally, doesn't really play hard carry or doesn't play tanks very much, but that said, with Rek'Sai coming back into the meta, she has a lot of backline dive threat. So I think Carbon can actually fill it nicely, and Kuden can step up.
Well, we'll see if that is the case. And of course, guys, we want to hear from you at home. Let us know on Twitter which team you are supporting this OPL split and why. Use that hashtag IamOPL, tweet at @LOL_Oceania. So remember, let us know why as well, because that's the important bit. Frosk, you've been quite vocal about some different teams. What bandwagon have you jumped on this split?
Well, I've always been a Sin fan.
You're a Sin fan?
I'm not just saying that because Bensel's next to me.
I was about to say, he's a little bit bigger and more intimidating in real life. Bensel, are you going with Sin this split? Like, you're the coach, but do you have a soft spot for any other teams?
Soft spot for another team? You mean other than Chiefs?
Other than Chiefs, yeah. Apparently. You already called them the best, so we'll give them that one for tonight.
Yeah, I think for sure they're still the strongest team. I think Tainted Minds will do pretty well.
All right, well, we'll see whether they can do that. But, guys, let's jump into game number 1 of tonight. It is going to be the Hellions on the blue side of the rift. As we pull their roster up on your screen, it is going to be Ryu in the top lane, Impaired their jungler, Bomb their Korean mid laner, Frey and Luna are their new AD carries and support. This is a team that didn't have the best first week, falling down in a best of 3, but they are not going to make it any easier for themselves because they're going up against Legacy Esports this time around, who will start on the red side of the rift. It is going to be Tally in the top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo Choo Z in the mid lane, your boy King as AD carry, and Kuden, their new support player. So looking at this head-to-head, I think that it's important that we start off. Hellions didn't have a great start to the split. Is this a team that's, just peaked and now falling away? Are they going to get better as time goes on? Because they've really been between 4 and 6 the entirety of their stint as a team.
Yeah, I think Hellions, really, they've just kind of petered out, and I don't really think they're going to go any higher than what they are right now.
What is it about the team, though? So, like, is it, like, individual talent? Is it lack of cohesion? Like, as a coach, what do you look towards? Like, if you had to coach them this split, what would you be looking towards?
There's definitely something wrong with the cohesion in the team. Like, it's just lack of focus on who their carry players are, who their supportive players are, what the roles are within the team. If they can iron that out, I suppose they could do better. They'd be lucky to scrape into top 4, I would think, though.
What do you think, Frost?
It's something really curious, and I think Bensel hit it well. It's just this idea that they don't play together. And I was rewatching their games, and I just started to notice little trends. Like, Hellions don't back together. That seems like such a small thing, but if you're watching them, their support never backs with the jungler. The mid and the jungler are never synced up. And that starts to mean that their ward line, then upon first back, when they come back in and try to set it up, not only does that put Luna in a very precarious situation because he'll try to ward by himself, but it also means that their wards aren't overlapping as well together. They're not staying up as long as they need to be, and they're not getting the coverage that they need it to be. And it's just something really tiny that makes a big difference.
Okay, and with that in mind, they are facing off against Legacy. Obviously, Legacy had a good week 1 performance, but now with a little bit of a change up in the bottom lane, they're not going to be playing with Miki. They are playing with Kuden. How do you measure Legacy's current strength? Because they looked good. Are they still the top 2 team in the OPL? Like, what are your current thoughts?
I think it's probably a lot more even now. I would say that the 2 to 4 spot is about as open as it was at the start of last split. I don't think Legacy are heads or tails above the other mid-tier teams.
Is it them dropping away? Is it the other teams catching up?
I never really thought they were that far ahead, except at the beginning of last split. I think by the end of last split, they had kind of petered out a little bit.
Okay, and for us, you put a little bit of a face there. What's going on in the brain?
I just, I kind of have to disagree. I actually think that moving into the 6.10 patch, like Legacy were really good at one thing, and it was beating the teams as opposed to beating them on the map. That was kind of our catchphrase for them, which means that if Legacy ever got a hold of you, they would just punch you repeatedly in the face. Excellent at skirmishing, excellent at team fighting, and 6.10 has just made them better at that. And they looked good with Minky, so we've already seen them without Regret 9, and Minky actually did really well on the Janna pick in particular. So if Kuden, who theoretically, because he's an active pro, can play just as well as Minky.
Don't throw shade at the boy Minky Whale. He had a good couple of games.
Minky did well. I was actually very impressed with him. But the thing is you would expect that Kuden would be able to play as good, if not better. And Legacy already looked terrifying in a meta that shifted into them as far as power is concerned. So I'm looking at Legacy. I'm like, they dominated OPL last split, only losing to the Chiefs. The patch makes them stronger. I expect them to continue to dominate.
Yeah, they only, I was about to say they didn't only. They beat the Direwolves, which are obviously an impressive lineup when you go against. They had picked up Chippy, so that should be an upgrade in that regard. Now let's look at the 2 teams together. So we've already mentioned it. Cohesive unit of Legacy. We always describe them as a fist that wants to kind of beat you up. On the side of Hellions, is there a player that you're looking at to stand up and, I guess, take over this game? Is it the top lane that we go towards? Is it Ryu? Is it Frey, who's been a little bit lackluster in AD carry? Can Impaired get his hands on, I guess, Carbon, who was an old mentor of his, and kind of chase him around the map in this meta?
I don't think Impaired will have enough over Carbon to really carry the game, but I really think Bomb could really step up and carry, actually.
Yeah, I actually think Bensel's correct in that. Unfortunately, Impaired, he's a good jungler, but looking at Carbon's just superior. So it's hard that that's where the Hellions really should shine, their new jungler, and he's just kind of overshadowed because of the specific matchup. But I do agree that Bomb has the potential to be unlocked. It's now just kind of this Bjergsen theory where Bomb wins his lane, but he doesn't move. He just sits in the lane and he continues to win it, and now he's looking across from the likes of Choo-Choo, so that even gets rare that will even happen.
So we're looking at a mid lane champion pool at the moment. It seems to go back towards control mages. Is it like get an Azir, get a Victor, try and take over the map? They looked much better with Azir in last week's games, or is it, can you still jump onto an assassin? I mean, your mid lane is Rhymeister. He plays whatever the heck he wants, it looks like, half the time. So, like, what is the mid lane champion pool right now?
Yeah, I think it's definitely dominated by control mages, and if you're picking an assassin, you really need a good game plan to follow it up.
And if you were going to pick up an assassin, like right now, CDR changes seems to favor the likes of Cassin and Fizz. Is there a place for the likes of Zed in the current meta?
Yeah, I think for sure you can play Zed in this meta. He's just a difficult assassin to play because you're not going to take teleport on Zed, and that seems to be a really important feature of the assassins
of course,
right now.
unless you're one of the Chinese teams. What do you think about the assassins on the current meta? Because, you know, we've seen LeBlanc fly around a little bit as also a niche counterpick against the likes of the Victor and the Azir that's seeing so much play. Frost, like, do you think the itemization changes helped him out enough?
My big thing is I'm still really high on LeBlanc. I probably view her higher than other people do in the mid lane. And the thing is that she has kill pressure before level 6 that I really like. Whereas if you pick the Zed, obviously your big kill pressure is at level 6. If you pick Fizz, he kind of is slow into the lane. And the reason why I think that's important is because we're still in a meta that is dependent on carry junglers. And so having that kill pressure available immediately for very early rotations through mid lane, like a level 2 Graves gank or level 3 Kindred gank, I think kind of puts her over the top. But that's just how I feel about it.
And another area that I really want to talk about and maybe get your opinion on, Benzel, is actually the AD carry position, the Lucian pick. What is the reasoning behind, like, do you go the Korean build 100% of the time? Do you do it when you have another physical damage dealer in your jungle position, like a Kindred, like a Graves? Are you a fan of, I guess, the old school build with third item Infinity Edge? Like, what is up with these Lucian builds?
Okay, so definitely I think your team composition dictates it somewhat. If you have other physical damage dealers, it definitely improves the build. It really looks for the spike that you're looking for, really. If you're looking to spike earlier on, then the Yomas will give you that. But if you're looking to spike around later in the mid game, around 25 minutes, then you should be going the crit build.
All right, we'll see whether Frey is able to pull it together, guys. I have heard the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift, but remember, they're battling for a position at the OPL final. Tickets are on sale August 13 in Queensland. We're going to be up in Brisbane for that one. However, I've held you here for long enough, so here is Ratless to take us onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Very excited to have you guys here at the casting desk. And Rusty, first question. I'm going straight to the top lane because Ryu managed to find a victory on Rumble, couldn't find it on the Maokai. Are we going to see Ryu probably step back into some sort of carry shoes?
Look, I was hoping if a question would be why Ratless, but moving on, yes, Ryu,
No,
definitely.
we just ignore.
I think carries are starting to pop up mostly because the junglers are now finding availability with tanks. So dependent on what Impaired plays, I think there is a possibility that we see Ryu step up with these carries that he loves so dearly.
Exactly right. First off, we are going to be having that Kindred banned away. Nidalee as well. I actually love this if you're a Legacy fan, because Carbon was always a phenomenal Rek'Sai player, loved to get that jungle control. Now that we've seen her step back into the meta, I feel like this possibly favors Legacy, who like putting the carry into the top lane as well.
And there's definitely the availability for that as well, yes. When it comes to how these teams kind of play around the map, bottom lane aside at the moment, you would imagine their top half looks very similar. They want carries in the top lane. Impaired, however, has that preference towards a carried jungler where Carbon can do either. And I think that's the availability that might favor Legacy looking at their early movements around the map.
Well, as the bans are coming through, it's Lucian and Ryze to follow up from those jungle bans. Ryze, just a general red side ban here. It's Lucian and Twitch, actually. So, King getting focused out just a little bit. Of course, played back-to-back Ezreal games the first time we saw Legacy hit the Rift. And in dominant fashion, might I add.
King can do it all, though. So the Twitch and Lucian ban, I think, are very much catering to what is strong right now in the AD carry position.
Yep.
Twitch has a lot of availability and is quite good into Caitlyn as an example. So dependent on what Frey might want to play, could be why that Twitch ban is there, and might even be why they were taking a long time on the side of Legacy to respond.
Exactly right. It actually is going to be the Sivir band away here as well, so a whole lot left up. If we're having a look at the top lane champion pool, for example, the Swain, which has made a bit of a resurgence here, is definitely available, but things like Trundle, Maokai, everything up there towards the top side of the map, not to mention Azir. Things at the Victor in the mid lane, like, my god, lots of focus here from both teams towards that bottom lane.
And I kind of like the Sivir ban mostly because, you know what, in for a penny, in for a pound in regards to drafting.
Yeah.
It leaves open all of those mid picks that you mentioned besides the Ryze, but realistically, Hellions can't pick more than one mid laner.
Yeah.
Right? So they're still going to get a strong champion on their respective end of the deal.
I do like this out of them though. First pick in the Trundle is going to be going into Ryu's hands most likely, but of course Luna could potentially pick that one up.
I think Ezreal is a pretty good first rotation here from Legacy as well. I do like the Trundle lock. I think the Ryu will be the one more inclined towards that champion. Of course, matching this happy middle point with Ryu between a carry and a tank.
Yeah.
Someone that can split push, which he does love doing, and someone that can team fight depending on what his build's going to be. Maybe he gets the Rift Herald on this patch as well and starts to run rampant in those side lanes. But Tally will always try and match him, and I think that's the big deal because not many people can match the Trundle. Perhaps Fiora later. That's about it.
Sort of a Tally favorite in the Echo is certainly available, but it is Azir and Ezreal to be locked away here. So King, third time in a row on that champion, of course, sitting on about a 9.0 KDA currently. Very, very frightening. It's Choo-Choo's going to move towards the Golden Chicken in the mid lane. Of course, played Syndra and Victor before, but this plays right into his hands. This is exactly what sort of Choo-Choo's has been all about recently, and Hellions now to answer.
Yeah, so the Azir being locked in I actually do like. It means he's preferencing that over the Victor and the likes of the other strong champions that we've seen. LeBlanc as well, needing to be considered by Bomb, and he does still have options, but Azir just seems to be, I'm going to say, close to the #1 out of all of those in having to be addressed. The Ezreal as well, consider all of the AD carry bands on the board, and King's preference towards the Ezreal anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense that he's just going to lock that one in.
I also like it in a response to the Trundle here as well, because it's not likely that Hellions put that into the support position, especially considering the fact that Braum is now hovered. And it means that there's not going to be that Maokai. No Vengeful Maelstrom to stop all of that AoE damage out of the Azir. And it is going to be Impaired's Echo one more time, unless Bomb's going to play it in the mid lane, but I have a feeling it's going to be Impaired, and we'll see how he goes back on a comfort pick in the jungle.
Yeah, there's always a possibility that we see Echo in the mid lane, so let's not completely rule that one out. You
Yeah,
have
or
to
at the top lane or anything, really.
Well, I mean, considering what else they've got, you'd be looking at jungle or mid, but you'd have to also consider the fact that it has been picked into Azir many times, even internationally, as the option of get a Negatron first, which is now a better item buy. The Abyssal giving cooldown reduction helps Echo immensely with his first item spike, and you just use your ultimate. Come back to lane once you've been poked out. Don't have to all in, but you're not going to die. You're never going to get pushed out. It's reasonably safe, even though it doesn't feel like it.
We'll see what the Bomb is going to opt towards it. Of course, Bomb plays a lot of the control mages at the moment. It is known to have a bit of an explosive champion pool. Now Choo-Choo's looking at Talia.
Strong champion, wouldn't surprise me.
Actually going to switch over though. Carbon thinking about the Rek'Sai one more time. As Kuden, well, look, has been explained as a Soraka main in the past, and of course his debut game here on Legacy, thinking about going back to the Soraka once again, and Carbon heading in on the Lee Sin, so was thinking about hopping on his Rek'Sai, but instead, a lot of early pressure in this jungle.
Carbon, one of the few Lee Sins that'll always follow up the second part of his resonating strike.
Has been playing against Shelby like for a very long time, so these things sort of catch on.
Shelby's unique though, he has a very aggressive build path that everyone else seems to go standard.
Yep,
Shelby pretty unique by himself, but the Lee Sin, also that early aggression that you mentioned, will do okay into the Echo. If they ever meet each other in the jungle, he'll be able to duke it out successfully. The Soraka as well from Kuden, with an Ezreal in lane, means it's very hard to actually bully them out or kill any of them. King is a very forward-playing AD carry, wants to be the one taking the trades and then getting out if it's too much. But with a Soraka sitting behind him and Kuden conversely being the guy that sits too far back in lane, so he'll never get tagged, I think that's a pretty strong combo.
Yeah, Legacy, of course, with a lot of DPS as well, considering that Azir at the same time, so can stay in these team fights for quite a while, considering Kuden keeps everyone topped up. But it's going to be Caitlyn and Victor to round things out, making what Hellions have put together look quite scary.
Yeah, it actually is pretty strong, I will say. The Victor always doing a lot of damage in that middle lane. The Caitlyn almost predicted since ban phase. There's no other reason to get rid of Twitch with the Lucian, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're looking towards something like a Caitlyn or the Sivir, which was conversely banned by Legacy. I think it's a good draft from Hellions. I'm reasonably happy with it. They're perhaps, they've got a lot of tanks. Their crowd control is complementary, considerate of the Braum and the follow-up CC that can come out. Usually started by a pillar, however, so I'll say their initiation is weak. But as far as damage goes, as far as team composition goes, I think it's pretty good.
Well, Tally actually was thinking about going towards that Maokai, and we were like, oh, come on, Tally, that doesn't sound like you. Instead, is going to be heading towards the Fizz pick, towards the top side of the map. So denying a bit of that regen from the Trundle, and we'll see how that lane matchup is going to go. Tally on a little bit more of an aggressive choice early on, but I could imagine Ryu could play out this Trundle lane relatively angrily himself.
Yeah, Ryu is reasonably aggressive when it comes to laning phase. He knows the ins and outs, but Tally, of course, the Ignite Fizz, something that he will always go towards, it seems. Wants to have that extra pressure, and even the last time we saw this, game number 2 against the Direwolves, very hard to gank him, even though that he is a no-flash champion. Still a Fizz, right?
Yep.
Makes life really difficult for you, and persistent with his split pushing makes life a lot easier for the team.
Yeah, so they are your team comps on the screen right now, and sort of as we have a look at it, I'm seeing a lot of sort of early power here out of Legacy. Are you thinking that this is a team wanting to start off with a bang, or do you think the Azir is going to give them enough for the late game?
I mean, I think it goes both ways. They've got a lot of early pressure, definitely. We look at the Lee Sin as an example from Carbon. He's always going to have that pressure and want to fight people in the jungle, perhaps against Impaired, but at the end of the day, they can bridge their team composition to late game really easily.
Well, we'll see how they're going to do. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag HLN if you think that the Hellions can get themselves on the board. or use that hashtag LGCwin if you think Legacy are going to be able to continue their onslaught of the OPL. Of course, 2-0 victory last week. We're going to try and make that another win here. And look, they put together a decent team comp. Excited to see what Kuden can do on his signature pick for his first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Positive signs, I will say, from Hellions in the first week. Irrespective. It's not really a word.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like that word. You know, regardless of how it actually went for them in their first week, they still showed positive steps. But coming into this second week against Legacy of all teams, I feel like they need to step up and then a little bit more to get anything.
Well, we'll see if they can. We are, of course, onto the Rift here, ladies and gentlemen. Having a look at the Keystone Masteries first up.
Oh, bank.
As I love the fact that Tally goes further a battle.
Oh, bank.
Kuden.
So much money.
Woo!
Doesn't have that button yet.
I
jumped the button. I apologize.
It's a bit of a... Yes, of course, we are looking at the Keystone Masters. Let's start with that.
Let's get in there.
Have we mentioned tallies yet? Because that one stands out as an unnecessary thing that he will still have. It's a lot of extra damage on the champions that can build either penetration or tankiness.
Yep.
So persistent damage is going to be through the roof.
We were just having a look at the gold there, ladies and gentlemen, letting us know that 35 had been already picked up.
54, that's a potion.
Look at this guy. Go back to base, Kuden, and grab yourself like that bank.
That's actually just GG. Pack it up. No, it's definitely not.
Let's get into the next game. King and Kuden, though, are looking to start over on this Gromp camp. Looks like no swaps are going to come in, as we've got both junglers here towards the top side. Ryu going to help him paired out, and conversely, Tally going to give Carbon a hand there on the red buff. Looking to start a big camp here as well, Rusty. What does that tell you?
Doesn't mean too much. I think there's the possibility that Carbon will then want to invade afterwards, which is usually the way it goes. If you get a leash that doesn't involve a smite, you'll be fine. That, or they just want to have a safe start where they actually value the big camps now above all else. Remember, the changes in 6.10 to it make the red buff actually invaluable and might even aid his jungle clear considering the health regeneration that comes with it.
Yeah, exactly right. And if Impaired ever decides to enter the jungle, I mean, I have a feeling that Carbon going to be relatively high health.
But you can see Carbon right now. He knew what he wanted. I think it's safe to say that what he wanted was the blue buff. Remember, no smite.
Oh my goodness, he's going to steal that one away as Impaired didn't have the smite exactly like you said. Parallel convergence, looking for the stun, but Carbon's not going to get hit by it. Waiting for the Q. Actually going to be backing away here. He's got what he wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Got what he wanted. Also going to push the Wolves away from Impaired. So that's a big win. The only reason Carbon did back off is because Bomb rotated. And even considering the health bar difference in this middle lane, that's still a win for Legacy. And look at Carbon.
Really powerful start here for the Lee Sin. Dominance asserted immediately. This is a guy whose Lee Sin really did evolve over time as well. I mean, he was always sort of able to pick up that champion sort of whenever he needed it to.
You know, my theory was never that his Lee Sin evolved. It's just the team worked out what he was doing.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing with his Rengar. He had a track record of being like a 0-5 Rengar.
Yep.
But still did his job so well if the team could just work around it. King.
Headshot. Thank you very much. Praise Caitlin for letting us know exactly that that was a headshot as well.
Headshot.
Boom.
True for good meta for some reason, backing there as well. But all things considered, if we look at the pace of the game, this is the perfect example of what I was actually just going to say. Impaired not having a great time on the Rift. Carbon having a great time on the Rift. And every lane that Legacy has is at least even. So, you know what? As far as the early game goes, expect Carbon to be the one to make some waves and kind of splash around the Hellions jungle.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, his bottom lane always going to be at full health here
He
as
knows
well.
it's up.
Oh my god, he's going to 4-buff him.
Maybe.
That is so
okay,
scary.
so no, that's the thing. Like, yes, he could do this, but you can see how the reaction from Hellions moves.
Yeah.
Luna has to come and defend. It does make it a 1v2 in the bottom lane and give control. Also gives knowledge of this top lane.
Oh, Ignite is going to go down here as the flash comes out from Ryu. There's the pillar. Tally in trouble, and Ryu gets the solo kill on the top side without the summoner spell advantage.
Getting Hyphy in that top lane. And speaking of Hyphy...
Oh, Kuden's going to come over. There's the woo. As the red buff has to be disengaged from one more time. Oh, he still has the patience as Carbon keeps it at that health total, and that is the red buff taken away. Luna grabs himself a Cinderling, but that is not the consolation prize they were looking for.
There is no consolation prize in this situation, realistically. Impaired level 3, whilst it matches Carbon, he is so far behind. And Carbon actually only needs to recall now, and we'll see how much that lead starts to grow. Real positive here for Legacy, except for their top laner, who with the Ignite into the Flash, actually wishes he had Flash right now.
Yeah.
And dies for it. Ryu, that is an aggressive item buy if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, going for the double longswords here, as well as a rejuvenation bead, heading towards what looks like the Ravenous
GMO.
Hydra.
Yeah.
Item number 1. So the split pushing Trundle is going to begin. And look, if you're a Hellions fan, you are looking at the top lane for Ryu. But Cookie's going to come in with a tweet. Time to cook fried chicken bomb. Hashtag Hellion win. Hashtag OPL. Thank you very much, Cookie.
Translation being the Azir as the chicken. For those who were a little bit confused.
And he's also a bomb, you know, it just makes sense. Stunning. This guy's... He's a Twitter virtuoso, isn't he, really?
Cookie's amazing. Every single version of Cookie is amazing. Player, edible, like,
Yep.
wonderful.
Well, Ryu, relatively large health bar here, as he's just facing off against Tally, who's missing a few bits of CS.
And this is actually where it backfires a lot for Legacy. The thing that they've always done is given creative license to Tally. So you know what? Like, you win your lane. Like,
Yeah.
you'll be fine. We'll try and pressure perhaps jungle, bottom, it doesn't matter. Mid if it comes down to it, like Carbon is doing right now, just keeping Impaired down, means there's not going to be a gank without Carbon knowing or being there to counter it, right?
Yep.
But they also said to Tally, through this, you're on your own, but you pick something that'll win lane for you. He goes Ignite to do that and then dies. I think this could start to become a real issue here for Legacy as the time goes on in this game.
You can see Bomb falling behind in that farm. Choo-Choo's doing his lane bully thing here on the Azir, even underneath this turret. Decent death rate comes out as there's the Chaos Storm. Choo-Choo's able to get away from the ultimate out of Bomb.
Yeah, lots of damage always going to come out of the consecutive ticks from it, so smartly gets out of it, Choose, but I will say good preservation of mana because he only used the soldier and the dash towards it. If he used the Q with it, would have run out of mana potentially and been in a worse position. Whereas right now, he's still fine.
He certainly is. Impaired has got himself a skirmishing saber. Still 7 CS behind though. As Luna's going to make his way in. Nice unbreakable. Going to land it onto Kuden there with the Winter's
Luna's
Fight.
by himself for a fair bit of damage. You need to walk that way. Just manned up.
Well, Frey now with a BF sword might be able to offer a little bit of harassment here in this lane. Of course, Kuden doesn't really care about that. He's got a lot of healing. Landing these Star Calls as well.
Actually, very good, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of money can come to a Soraka. It's very hard to dodge, I will say, in all honesty. This could be a theoretical 5-buff.
Oh, well, Parallel Convergence is going to come in there as Impaired. Relatively high health. Smite is going to come in, so Impaired takes away the blue buff, but that means that it's not on Bomb. Which could be a big deal. The guy wants to be spamming his mana if he can.
Yeah. Bomb not getting it will suck, and it will definitely hurt for the mid laner of Hellions. Legacy as well will get their own sooner or later. And that's when things could change in this middle lane. In the way of Azir, perhaps, over that Victor. But until such a time, Bomb is actually still well and truly doing his part. Just needs to try and catch up in that farm.
Yeah. Has added the augmentation to the death ray now as well, so a little bit more wave clear opportunity. That's a really large amount of damage, completely nullified by the heal out of Soraka. Soraka, everyone.
You know, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
When you look at any trade. Shot calling it or play by playing is not necessary most of the time. Oh, look, there's a lot of damage. It just got healed. 2 minutes later, there's a lot of damage. That one got healed too.
Yeah. So let's just not mention. That was a really nice peacemaker that came out of Frey. You know, that became skinnier. Beautiful.
It did.
And then Kuden just takes away all of his glory. But you can see Choose relatively low on the old mana here in the mid lane. This Bomb takes so much damage. Death Ray not going to find the second tick as another Chaos Storm comes in, but he misses it entirely. The
Carbon's
fish is there. Carbon looking for something onto Ryu. He does have the ultimate down, but it's a decent kickback, and they are going to be able to kill the Trundle. Tally bites back and Choose very low underneath this turret. Time Winder is not there, but Impaired flashes after it and grabs the dive on the Azir.
There was an opportunity for Impaired to not waste his flash there, but all things considered, we call that an even trade across the board for both of these teams. Tally making sure, though, that he gets the kill. Carbon holding off, using the flash kick to ensure that he was going to die, but making sure he didn't get it, as he is still quite far ahead. On the flip side, in the middle lane, though, Choo-Choo's, we said he was low about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And he was still mid lane 2 minutes later, so definitely could have used a recall in between that time. Gets greedy and dies.
Exactly right. In the meantime, bottom lane pushing in here for the Hellions is, of course, Frey on the Caitlyn, able to clear out those waves quite quickly. But not able to really get through the health bars of this legacy bottom lane. And King is farming just fine.
And that's the way that the Soraka works in a lane against the Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn kind of whittles you down, uses the Qs repeatedly until you're about half health, and then starts to zone you away with that damage. But trying to keep the mana pool up, Frey, as well. And this Kuden will make sure that it stays up, unless King does this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
King going very, very aggressive. Frey does have the ultimate that he's not going to use. Nice silence field goes down from Kuden to stop any follow-up. But King, you're not immortal. You have to remember that.
He wasn't trying to be immortal either. He was actually looking to push to get his recall in. And it is a full mana immune purchase from the tier.
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
a very
decent
good
power
point.
spike in terms of laning strength, but that was more so to like keep the wave at a not push situation, maybe push Frey back an extra 2 to 5 seconds from getting to the turret. Might get them an extra CS, and the net gain could be small, but there.
Makes a bit of sense in the end. Well, you can see Bomb able to clear out
gold.
these waves very, very nicely. Extra upgrade on that Hex Core. Of course, Hex Core getting a little bit more valuable, given the fact that perfect Hex Core gives you the extra movement speed on the Chaos Storm, and Chaos Storm does a lot more overtime damage. Impaired throws himself down the parallel convergence as he gets kicked back. The ultimate comes in, though. Lots of damage there onto Carbon. Of course, you have to remember Impaired picked up the Cinder Hulk, so not as much damage, but a lot more tankiness for this Echo.
Carbon gets outplayed, but it's still full health because Soraka.
Yep.
See what happens here, though.
Looking to take down this Rift Scuttler. Are going to be able to there as Luna takes a lot of damage. There's the Glacial Fissure. Nice double knock-up as Cuden continues
Tally's
to
here.
heal. Yep, Fish comes down. Bomb's going to be the target as Tally up into the air. The Emperor's Divide doesn't do too much as the Chaos Storm's trying to find Tally. The Ignite's ticking down, but Cuden denies the kill completely. Not that he was going to go down anyway, but no one does as the Hellions members limp away, especially in the sport and mid positions, and this could be Mountain Drake falling for Legacy.
Looks like a steal attempt is the best case scenario here for Hellions, based off their positioning on the map. Doesn't look like they want to even try, though, as it resets. They probably could have stolen it
Awkward
in
for a second.
retrospect.
Carbon is going to be able to lock it down, though. Legacy now with a little bit more pushing power and objective control around the map.
Yeah.
That extra shoe damage, definitely a good idea, as Choose finds himself on the top side of the map, wants to get as much farm as he can. And the back is going to come in from Ryu. Tally, in the meantime, does have that Balmy Cinder as well as a Sheen. Going towards what looks like a Sunfire Cape Iceborne Gauntlet scenario. So the classic tank top Fizz to be picked up. The Spray finds himself in the brush. Those headshots to be coming in here as King. Big burst damage as the True Shot Barrage comes down. Unbreakable wasn't there as Carbon looks for it, but stand behind me is going to get Luna to safety. Bottom lane are going to be okay for now.
Good dodge, though, from Luna, I think is the most important thing. And it was a dodge because Carbon aimed for the predictable scenario with his Q. And if it connected, at least one of them was dead, you would imagine. Carbon not having flash, though, would still have to hit his combo right. Once again, this is just kind of the way that the Ezreal Soraka lane works. Whoopsies, I took most of my health bar. Cuden will save my life and everything will be okay. Still positive, though, here from Hellions. They're not losing that bottom lane at all.
No.
They're doing well.
In fact, ahead by 15 CS, make that 16. That's great. Of course, Caitlyn, bit of a lane bully herself. Now has the Zeal to her name as well. So going for that Renan's Hurricane by the looks of things is item number 2, just after the BF sword. Then, of course, finishing off the Infinity Edge after that. I do like it. Just add a bit of flat damage and then get the attack speed there. Clear out turrets where you can.
It's also good into any kind of early armor as well when you get the Runans and get more headshots available to you.
Yep.
The armor penetration from the headshot can be quite a big deal. Just generally a good item builder. Hello.
Yeah, there's the kick after the flash there as well from Carbon. Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage with Bomb. He is so incredibly low. It is finally going to be picked up, I believe, from the red buff. And Legacy grab themselves one in the mid lane Impaired. Trying his hand at a gank on the bottom side, but not going to find anything. There's the ultimate back though. King in a whole host of trouble. Stand behind me, gets Luna amongst it, but King flashes himself away and he will be all kinds of all right. No summoner spells left here for Legacy though, and they're looking like they want more on the side of the Hellions.
Dive would be risky, I will say, all things considered. It's actually a very nice sweeper from Cuden to deny vision in that bush, even though it missed. The most important thing is that they just could not afford to dive that. Soraka's silence field, way too invaluable.
Yeah.
Still a nice trade in the way of actually putting down damage. Impaired has great mechanics on that Echo. It's twice now we've seen the tank Echo ult, and it still hits the target for a lot of damage. But you have to remember what just happened in that middle lane beforehand and how much more Legacy always gets from each respective trade that they're making. They're still coming out ahead every time.
Exactly right. I believe that's a mid lane outer turret as well as the blue buff picked up here from Legacy after they managed to get that dragon at the same time. So, of course, the extra turret damage paying dividends. They had a lot of time in that lane. 10 CS now the lead here for Choose as Nash's Tooth and a needlessly large rod picked up. Looks like the Rylai's Crystal Scepter will be coming in next as Bomb has that Negatron Cloak sitting there. We'll see whether he sits on that item or whether he's going to finish the Abyssal.
I would think it is going to be a finished Abyssal based off his inefficient item slots if he doesn't. He actually went for 2 Doran's rings.
Good point.
Instead of just the 1. And that to me was needless as he went for the refillable potion with it. In terms of item slots, choose.
Yeah.
Picks that one up.
I believe that was actually his first item buy as well, was the double Doran's ring, so wanting to have a bit of lane dominance after his
and
first
he was
back.
also getting pressured out in that lane, right? But
Yeah.
all things considered, like looking at it now, he has to finish the Abyssal Scepter, but he can't even get the component for it without selling one of the Dorans this early. And given that he doesn't have room for a ward slot, he needs to sell it.
Yeah, that's going to be a real problem here as the tower falls down here as well. Tally going a little bit aggressive onto Ryu, but Carbon's hanging around in the wings. And Impaired and Bomb going to make their way up. Sun Turret is going to be there. Death Ray for a bit of damage onto Tally.
It's a lot of people.
This most certainly is. 4v3 in favor of Hellions on the top side of the map means that Frey sitting here on his own on the bottom side. Soraka Ezreal, not necessarily the diving lane combination.
How about pestering?
Yeah.
When it starts to add up, the damage will always add up and there's no way for Frey to respond. So he's doing his best. And he will be fine, I think, and he'll save the turret from a lot of damage, but if they really want to, if they ever want to, they'll always have pressure down here. And that's why most of Hellions are now starting to make a rotation. I think mostly on the preface that they're expecting Legacy to be here, simply because of the way King and Kuden are playing.
Of course, Impaired going to make his way down with Luna, who just blocks some skill shots and auto attacks. Choose grabs himself another blue buff as he heads back to the mid lane. But look at Legacy's vision on the top side of the map. They understood that, you know, Ryu is becoming the Hellions win condition, especially after that early game. So they've decided to take complete control up there. Now Choose sneaking towards that side.
He's actually just, so what Choose is doing is actually a classic mid lane strategy that a lot of our OPL players will do, and most mid laners across the world, recalling to vision. So knowing that he's got 2 pink wards on that side of the map, there should be no vision where he was standing. But if someone saw him with a lane ward, it's like a standard mid lane ward that Bomb could have placed, they'll know he alluded towards that side of the map, and you might actually see Ryu be careful and back away, which he actually did recall at the same time.
Yeah.
In situations like that. Playing to strengths that are actually invisible, because lack of knowledge is what hurts teams in the end.
Exactly right. You can see Tally wanted to pick up a Rift Herald here as Carbon's going to help him out. They are going to be able to get it. Of course, they had a lot of vision control around that area, set themselves up quite nicely. 15 seconds until Ocean Drake is going to be spawning. Of course, relatively powerful here into the mid-game. Tally's split pushing power gets augmented by that buff.
And really good item buys as well out of Tally. Still has a lot of wave clearing back pocket.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, Carbon going to get over there. Kicks Ryu back, does have the Sonic Wave tagged. It's a decent pillar to come out.
They don't want to.
Yeah, Subjugate comes in. Carbon not going to be able to do it. As Hellions utilize the jungler being on the top side, on the side of the Legacy, and they are going to be able to take down this dragon as their first of the game. Bit of extra health regen.
Really well reacted by from Hellions. Of course, the Rift Herald was taken early and proactively by Legacy, so easy for them to do. These guys are getting a bit hyped in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Ants in their pants.
Well, Parallel Convergence comes in there. King not going to get stunned, but Kuden is going to be the target. In fact, very aggressive play out of Impaired here. Is going to use it. King takes some damage from it as he's trying to get out, but King grabs it with the Arcane Shift. Choose down here as well, which is why Hellions couldn't respond. Choose is going to fall. Kuden actually flashed over, wanted to get the heal, but it's not really going to happen. Ryu comes down. Kuden is dead as the Trundle picks up another kill. Frey as well getting damage all across this Legacy lineup, but Carbon's in there. Frey has to face check, but is going to be able to pick up the kill. Luna is going to die for it. Carbon just wants to play full cleanup, but doesn't manage to get the Q. And Frey in there with the scrying orb. I have a feeling this Lee Sin is going to fall down as Bomb flashes on his face and picks up a double.
And that is a complete ace for Hellions against Legacy Esport. They just made the biggest mistake in history, and it's that they weren't a team. And if you don't team fight as a team, you're probably going to lose that team fight. I have no idea what they were doing. Firstly, I have no idea what Impaired was doing. But the second the screen pans over and you think about how much time Impaired actually wasted, Choo-Choo's died for it. He didn't even get his ultimate off. Like,
well, Kuden flashed the wall to try to get the heal.
He was already dead though. Like that was too little, too late. Honestly, like Hellions, they didn't even team fight well. It's just that Legacy did it so poorly that it made it really easy pickings for Hellions. So like, Very well done to them, naturally. When it came to the crunch, they won that team fight. So many mistakes from the opposition team.
Yeah, and it has spelt an infinity edge here for the 2-0-3 Caitlyn. We talk about power troughs here around the 20-minute mark oftentimes here, but when you're at such an advantage on the champion, I have a feeling they're going to be able to get themselves out of it as Impaired trying to make up for his deficit in red buffs as he's going to steal this one away from Legacy.
Yeah, right on time as well. Carbon was just there. You ever noticed how easy it is to use Frey's name and put him into another name like Freydair?
Yeah, that's a good point. Massive non sequitur. I want to know how you managed to get there. Very exciting as Legacy looking for a dive here onto Ryu. Does have the ultimate, so he's going to be able to keep himself relatively healthy. Flashes, and Chu's tanking this turret for a long time. Thankfully, Astral Blessing is a dumb move. Kuden's going to keep everyone safe. Nice turret take here for Legacy, getting themselves back ahead in that global gold. Not for long, though, as Hellions are now back ahead by 100.
And these three are going to overpush, and they're going to push quicker as well. They have vision set up across the entire jungle. I actually expect them to continue to push here once they get vision of where Legacy are. For no particular reason, we're base racing. Azir takes turrets quickly. There's also a Caitlyn on the other side that's 2-0-3.
Essence Flux Azir is a scary thing.
Yes, this takes it quick. The question is, who will chicken out first? Because that's what we're playing right now.
Yeah.
And it feels like both teams are kind of deers in their headlights deciding that they can push faster than the other.
Well, you can see Legacy definitely doing exactly that as Carbon's going to make his way in as well. They are going to break open the base. It will be a trade as it goes down on the top side as well as Luna is going to make his way in.
Go for the inhib.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes down as Bomb looking to try and stop them. Nice work on the Chaos Storm as King's taking so much damage. That Hex Core did a bunch of work.
Legacy need to fight this.
Yeah, they're trying to do so. Oh, it does land there as Carbon does have the Dragon Rage kick, but not going to go in on Bomb. They take down the inhibitor, but it's answered for on the top side of the map.
And they're not stopping.
Yeah, Hellions are trying to stop the backs here as we've got Nexus turrets falling down at 22 minutes. In goes Luna.
What's Tally doing? Recall.
He's just started it now. Nexus turrets are falling down, though. You can see Luna taking a lot of damage. Tally is going to be able to get the back out, so finally someone makes it home. Ward goes in. Luna unable to stand behind anyone, but that's a bare Nexus. 22 minutes into the game. Hellions find the advantage.
And we're finally back to some kind of team-on-team action. Tally does get a kill in the end of it on Frey.
What is going on, Rusty?
But there is a bare Nexus for Legacy that they did not need to have open. But what they did was let Hellions push them out of the base.
Yep.
And then have to walk all the way back in and parade in with these extra members to get the objective down that they had to get because they had to trade. So when it came down to the game of chicken, Hellions beat them at it simply because Tally did not exist.
No. Kuden as well now has to wave clear here in the mid lane. Nice last hitting for a Soraka as well. I mean, that is not easy.
It means he has a lot of practice with a dead AD carry. That's all I'm saying.
Which he probably shouldn't, being Soraka.
It's not usually the Soraka's fault. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying a lot of things now. I'm going to stop.
Yeah, and I actually have a feeling that there's a certain wound that's been reopened. We are going to move away from it as Luna and Bomb will spend some time in the mid lane. Of course, just a small breath of air is going to be able to take down that mid lane outer turret. Choose is going to be moving over. There is a ward there as Winter's Bite finds the mark. He wants to pick up his blue buff now and just, take off half the health bar of Luna on his way through.
He was trying to contest your blue buff.
Yeah,
Makes
get rid of it.
Choose very big, I think, is what you can take from that as well. But very cheeky stuff here from Hellions as well as Legacy, considering how this game has now progressed. All things considered, the Baron is actually at an advantage to Legacy, simply because the
Is
inhibitor...
it though?
Yes, because the inhibitor that has been taken from Hellions is on the bottom side of the map and it's the furthest away.
But if Super Creeps ever make it to that base, there is only a Nexus.
But Tally is literally next to the Baron. So
yeah.
realistically, it's still correct.
Especially if Bomb's going to fall down here as he's taken so much damage. Kuden's going to be able to pick it up somehow as Impaired was looking for some sort of re-engage. It's not going to happen though. Okay,
choose.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is going to come down. Bit of a divided ultimate there though, of course, as Tally has found his way into the backline. Frey can't get any auto attacks down. He's too low. Luna, one more will do it as Carbon's going to be coming in to try and get the work done. Impaired has to ult himself out as Legacy lose no one and grab two members of the Hellions. This might be a Baron call now available from Legacy.
Yeah, major problem though. Tally does need to go to that top lane within a minute, roughly, because it'll get towards his base. So the sooner they can do this, the better. If Hellions can actually contest this and slow them down, the minions could look to win the game. So they have to be very cautious here, Legacy. Thankfully, they have a Mountain Drake.
And that meant that that Baron was so incredibly fast. Nice Pillar is going to stop some of the empowered recalls there.
Kuden's just going to die. They need to let him die.
They flash over the top. Choo-Choo's actually in here, able to protect his support player as Tally was trying to close onto Ryu at the same time. Impaired just a little bit overly aggressive as King is just getting beaten to death by these minions. Get the hell out of there, man. They're so angry.
Yeah, so King's the one that recalls, and that's where I didn't actually notice that. The AD carry goes back, saves the Nexus from the bunch of minions that had stacked up, and this is what Legacy have done to themselves. They've given themselves the Baron buff. Of course, the same thing's happening on the bottom side, but they have turrets to defend their base, so it doesn't matter as much. And this is a slow start to the Baron buff that they have just received.
Got an incredibly fast start to the game, as we've already had both Nexus turrets removed from the Legacy base, as well as a Baron falling down in favor of Legacy. Now Carbon looking to try and grab themselves an Ocean Drake.
This is the kind of thing that happens in scrims, but never in a competitive game.
Yeah.
Because you do sometimes think to yourself, I think we can out-push these guys. So just see if it happens. And then they end up at your Nexus. You're like, oh, it didn't work.
Thankfully for Legacy fans, it wasn't the Nexus that fell down. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure you lose the game if that happens.
So they say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know, right?
We haven't seen it yet today, so it's all speculation at this stage. Tally, though, clearing out super creeps. That inhibitor is surely about to respawn. This King just comes in and picks up one, I believe. Carbon delving back into full tank. Looks like he's going for a very early Guardian Angel as item number 3.
Yeah, Guardian Angel actually quite good on Lee Sin. So he's gone for the Dead Man's Plate approach with his Boots of Mobility, which was like fast movement around the map. Very good to engage with as well if you can get the Q on. Yep. Should be easier to do due to your move speed. But it also means that mid-game kind of drop that Lee Sin always has, because he then feels like the one-and-done type of champion. Get in there, kick someone, and then just die for it. Yeah. Actually prevents that. And if your team wins the team fight, you will come back to life in a good position to help them win the rest of that fight. You know, as such, potentially the game from there. Saving grace of both of these teams is the inhibitor is up. So if they can get that push going on the top side of the map, that'll be where Legacy will definitely favor.
Yeah.
No major objectives to take, so it makes a lot of sense they will look towards that lane, if any. They just need to set themselves up right with vision, control this side of the map, make sure that Tally's doing his job pestering somebody in a side lane, but he doesn't have teleport yet, so a bit delicate.
Rio, of course, doesn't either, so the top laners are going to be maneuvering themselves back here to be with their teams. Decent Pillar is going to come out there, but Tally just hops over the top of it, and inner turret falls on the top side of the map, so Legacy playing the split push quite well.
And this is quite cool because the Fizz being with the Azir means there's kill threat onto Bomb, and he needs to have Ryu stay here. You look at the raw 3v3, I'd say that Legacy have a bit of poke advantage with those Baron buff minions, and a lot of the focus of Frey being on, clearing the wave. Yeah. So if they ever find an opportunity to poke him down, it'll still work out for them. And also meaning that this middle lane 2v2, I think there's a bit of favor if ever Choo-Choo's got the opportunity to put some pressure down, because you can't actually stop the Azir. He'll just put up a turret like this and defend himself
forever.
At least until it dies.
Yeah, good point. Looking at the AD carries here, though, very even score lines for both of them, but it's a 3-item Caitlyn that is starting to get very scary if we do get into these extended team fights. That being said, of course, King with the Blade of the Ruined King looking very strong. We are going to have a look at Pabu's tweet. At some point, Trundle can probably just ignore Fizz, walk up and take the Nexus. That is a very, very scary prospect.
That's absolutely true. Problem is, they need the inhibitor to be dead beforehand, and they also want Ryu to be on the top side of the map doing that. But look at Legacy's vision and how they've set up the top side of the enemy jungle. Yeah. There is no way that Ryu can afford to be on that side of the map without dying. So, from what I will say, whilst absolutely correct, and that could be a foreboding issue as the game continues, they do need to keep their work up right now, Legacy, to ensure it doesn't happen, which is something they are actively doing.
So, currently, 3.5 thousand gold, the lead for Legacy. This Hellions in full defense mode, but no Baron buff anymore to worry about. Spray with some sustain now in his back pocket fans that have picked up.
And King playing with a Soraka is gross to watch. He takes damage for no reason, just because he can.
Oh my god, that burst was just silly.
But he just knows that he'll get healed. Like, I will say it's confidence in playing with his support. Kuden, of course, being the new support for Legacy. It's good to see King trusting him. Yeah, exactly. It is essentially a perpetual trust fall when you play with Soraka. Kind of just cross your fingers, be aggressive, and say, heal me, heal me, heal me.
Legacy Hellions
consistently losing health on this turret. Impaired decides to go in, doesn't find any stuns, and is going to take a lot of damage for his trouble. But this perpetual siege with Kuden sitting in the backline looks so difficult for Hellions to deal with.
It is difficult given the Azir has blue buff also and Soraka to heal in the backline. They can sit here forever. It is going to be an eternal struggle for Hellions until Legacy break it whenever they so choose. Choose now, I guess.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Carbon wants the dive though. Look at that ward. They haven't even killed the ward next to the turret. Kill the ward, man. There we go. And that is Carbon's way in, and they were just like kind of letting it sit there.
Well, Luna looked to be partially their way in as well. He gets tagged with the Sonic Wave.
One thing to note as well that we just saw from Impaired was when Echo uses his dash, his E, and goes forward to auto. If anyone uses a dash at the same time, you travel extra distance and put yourself into a really bad position sometimes.
The twisted advance effect.
Yeah, usually it's a blessing, but sometimes it's a curse.
Well, once again, he's going to go for more. No stun to come out of it, though, as Impaired does have the ultimate for safety. Frey is going to get tagged, and Carbon not going to actually jump on it. Choose taking a massive burst of damage. King actually arcane shifted forward. That could be dangerous as the Emperor's Divide comes down. They can't get over the wall, though, as Frey taken so much
Tally's
damage.
here.
Yeah, looking for the flank there on the side, but Hellions, they are aware.
Yeah, he walked out of the bush, so they saw him and immediately backed off. King is essentially the undoing of his entire team right now. Like, Legacy is still winning this game, but it shouldn't be this hard.
Yeah, but some low health bars on the side of Hellions, as they actually do have a decent wraparound. Impaired trying to find a target. It's just going to dash forward as Tally gets himself out to safety. In the end, I guess Legacy do win. They grab themselves the inner turret.
Yeah.
But losing the AD carry means that they have to back off for now.
Dragon also up in 10 seconds. Another Ocean. It'll be the third of the game.
Yeah.
And that starts to feel like a rock fall or something, a waterfall, you know?
Yep. Not as cool as Third Cloud Drake, though.
What would you
Standing
call
by
this? Many oceans in a single mountain. Like water with rock.
I don't know.
That's why I was thinking waterfall.
Atlantis.
Call it Atlantic. Fits the theme of League of Legends,
Yeah, I like it. Tally, looking for a bit of a flanking play here as Impaired does have a lot of health. Actually going to try and turn this one around as Bomb comes in with the Death Ray. Looks like it is going to be the Dragon taken for Legacy, as it is going to be Carbon picking it up. Ultimate has to be used there to get Impaired to safety, as Luna's going to get kicked back. Tally right in amongst the front line, but Ryu is so incredibly tanky. Does have the Subjugate, but he's burning to death. Tally is able to close the distance, and King picks it up with a True Shot Barrage. Auto attacks coming in from Frey now, but a little bit late, as Chaos Storm just thrown down as an afterthought. In he goes with Carbon. Gets the flash out of Bomb there as well, but he does get to safety. And Sun Turret going to turn things around here on the Hellions. And it's just proactive play out of Legacy. It looks like they know what they need to do to win this game, and they're executing on it.
Yeah, so even the Sun Turret going up by Azir, zoning them away, gives Legacy the in on the Baron with a 5 or so second advantage. They can bait, they can do it, anything they'd like. Of course, choosing to start this one up. Hellions are going to be defiant in their attempt to stop this. Impaired has Smite.
Yeah, he's actually going to close in onto Kuden here, as he may need to turn around and kind of help on this Baron. It's going to start regenning as the fight has started. Luna is going to be the first target, gets eaten by a fish as Tally picks up the kill. Carbon is going to go down to his Guardian Angel as Frey kiting this one out as best he can, but look at the heals. The ultimate comes down, and Tally, could it be the auto? Oh, Peacemaker not actually going to find the damage as Impaired. Now finds himself completely cut off. Picks up Kuden. That could actually be a big deal as Ryu's going to get knocked into the air. Impaired
Carbon
somehow still alive as Carbon's going to fall down. Tally could be the next option as they're waiting for the pillar to try and make this one work. Ultimate comes down. Tally is going to die to it. And now Choose completely on his own. Transfer power from Bomb is going to speed him up, but Choose gets himself out
This
with the
could be
shifting
game
sands.
if they actually get these kills. Look at where they are on the map.
Empty Nexus there as well, we have to remember, on the side of Legacy. Frey just going to get destroyed. That is so much of their turret-taking power eliminated on the side of the Hellions, and Choose may have just saved them the game. King taking a lot, but very safe with the Arcane Shift, if he uses it defensively.
Which is a rare occurrence, but Legacy, they hold the fort. And close is exactly where Hellions just found themselves, with Vision, with setup on the top side of the map. They couldn't break the inhibitor and give Ryu his opportunity. But the end result is still a win for Team Hellions. The second gaming house team that we had in Oceania, next to Legacy. Showing marked improvements in week number 2. Bomb stepping up massively. Prediction as well from Bensel on the death.
Does have that Lich Bane now completed as well. So he'd be able to augment taking down that Nexus very effectively. They managed to find themselves in that position. Frey now with the last Whisper, so we'll be able to get through Tally a little bit more easily.
Would have liked to see the replay of that fight as well, because there was a very funny thing happening in the background that we didn't actually see.
Oh, yeah?
Impaired was just killing Kuden. Like, Legacy were like, go forwards, and just forgot about the Echo killing their support. Which is one of the few times that you look at that and say, you know what? I value Soraka living sometimes.
Well, that's how you take down a Soraka comp, isn't it? You just kill the Soraka, stop her from healing everyone, and then they all of a sudden become a whole lot more killable. As Impaired will be able to phase dive his way over here, closes the gap onto Carbon as he flashes over the top. They want to find something. Nice knock-up from the Glacial Fissure. Everyone trying to catch back up as Carbon not going to get stunned for now. But look at the chase potential out of this Echo. King does find his way in as Luna closes in on it. He's just so far ahead as Tally... Yeah, has found his way onto Bomb, is able to knock him down there as Tally may answer for it with his death. As Choose finds himself over the top. Ryu now as well. Slinks back past. Guardian Angel has been popped, but that's 5 members of Legacy that he now has to deal with. And he's not going to be able to as Choose picks up the kill. Now Legacy on the hunt for more. Carbon finds his way in there. Can use a resonating strike. There it is. Impaired now as well. Will be able to get a nice double stun as Tally's going to fall down. But Frey just gets destroyed. King launches himself forward to pick up the kill on the AD carry, and that is 3 for nothing.
And Legacy with the team composition that's entirely capable of chasing you, whilst it was also useful in running away last time against Hellions. We question their engage, question their ability to actually use crowd control. And this time around it does come back to bite them. Whilst their draft is strong, I feel like that was their weak point that was just entirely exploited by Legacy. The Baron now in the back pocket and a big gold lead to boot. This should be the means for the undoing of Hellions in game number 1.
Beginning of the end potentially here as Choose is going to move up with some Baroned up minions. Only inhibitors and inhibitor turrets to be taken so far for Legacy. And some Nexus turrets there potentially as well. It's Tally looking for an Hourglass as item number 6.
Yeah, and look where they're sitting on the map as well. They are on the top side, and if they lose a team fight, yes, Hellions could chase them and it could be the perfect side of the map they want, but also prevents any chance of Ryu being there at all to split push. He has to go bottom, defend the open inhibitor there. And this wave is so big.
Yeah, and these are Baroned up minions as well. Difficult to get through as Carbon going to get trapped. Takes a bit of damage, but he's not too worried about it. There's a Soraka there sitting in his back pocket. Double siege minions here at the same time as the turret's still very, very healthy. King can't quite get in there to get any damage on it, but we'll see whether Legacy can go for any sort of dives.
Choose and King don't need to dive though. Like, they just have so much poke that they will just take the base slowly but assuredly.
Well, Tally is actually just going to take down this inhibitor turret at the same time. He takes a lot of damage. And here's the engage from Hellions. Impaired was looking to make his way in. Chaos Storm down there as well. Lots of damage actually coming out of this. Victor is now Ryu trying to get the work done. The Fish is going to eat once again the Braum as Tally into the backline. Is actually going to get taken down to his Guardian Angel. Frey still alive. That is a big deal. But Bomb falls down in the meantime. And nice flash out of Frey, but it's just not enough. Choose has got so much consistent damage. And Legacy get the ace. This is going to be the game. Congratulations, but it wasn't as clean as we may have been expecting from this team first up today.
Hard fought, very messy, so positives from Hellions. The early strategy enough for Legacy, but TLDR, ban the Soraka.
Yeah.
There's not much more I can say from this game. There has been time and again, King out of position, King should have died, Choo-Choo's out of position, Carbon the exact same. That's why it was so messy.
Yeah.
Soraka just kept them alive the entire damn time.
Just ridiculous.
Oh.
Shout-outs go to Choo-Choo's here. He played a fantastic Azir, 5-2 and 10 there at the end. So, look, the Emperor of Shurima's back. We always knew that he was fantastic on the champion. Good to see that those skills have not waned whatsoever in the off-season. And another thing, Carbon's Lee Sin. Always a joy to watch. So, I mean, the Soraka was annoying, but there was definitely other star players. We are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to get their thoughts on that interesting game.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And in the end, it is going to be Legacy that pick up game number 1. But what the heck happened? We had a base race. We had double Nexus turrets falling down on one side. We had a Trundle that couldn't get a split push going. That was, as far as coaching goes, like that's a messy game.
That was effectively a choose-your-own-adventure book from hell. And rightfully so for the Hellions. Yep, that's what I got to say about it.
Yeah, all right, cool. So let's break it down. All right, I know you're interested in the early game, the way that the draft went. Hellions kind of shoehorning themselves into playing early game, trying to get that snowball rolling.
Yeah, I think they wanted to play into Soraka. and that's fine. But you really need to snowball the early game, especially when you pick Caitlyn. You really need to set up early sieges. They needed to dominate lane more. Bomb getting behind early game with that rotation into the jungle, put him behind in his lane as well. So the early game went really bad for them, and especially the jungling. I think.
Yeah, what was up with that jungle? Because he got invaded. He got like 4 buffed, I think, at the first rotation clear.
Yeah, it's just the kind of thing you don't really expect to happen in an OPL game. Maybe you try it in scrims once, but yeah, I think that really screwed with Impair a lot.
Yeah, so then in the end, it was the fact that Impaired, he falls behind, gets 4 buff, can't really snowball that bottom lane we're looking to. Looking towards the top lane, however, Trundle into the Fizz matchup, something that Tally has taken a couple of times now, I think. Runs the Ignite in it. Got solo killed, though. Like, is that a lane matchup that you're expected to win as a Fizz? Is that in Trundle's favor? Like, where's the strength in this one?
I think Trundle definitely has the inevitability in that matchup, and like Fizz should be able to win pre-6 with Ignite, but he got outplayed by his E getting dodged by the flash, so that was enough for Ryu to win at that point. But I think Tally ended up showing that he can carry the game harder.
Yeah, Tally definitely showed up in the late game teamfights for us. That's where I want to go with you, because you've already mentioned today that Legacy, this team, if they ever get their hands on you, if they pin you down, they might not have the best decision-making around the map, as we saw in the lane swap, but time and time again in the 5v5, they came out ahead.
Neither team had great decision-making around the map at all. I mean, I made the joke that it's a choose-your-own-adventure, and effectively, Hellions could have won that game multiple times if they had chosen different objectives to prioritize, namely the Baron versus trying to push bases. It's just like these key moments. As far as Tally's team fighting, I think the last team fight really says it best to how much he means for Legacy. That deep teleport to immediately get behind Victor and just delete Bomb from the fight so the Chaos Storm doesn't even go down. Like, that should have been Hellions' game to win, but not having such a crucial ultimate in a choke point like that because Tally made the miracle save. I mean, that's Legacy, that's Tally.
Yeah, it certainly is a slim win condition, but they are able to execute upon it. So Legacy pick up game 1, guys. Don't go anywhere. In 3.5, we'll be back for game number 2 between Hellions and Legacy. Welcome back, OPL fans. We are sitting here ready to go into game number 2 of Hellions versus Legacy. I am still Spawn, joined by Bensel and Frostgurren down the end of the desk. We do want to touch base on Hellions top laner quickly just before we get into game number 2. However, going to bring up Ryu's picks from week number 1 onto your screen. He played at Maokai in a loss, Rumble in a victory, then Maokai in another loss. He then priority picks the Trundle in this game. Biggest criticism of Ryu. I mean, great friend of the show, good player, but his champion pool at the moment just seems to be all over the shop.
That's funny. I wouldn't necessarily attribute it to the way that he plays tanks. I would actually attribute it to the way the team plays. I think their team fighting is quite sloppy, and thus they can't really rely on him when he plays a tank, and they shine better when he plays a carry.
I think it just is the fact that Ryu prioritizes his lane phase over team fighting, which is saying the exact same thing, but it's empowering him to step up and be that hard carry. I would always consider Ryu a hard carry style of player. He just wants to kill you. It's not win lane, it's defeat my opponent.
Okay, so bring it back to this game, because I feel like Ryu, hard carry top laner, made to shoehorn fill a role for his team that maybe he doesn't want to. Tally, on the other hand, hard carry top laner. Legacy is like, we support you in this endeavor, go play whatever the heck you want. Is it about time that Hellions go back towards more of that, you know, get him on a Fiora, get him on a Rumble, let him take over the laning phase, and see if we can ride this win condition to victory? Or do you think their current, like, long grind of trying to make him fit the team is better off in the longevity of Hellions?
I definitely think it's better for the longevity, but at the same time, I agree in the short term that I don't think they're going to win many games at all if he's playing tanks.
All right, so bringing it back into this game, it was a sloppy affair first time around. Legacy did pick up the win, but, you know, Nexus turrets fell at, I think, 22 minutes into the game. Weird split pushes going on everywhere. As a coach, you look forward and you're like, how do you resettle the team? What do you want them to work on going into game number 2 to, I guess, pull this one back?
Well, I would start by not talking about that game at all. I don't think there's much you can tell about that game, you know, other than try and just reset, you know, make sure everyone's calm, there's no nerves, and make sure that they're all talking to each other. You don't want anyone to shut down. I think that's the most important thing.
And did you see anything in the draft immediately that the teams can, I guess, kind of clean up here?
I think Hellions, they either need to ban or they should. I feel like they should have taken Ezreal first pick. I don't think they necessarily needed to take Trundle as long as they had something they could play into it, like the Rumble that they've already shown they can. So I think, because King, I don't see him playing any other champions at the moment.
Frost, want to bring you in on this one. What did you think of the Hellions draft and, I guess, early game plan? Do you think that there is anything there they can scratch, or do you think it's just, you know, if they got the same draft again, they're happy and they just need to clean up the execution?
Again, for me, it's execution based. Hellions should have won that game. They had multiple opportunities where they could have won it. I actually thought that they had the stronger draft, and just based on like power picks and the champions that they had, it was just simply poor decision making after they would win these big team fights, and Tally making these, like, Legacy just stepping up and making these mechanical miracle plays that they tend to make.
Okay, so on the side of Legacy then, if you're not really happy with their early game, their draft, what is it about Legacy you think that needs to change?
It's not that they had a weaker draft, it's just that Legacy really understand better how to execute on their draft than Hellions do.
So their win conditions, you mean?
So like Hellions, I think they had a more, like a stronger draft for the specific patch, and like big team fighting, having all of your assets there, but just are unable to team fight. Like they just can't work together. Individually, they're great. It's just when you start getting them together in the 3v3, the 5v5, like Bensel said, things start to fall apart. Whereas like Legacy, I mean, Carbon, he takes the Lee Sin, he completely dominates the Echo jungle. You had so much more pressure around the map. Everyone's backing correctly, like Kuden having his Soraka. You don't have enough dive threats to get back and delete that guy, so I don't know.
Let's talk about the Soraka pick, because it's something that I think you either love it or hate it. Like, you either love playing it because it's such a quirky, cool champions, like the ambulance running around. You hate playing against it. What are your thoughts on Soraka, current power level? Like, is it got a place in the meta? Like Afro said it was the outright best support at MSI. Do you agree?
Definitely not. I feel like Soraka definitely has a place right now. I think she's really strong, especially if you can actually make it to team fighting. I think at that point she's probably the strongest support. And I think that's why you might see Nami picked into it, because she can somewhat combat that team fight kind of style. But in any other situation, I think other supports are better, and her early game can really be abused.
So it was a lack of, I guess, vision of being able to dive that backline, get onto the Soraka that hurt Hellions, because it looked like, you're right, the laning phase didn't go great. Kuden had a misplay where he flashed over the wall on top of a dead Choo-Choos, but the later the game went, he was just keeping everyone topped off in these 5v5 little poke battles.
I think that's where the intelligence of Legacy's early game really came in, because they shut down Impaired's jungling and like completely, and once his jungling was shut down, their ability to dive bot lane and threaten that at all was mitigated entirely.
Well, we're going to have to see whether Hellions are able to clean it up because the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Do you agree, Rusty? Do you think that the Soraka has to go?
I said at the end of the first game,
Bananas
I
in the bin.
100% agree that the banana should be put in the bin because it just kept Legacy alive. And King's got a very unique playstyle. He's always been coined as this aggressive person. But when he had that Soraka, he was far too aggressive.
Yeah.
And should have died many times. So I think there is a possibility, and this is a very niche situation that I will say this, is King might play the same style without that Soraka there.
Yeah.
And perhaps they should actually take it away just to see how King reacts because he's a temperamental, emotional player.
That is a very good point. And I was actually going to raise the point that I don't think his style really changed. It was just massively alleviated.
I do think it changed, but not by a lot.
Yeah. Well, we are into champion select here as Braum and Ryze are actually going to be banned on the side of Legacy. A little bit more targeting going on the blue side as this patch has developed. But Kindred is going to go. Hellions get rid of a champion that Carbon played fantastically well week number 1.
Yeah, first 4 bans out, and I feel like the teams are banning away from themselves and from the opposition team. I don't think the Braum was too big of a deal. I will say, as far as Hellions team composition went, we discussed their maybe lack there of crowd control.
Yeah.
It was made up for with Braum, because Braum gives everybody in the team a stun. It's just kind of the way that works. Trundle, though, being banned by Hellions is like a really big sign of priority that they don't want Tally having it.
Yeah, don't give Tally any more power as Lucian is going to be hitting the bench. Legacy not looking to try and priority pick that champion or anything like that, or possibly trying to leave some other options open. Of course, that mid lane still very, very open, as Ryze, of course, the only one to be banned away there. And we'll see whether Hellions do get rid of the Soraka, because this is the time. Not going to, as Azir is going to be picked up. We'll see whether Luna's going to try and take that one away.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that guy's still there. And, of course, Impaired, phenomenal Nidalee player.
Yeah.
Carbon going to be getting on the champion to pick it away from him, as well as to have a very, very strong pick in the jungle there, as well as Echo being looked at by Impaired. Of course, a strong top laner at the moment, as they could flex it up to Ryu if they wanted. Let's see what Ryu decides to pick away, and I just get rid of just grab this.
No, this is like...
That's what you got to do.
Look, as far as their first rotation in draft goes, not only is the Echo being taken away from Tally, they've also got the Victor away from Choo-Choo's with the Azir ban.
Yeah,
so
like
LeBlanc might be the next go-to option here for Choose, as exploitable as a champion.
Yep.
Very aggressive and very gankable from the Echo if they work together, which is something that Hellions have really struggled to do between Impaired and Bomb just now. Still, as far as first drafts go, I don't think it's worth actually putting the Soraka onto Luna. He's a good tank player.
Well, Rek'Sai being considered now as well. Rek'Sai, of course, with a little bit more clearing power. I'm just looking at this Legacy roster, and with that Primal Surge Soraka combination where you've got like an infinite heal system coming out of the two of them.
Yeah.
Very, very scary. But of course, no supports to be picked on either side. We'll see whether Legacy decide to go for it here or whether they're going to look for something else.
I don't think they need to go for it here. I think it's still possible that it's taken away from them. So if they really do prioritize the Soraka and they don't want to reveal other options, perhaps, then yes. But they know who they're playing against in the mid lane. They could look towards the Echo, I would imagine, as their top lane option here. And dependent on what Kuden wants to play, perhaps he looks towards like an Alistar, something that is easy to pick early. He could do that as well. But I would be shocked, honestly, if they don't just go for like the AD carry top lane or something.
Or if they pick Ezreal Soraka,
Exactly.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Well, the Ezreal's just a safe pick. Sivir as well was banned away from Frey last time around, so perhaps they look to prioritize that as well.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, like game 2 in a pick and ban phase, right? Game 1 is always ban away from your opponent. Game 2 is adapt to game number 1 and ban the specifics that were an issue. Now they come into this and it's like, oh, I'm not sure which ones are targeted.
Precisely, but it is actually going to be the Maokai picked up here for Tally. So had the option to go towards the Echo. Instead, looking at the Maokai, of course, a potential flex there into the support position for the jungle. You know, if we look historically at the Maokai.
It did happen twice last split. And it was the Chiefs both times, so statistically it's not likely. However, I will say that the Maokai being picked top lane by Tally is a curious thing to me. You have to remember that Ryu and Tally are very similar in that they want to be carries, or if they don't want to be carries, it's kind of what they should just be doing anyway.
Yeah.
It works best for the team. But we've seen Ryu play Maokai twice out of his last 3 games. And he was decent on that champion. Of course, it may just mean that he goes for the Echo in response or even picks the Rumble into it.
Yeah, it's a really good point. But Echo and the Soraka have been locked in here on the side of the Hellions. Legacy now to respond and round out their team comp.
Yeah, no, this is good. Like Bard and then LeBlanc perhaps. Makes up for a bit more magic damage in the team comp. I don't think they need... They could actually go like a Z comp as well if they really wanted to go deep, given how much magic damage they'll have between Carbon, Tally, and Kuden.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
We shall say, of course, Choose with all the flexibility in the world now. Fantastic Yasuo player back in the day as well.
Yasuo is okay as well. I think last time we saw Choose play Yasuo, I think he played it twice last split. It was into Victor.
Yeah.
So there's always a possibility that we see it.
Well, still taking some time here. 11 seconds to go for King to find a mid laner for Choo-Choos. It looks like Twisted Fate could be the option here. Lots of flexibility here out of the Legacy lineup for now, especially considering the fact that they have Destiny and Magical Journey. Yeah. As far as being able to move around the map, they've got it in spades.
Man, Luna's looking fit.
Or invisible. What is that?
Evelyn.
Amazing.
They picked their last champion though, Atlas.
Yeah, that is going to be Sivir locked in. So Frey going for a bit of a bananas and boomerangs bottom lane. Do like it. Alliteration always helpful, as Bomb going to be picking up the cleanse this time around into the mid lane.
You know, such is life into Twisted Fate. So as expected, we will see a cleanse from the Victor. Just means that he can't teleport around the map and unlocks a lot of utility, I would say, for Choose by having his Destiny there. We look at the bottom lane as well. They've got a kill threat lane here from Legacy. It is an Ezreal and Bard, so they do a lot of damage, but they're into a Sivir Soraka, so I wish them well in attempting to kill them. Of course, that's where Choo-Choos comes into play and Tally with the teleports. Looking at both team compositions, I feel like Hellions have once again maintained that well-rounded with perhaps a lack of engage or CC, and that's why I like Impaired's adaptation to this.
Yep.
Going for the Rek'Sai and flash Unburrow if it comes down to it. Couple with that with the rest of the team's follow-up CC, and it's still there. It's just lacking now that the Braum was banned away.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Hellions team com, and if they actually can execute it on it effectively, I'm thinking like any sort of engage that they have in any kind of choke point ever is going to be disgustingly difficult for Legacy to deal with. They have the parallel convergence, get the ricochet across it, as well as the Rek'Sai Umbro to start things off. And then Chaos Storm. Ridiculous.
I think rule of thumb is Hellions want Legacy walking towards them for it to be successful.
Well, we'll see whether it works, but get on Twitter. Use that hashtag LGCWin or the hashtag HLNWin if you want to see Legacy or Hellions take this game out respectively. Hellions will need to fight back for 2 games in order to take this best-of-3 series, and Legacy looking to stay undefeated by winning game number 2. We'll see whether they can as we, of course, head over to the Rift, but as far as we're looking at it, I really like the fact that Choose has adjusted, because I love his Twisted Fate, and he's almost played, like, what is it? It's, yeah, an unique champion every single time thus far, and Choose sticking to what he's good at, which is having a gigantic champion pool.
He's always had a big champion pool, but there's always been certain champions banned from him. So the Azir from game 1 now commanding that respect, in a sense, which means he's able to play another champion, which maybe raises the question of Bomb's champion pool. We've already looked at that with Ryu as well in the analyst desk beforehand. Impaired seems to bottleneck himself. So I will say that for what it's worth, Hellions always feel reasonably predictable through the draft phase and unlocks Legacy's deep pockets to do whatever they would like.
Extraordinarily flexible. And if Tally has a good performance here on the Maokai, will show exactly how versatile Legacy are. Yeah, nice Cosmic Binding to start things off here from Kuden.
He wants the recall. Kuden didn't want to stop him. We're looking at that gold again. He's done it 2 games in a row. That's like, what is it, 89 gold now total that he's managed to gain before the minions have spawned in both games now.
Ridiculous.
That's it, man.
That's where it is. That's where the money comes from. That's where the wins come from. So far, nothing too much going to come of this one. As you can see, this ward spotting out everything that Hellions are going to do. So as far as standard lanes are concerned, this is exactly what Legacy want, judging by the information that they have gathered earlier on. And I understand it. If they manage to get any action here going on at level 1 on the bottom side of the map, I mean, you're looking at 2 pretty strong level 1 champions.
That was a pretty poor start here from Carbon and Tally. I think the reason that it was such a poor start is because he tried to set up traps elsewhere, but that's not great, honestly. Carbon's lost a lot of health, and he's gone for the spirit level 2. So watch this kiting. Remember that the Nidalee was changed.
Yeah,
you don't actually, you can't trap the minions in place. That's why Carbon has to execute on this perfectly, but he's actually missed the second small creep there. Could backfire him a little bit.
He's going to be able to get the trap there. There's level 3. Oh, haven't just yet, but Impaired is about on the same clip as far as that jungle clear time is concerned. And I think this is where we're going to put sort of Rek'Sai and the changes to the Cinderhulk in patch 6.9 to the test. See whether he can keep up with the farming speed of the Nidalee.
Yeah, definitely. These two in the bottom lane, they're looking for it.
Well, at level 1, Luna not going to be able to offer too much support to Frey until he gets that level 2 point. You can see he does have the spell shield taken level 2 on the side of Frey.
Yeah. The safety spell shield, almost out of necessity though, given the poke that's coming down.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Kuden actually blundering a little bit with target selection on that level 2 spike that they got as a team in the bottom lane. Going for Frey, trying to stun him to the turret, when Luna was next to a wall and closer to King. Just looking at relative damage sources, I would say Ezreal.
Yeah.
A little bit better.
Luna picking up the bank. That 2-person Star Surge, but in goes Impaired, actually trying to find Choo-Choo's here. Does, of course, have the flash and has created some decent distance as Impaired's just like, well, I can't see you
Got it.
anyway. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, Choo's playing Impaired for the full. It was a very early and cheeky kind of walk-in, which also gave Carbon a lot of time to set up. As you can see, a ward directly in the bush. We'll spot the health bar and Impaired. You would imagine Carbon might even go for Impaired before it. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Actually gets the empowered pounce. Gets on top of Impaired there as well as takedown. Not quite enough, but red buff slowing him down. Luna wants to find it and is going to do it just to avoid dying to the red buff.
That spear was so close from Carbon, but look at the health bars of Impaired still. If Luna wants to heal him back up to full and be relevant in this trade, that'll be all of Luna's health bar, which means the bottom lane would suffer. So this is a win for Legacy and a back away now from Hellions. As once again, Carbon showing that he's got the skills, he's got the knowledge of Impaired, and he takes him out.
Of course, former sister teammates, Impaired and Carbon, quite a while ago now, of course. Choose continuing the shove here in the mid lane. Nice dodge of the wild cards, but lands the gold card onto bomb.
And there's the Thunderlords.
Yeah, stack deck there as well. Not going to have it onto bomb just yet.
Cool thing about Twisted Fate naturally is that you get 2 stacks on that Thunderlords with your card stack deck. Everything works out nicely with Thunderlords on Twisted Fate.
Impaired down to the Raptors at the moment, taking a lot of damage anyway, but is going to survive. Takes himself back home now as well, but you can see, as far as, you know, Rek'Sai's ability to clear out minions is concerned, it's not exactly in effect just yet, as Carbon is so far ahead. 22 to 13 now in the jungle. Of course, a lot owing to the fact that Impaired was bullied out of his jungle.
Honestly, that's going to be such a big deal. Right now, you'll see a gank mid from Ryu potentially. It could be countered by Carbon. Let's see how this goes.
Convergence does come in there. Choose is going to avoid the stun as transfer power comes in. Bomb, yeah, doesn't have a whole lot of mana as Carbon. Going to turn his way around. They're looking for a potential spear as Ryu doesn't have the ultimate available. Pounce comes down. Minions have to be dealt with at the same time. Decent flash with the takedowns there after the flash for Carbon. And he grabs first blood. They're not done yet. Nice cleanse comes in for Bomb as Carbon gets knocked up underneath the turret. But they're tanking it. They're going to be okay. Impaired actually is able to lock it down with the E. And they are A-okay. 1-for-1 trade in the end. The Legacy come out ahead as far as that gold is concerned.
Yeah, nice cleanse from Bomb, actually enough to keep him alive and give Impaired time to be in there, as Carbon's dive was deep, but definitely too deep, and comes back to bite him. Still nice play from Legacy, essentially, as the numbers of game actually backfired. Tally had his teleport that whole time, opted into not using it, because he's not a team player.
Yeah,
he's a split pusher.
Wanted to get that level 6, man.
And he got it. Didn't really win him the lane. I will say that teleport could have been handy earlier.
I've got a brief question about the Echo versus Maokai matchup. Say Ryu teleports to lane and Tally Twisted advances him and Ryu immediately uses his ultimate. Does he take Tally to the Nexus?
No, I think that's one of the few situations. Like, you can't follow the Echo ult, I don't think, as Maokai. Damn it. I know certain things do. I'm pretty sure that would be like very silly.
Might have to play test that one later. If anyone knows, let us know on Twitter. Use that hashtag IMOGL. As there's the flash gold card. Bomb in trouble. Cosmic Binding isn't going to get the stun there as Bomb stays alive for a little bit. Enough to get some damage down, but he is going to fall as Choose picks up the kill. And Legacy, I mean, this is a comp that is very scary if it gets going early, and it already has.
Yeah. And actually very well played by Kuden, I will say. They're looking towards that no-cleanse mid laner. Unlocks this as a capability as well. As that's deep, Carbon.
Yeah, Ryu is going to come across, but you can see Impaired. He can't impact this fight
Oh,
anymore.
no, Impaired.
That was the wrong tunnel to take, boys. As Carbon is going to go in and finish off the kill. A little bit of a misclick there.
Woo! Impaired didn't want to take that tunnel. Impaired made a mistake.
Is it like he was underground and he was trying to use his E to get damn? I don't know.
No, he actually, I think if he intentionally did that.
Oh, nice steal from Ryu. Makes up for it a little bit. It's
We'll
Carbon
see.
quite angry. He's going to be able to land the spear. Tally's there, but of course very interested in these minions for now.
The 50 gold for the red buff, the health regeneration that comes with it as well.
Very handy.
6% I believe it is now that he's level 6. Scales with your ultimate level, 6 and 11. Make Carbon a bit pissed off.
Certainly did, as you can see. Bunch of spears going to be smacking Ryu, but able to keep things completely calm underneath the turret. Not going to get dove, and he's only 12 CS behind after Tally did have a lot of free time in that lane. Actually going for the Corrupting Potion Dark Seal combination on the Maokai. Quite like it.
Yeah, it's always handy. I mean, most champions that go for the Corrupting Potion will benefit from the Dark Seal, unless you're a physical.
That was very, very cute. Nailing the Cosmic Binding there as Luna is going to come over. Heals Impaired. Says woo. Spear's going to come in. Carbon just grabs his red buff. There we are. There's one.
That was blind.
That was
I don't
ridiculous.
think Kuden actually had that ward in there yet. It was just placed. Carbon is, look, I don't want to
He's
say...
warmed up to the Nidalee.
No, I don't even want to say he's ahead, because he's so far ahead, I don't feel like that word does it justice. So Runic echoes to the components of jungle items. Look at the farm difference. The fact that he's 2-1 as well, opposed to just a single kill.
Yeah, ridiculous. His Tally has Vengeful Maelstrom, procs it there. Ryu takes a bit of damage, and the tree.
I got it. He's
commanding
not just
respect.
ahead, he's a full body length.
Aha.
It's like horse racing.
Yeah,
3 lengths ahead,
he's an arm.
4 furlongs from him.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, it's a distance measurement.
Yeah.
I think it's meters now, actually.
Probably an imperial measurement, let's be honest. No one likes the imperial measurements. Choose able to clear out this minion wave very nicely. Now that he has the book and another book in the Fetish Codex and, of course,
Top lane.
yeah, right underneath the turret as Ryu does have the ultimate available. We'll see when he's actually going to use it, as it's just not going to happen ever.
Pretty close, honestly. Ryu didn't have his flash, though. It's going to be available now. It may have been the difference between living or dying. So very well timed from Legacy. Yeah, but he wanted to kill really badly. And if he ulted, he may not have got that kill.
Yeah, good
He
point.
was looking for a trade.
All or nothing.
Yeah, but the card's actually from Choo-Choo stopping any kind of dash, any kind of movement. And ultimate #1 from the Choo-Choo Z hits the mark.
Yeah, and the classic Twisted Fate rulebook of did First Destiny work? If yes, doing very, very well. And in this case, doing very, very well is exactly it. Bomb, though, has some free time here in this lane, trying to catch up in that farm value as he was focused a fair bit in the early stages of the game.
Kuden doing his best. I am not a support at the moment. I'm actually a roaming bottom laner.
The fact that he turns into a penguin when he goes through his magic journey gets me every time.
Wasn't sure what you were keeping.
Sorry, it's a fantastic skin.
It is the best. Look at him. They just have so much presence as a duo. Like, King has no mana. And still the Siva and Zaraka are like, no, we can't do this.
Yeah, and actually just winning in every single lane as far as that farm is concerned, just organically taking control as well as getting the kills in their advantage on the side of Legacy. This game very different to the previous one.
Let's see if they try and base race this time.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is very much further ahead. Tally actually even walking on top of the Echo Ultimate, taunting him. Something that you do when you know you're ahead and you want him to hit you with it.
Yeah.
Considering the item build as well that Ryu has. No damage. Absolutely none.
And Choose just looks so calm and confident here in this mid lane.
Look at the
now,
difference in
shooting towards
items.
The bottom side, exactly right. Morellonomicon Lucidity Boots, that's 30% CDR already. And just another casual book if he wants to do some educating. I wonder what it is. Encyclopedia Britannica maybe.
That's the thing with the Twisted Fate builds as well. Remember that now most items will give cooldown reduction. Instead of going for an Abyssal perhaps against the Victor, he might want to Zonias as well later on. He's still got 30% CDR with his boots, which means immediate strength.
Well, there's a Tempered Fate. Really nice spell shield from Frey. Of course, relatively telegraphed, and he is going to be absolutely fine.
Really are. Not understanding too much of that plan. Of course, Carbon just waited for the spell shield to be up again before he walked out.
Yeah.
Minions were the priority. Here we go. Luna will be the one in trouble.
Yeah, I wonder whose destiny this one is. As Luna does flash away out of one thing, but oh my god, he's so dead. Legacy pick up an easy one on the bottom side of the map and transition immediately into a turret in classic Legacy fashion.
And this kind of all pieces it together well for those viewing at home. Of course, the maximum cooldown reduction from single items, boots being very efficient, reduces the flash cooldown, sets himself up well. Choo-Choo's an ultimate number 2, which was already available.
Yeah.
Picks them up another kill on the board and the turret with it. And this is where the map opens further and further.
On the hunt has gone down. It's a decent Cosmic Binding, but it's a really nice Bell Shield as Carbon gets in over the top of the heels enough. Frey actually takes down Cuda in the meantime. Nice bait out of the Sivir, who manages to survive. Bit of damage onto this turret as Carbon gets angry with it as well, but that was almost a gimme. Really nicely played from Frey.
And Kuden going down. An interesting series of events again from Legacy. They've got the aggression, they've got the moves ready, and it's in that playbook. But to actually execute on those moves, sometimes they just bite off more than they can chew. But with the Drake to follow, I think they'll be all right.
Yep. King going to come over and help out. As Carbon is going to lock up the first Infernal Drake.
Next one being Cloud.
Yep.
Sorry, changes immediately. It's really cool.
Yeah, I actually really like it. You know, we haven't seen either of these dragons yet, and thankfully Summoner's Rift let us see all of the dragons that Summoner's Rift has to offer apart
Drake's
from
me,
the
like the
internal.
rapper.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah.
Something about cell phones. Greyseeker out here from the head as he tries to lock down this Rift Scuttler. Choo-Choo's does have a very low health bar on his turret, but of course when you move around the map and destroy everybody else apart from your lane opponent, as well as your lane opponent, I guess,
Oh, wow.
is a big deal. But Carbon actually in a fair bit of trouble
Watch
here as
bomb.
Starkle actually not going to do it. Oh, there's the flash, drops the base on top of him. May actually be punished for this one though, as the Tempered Fate is going to stop the onslaught of Bomb. Can still actually control that Chaos Storm, but of course Magical Journey going to get him to safety. But it's a nice pickup here for Hellions, showing signs of life.
Yeah, they get themselves the kill mostly because of Carbon's aggression. Choose puts himself into an awkward position. This will be the turret and more money in their back pocket. Choose luckily just got his recall out. Funny thing was actually Bomb dropping the Chaos Storm. Kuden took the Magical Journey, and Bomb tried to put his Chaos Storm through the Magical Journey. I actually watched him try to do that. If there was anything we could replay from that last skirmish, it would be that. Because there's at least 3 movements of that Chaos Storm.
We're going to need some zooms.
That was glorious.
Oh, they grabbed 2 turrets for it here as well. Hellions really evening things
Wow,
out.
that's a
Tally
really good
right
TP.
in the back line. King's going to snipe someone off there from the top side of the map. Is impaired as well. He's going to fall down. Ain't not much he can do as Tally just smacks the ground, picks up the kill. Rek'Sai's dead.
Straight
Soraka
top.
gone as well, as Choo-Choo is just going to turn things around, try and grab himself a turret. And we were talking about pure Legacy fashion here, getting objectives afterwards. That's an aggressive way to do it.
Yeah, the battle on 2 fronts essentially is what Choose is forcing, even stunning up minions just to prove a point accidentally, of
Yeah,
course.
kind of wanted a red card there, I believe. Finds it that time.
Yes, they pressure this top lane turret. Remember, they were already winning the middle lane due to that push, and they actually bring Carbon up here. So if they get turrets, it'll be at least 1. Looks like it could be 2, however.
Yeah, that is going to be the Void Rush impaired, prioritizing the middle outer turret, but that is probably just going to fall down. As Frey dodges out of the way of the Mystic shot.
Reasonably cool, though.
Just taking so much damage here.
Yeah. And what's cool about this is the Twisted Fate in Italy would then have a flank. And throwing out wildcards, throwing out spears from that flank can be very handy and quite potent. So they don't just get 1 turret, they get the easy one top lane through the TF Ultimate and Italy rotation, and then they move together mid lane as 5 strong and actually poke their way out. And they're not actually done. They're just going to take everything on the map.
Yep, Harold is now going to be started up here as Tally and Carbon looking to try and take that one down. Kuden going to pay a visit as well, possibly able to top Tally up there with some cups of cocoa. As you can see there, so they are going to be able to grab this one here at 16 minutes into the game. We'll see who they give it to, whether it will be Carbon or whether it will be Tally. It's going to be Carbon this time, so just wants to be able to find someone in a jungle and eliminate them with those added stacks.
He has been doing so well at the moment.
Yeah.
Thankfully impaired as well. This is something that I'll... Whoa, bit slow there, Mr. Spectator. You want to catch him recall.
Do like the idea though.
Fantastic. In fact, I challenge you to do it again next time.
Yep.
That's
There
it.
it is.
Yeah.
Challenge on.
Yeah. There's the other thing though, right? So we discussed Twisted Fate's cooldown reduction maxing before.
Yeah, which he has 40% off
The
now.
thing we didn't state is that it changes your rune pages if you go for a build like this, and with all of the cooldown reduction available in items.
Yeah.
Most people and most mid laners, to take notes, will actually be going ability power per level now instead of cooldown reduction blues. simply because more items that are efficient for you give cooldown reduction.
Well, Tempered Fate is going to come down. Doesn't get the tower there, but Impaired right underneath. Gold card comes in. The Rek'Sai in trouble. He's very tanky. Ryu teleports in. Rek'Sai not going to be able to do any engaging here as Hellions actually looking to try and get themselves into aggressive positioning. Tally with no teleport means they do have a man advantage. Head. Void Rush almost off cooldown.
Yeah, but with no teleport available, they're able to just
Teleport.
back away Legacy, kind of push them off. I didn't need you to say it.
Oh.
Look, I had it.
Oh.
It was there.
All right, so
I was
I can
set up
show
so
my
well for that. Yeah, I
appreciation.
know.
Huh. Spear is going to land, though. Carbon, lots of damage. Flashes, there's the pounce as well. There's the Chaos Storm down onto the Kitty Cat. Not exactly very tanky is Carbon, and he is going to fall down in the trade, but my God, everyone on Legacy getting aggressive. Double kill comes in as King just doing King things on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, now 4-0 on that Ezreal, and Legacy turn up the tempo once again and get themselves some more kills. Both carries, I will say most importantly, being the ones that go down, which means any kind of defense that Hellions try and mount will be kind of pointless, and they have to concede more of the map.
Well, you can see Ryu fighting Tally here in the red pit. Impaired coming over as well. We'll see whether they're going to be able to take down the tree. Teleport coming in off the backside there as Choose is going to pay a visit. Impaired and Ryu now running for the hills. Nice twisted advance. Impaired will have to use the tunnels to try and get himself to safety. Choose might actually be in trouble here as he's falling very, very low. Impaired grabs the kill. True Shot Barrage almost gets him, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. And thankfully, Luna turned up, the ambulance arrived, and Hellions survive with Choose falling down.
Luna is the most delicate flower in this game. Full stop. That Ezreal ultimate almost like killed him just outright. Like, wait.
I think he was busy killing himself to heal his
Well, yeah, look, it
friends
might
at
have
the
been a
same time.
simultaneous heal with the... Either way, man, like, that was still... Choose got baited.
Yep.
Tally shouldn't have been there. He was just trying to brute force his way in, and I don't really think he was going to die unless they fought him for another 20-odd seconds, in which case, this would have been available, and they would have wasted a lot of time, but valiant attempt from Choose to save his top laner, and he dies for it.
Exactly right. So, to augment their already gained Infernal Drake, Legacy are going to be able to pick up the Cloud Drake. Would actually like to see like Infernal Drake and Cloud Drake work in tandem, just because, you know, you blow oxygen on a fire and it gets bigger and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Frey's actually going to get caught out of position here. Destiny comes down. That's exactly how you want to use that ultimate, as the AD carry falls for free. Really nicely done from Legacy to orchestrate that pick.
I think he actually spell shielded like a Nidalee Spear or something to that extent.
That's how.
I'm not sure. It might have even been Choose activation on the ultimate, but like for what it was, yeah, for what it's worth, that was impeccable timing from Kuden.
Genius! Using the Destiny? Because that's AoE destroying of spell shields.
Yes. That is indeed what I was
Blowing
saying.
my mind.
Atlas.
It's blowing my mind. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm reiterating stuff that you're saying, but my God. Super cool.
Very cool. Either way, they still get that pick on a Frey. And with that one member dead, again another carry, this is possible.
Yeah, another flank to come in as Luna just gets taken down so low. You're exactly right. Made out of rice paper is this Soraka as Carbon. Very, very low, but he's going to be able to get himself to relative safety. Impaired, pretty tanky. And it's going to mean that Bomb picks up the kill onto Tally in the backline. Frey, so far up. There's another spear from long range is going to land. Kuden now trying to run away. Choose still wants something more as Impaired quite low. King just pops over the wall, picks himself up a kill. All too easy. Load. Another Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but Legacy, they've managed to pick up 2 kills. Oh. Carbon, don't you be pushing your luck, boy.
Tell you who will push their luck though, King. He'll take anyone on in a battle. 5-0 on that Ezreal. Doesn't quite have his blade. Has all the components for it. And in a ridiculously strong position, even in comparison to his opposition AD carry. Everyone on Legacy looking strong in this second game.
Yeah.
We're yet to see any silly base races, for lack of a better word that is nice. And Legacy, of course, utilizing that lead much more effectively this time around.
Yeah, picking up everything on the map here as well, of course. Double dragons. They picked up the Rift Herald.
This will be interesting.
Double the kills of the Hellions. Now with a 9,000 gold lead. This is the Hellions we were expecting moving into this series, as they were looking extraordinarily dominant.
Bomb also looking decent, I will say. He's just been in a position where there's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the biggest problem that Hellions are currently suffering from is that their jungler is being just moved on the whole time. The early game has been the hardest job of Impaired's life.
Yeah.
He's always going to be a Rek'Sai, which means he'll do his job as the game progresses, and we saw that, right? But the damage was done. Like, Carbon was so far ahead that he was always going to be a big deal. And with a Twisted Fate and a big Nidalee, it was a sooner or later thing for this team composition in game number 2. And there's just nothing Bomb could do. The cleanse was like used once, and then they just dive him next time instead.
Yeah, and it's not really about Carbon necessarily even just winning the jungle, as Tempered Fate is going to land onto Bomb. Two-shot barrage timed very nicely, as that's all poke that almost killed the mid laner of the Hellions. Another spear flies through. Didn't quite have the Echo's enchantment on it, but Legacy, they've poked Hellions out. They're just too far ahead, and they'll find their way into the base. Inhibitor's going to fall down here as well. Another day in the office here for this team. They can pick up a Ocean Drake relatively soon, but I have a feeling they're looking north for that Baron.
Yeah, they should be looking towards the Baron as a bigger objective. I don't think the Dragon's up for about 3 to 4 minutes. And with the inhibitor now broken, Ryu not even opting towards fighting. They actually just needed to concede that inhibitor. The amount of damage Bomb took was unreal. Now, they do still have a ward on this Baron. It is an Echo, so if they can get any kind of fight...
Impaired, trying to get in there, doesn't manage to pick it up.
Choose is dead.
Yeah, whole lot of damage in here as well, as King takes down the Baron, as well as the Rek'Sai. Ryu has followed Kuden. He wants to get him out of that fight. He's able to pick it up, but he's so far away. Nice exhaust onto King, who has to flash out of the way of the Death Ray. Finally, the kill comes down onto Bomb, but Ryu might be able to get the work done in the end of this fight. Flashes forward, picks up Carbon. Tally now the last man standing. The last man with the Baron buff. He's got a lot of health.
Stop using spells, just let him live.
Yeah. Sap magic, just turn around, hit him, get a whole bunch of your health back. You should be fine. As he's, see, look at that.
No, seriously, but stop using spells.
Yeah, silly numbers. Get stunned. They are under the turret. Tally still alive. Ryu tanking it up. He's able to phase dive his way out. Hellions get the ace sort of in the end, as Kuden had respawned. But that's 5 kills for the Hellions.
And 0 Barons remain. So yes, well done to get themselves the kill. Choose is here. Remember,
Yeah.
Choose has his ultimate.
There's the Destiny. Luna could be in trouble
Does
here.
he want it?
No flash.
He wants it.
Yeah, going to be able to use it here, but there's a lot of damage to follow up for a fantastic spell shield. My god, that was instant. And Tempered Fate going to land onto Choose.
Bud says no.
Yeah, but he's like, Choose, stop chasing, stop chasing. All right, look, I'll have to press R on you.
Yeah, but of course, now that the dust has settled a little bit here, Hellions have still shown their team compositions have always been able to team fight once they set themselves up for it in the right way. And Legacy going for that Baron without getting a recall in between was very foolish. They would have had a lot of money in their back pockets. They just secured an inhibitor for it. And they even gave time for Hellions to respond. Ryu was also pushing top lane, so really, he does love stunning minions, but really they just don't get it. Like, Hellion, they are being gifted ways back into this game on more than one occasion, and
Yeah.
the end result is that, like, I'm not discrediting Hellions for winning team fights by any means, but you expect more from Legacy.
Well, true. That being said, they were sort of given a whole lot of what they had Legacy here and weren't all that tested, as Ryu's going to turn up. Parallel Convergence is there. This turret is taken down very, very low as Ryu doesn't find the stuns that he's looking for. Impaired.
Tally's
Super
dead.
low one more time, but you're right. Tally is going to fall eventually. It is going to be Rek'Sai dying, so Impaired's down. King grabs
Whoa,
one as he
King.
just Arcane shifts right on top of Bomb's head. The Chaos Storm is going to be removed because of it. Double kill comes in. Fantastic. Q comes out from Qden just to lock down 2 members of Hellions, and Legacy, I don't know how King gets away with those moves, but it is going to be enough to net them another inhibitor.
So deep. King is the deepest Ezreal in existence.
Yeah.
Yes, it works because he was super fed before that actually happened. His damage is enough that when he uses his E forwards, he can kill the target that he's looking to kill. If you have a Victor near you, though, you just die.
You don't opt into that. That's just crazy.
Very impressive that he makes it work. So, strong mechanical player, King. As Kuden actually spent about 15 seconds lining that one up.
Yep.
There you go, Spectator. You win this round.
Aww.
Carver, get out of the way. Hey.
He just photobombed.
Oh, no, it's good
That's
recall as well.
amazing. How did he even
really
do
good
it?
recall too. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, no, it's not bad. But
haven't
come
seen
on,
that
we
one.
just saw an adorable little penguin.
You did photobomb.
Fantastic.
Cheeky devil.
We've gotten out of this game all that we need. Is Legacy going to try and finish the trifecta of dragons? Ocean Drake is going to fall here as well. Nicely done. Carbon heading in, takes himself with Rift Scuttler, and they've just got every bit of control that they would like
Those two inhibitors down. Hellions still trying to hold on.
All right, I've got it, Atlas.
All right, go.
What do we call this dragon combination? That's a tough one.
Yeah. Oh,
You know what I was thinking?
what?
Rain clouds on a bushfire.
Yeah, or a tornado through a volcano.
Okay, mine's realistic.
Yeah, that's very true. A spray bomb and Ryu all caught in the tempered fate means that Impaired's just going to fall down. The last inhibitor turret taking so much damage as Tally looks near unkillable there in the backline. Ryu just watches as his team dies trying to dive the backline. Just can't do anything. That was a clean ace as Luna is back in the fountain. By clean ace, I mean killed everyone that was there. And the Soraka, not a whole lot she can do. As Choo Choo's going to make his way in. All the inhibitors are dead, and
I'm guessing that's a surrender. Surely that's a surrender.
entirely sure. That's a nice double kill there for Luna, though. Shoutouts.
Wow.
His Legacy, with 3 members remaining, should be able to follow the super creeps towards the Nexus.
A disappointing ending, I will say, based on what's just happened.
Yep.
To a game that was reasonably clean from the Legacy roster. And they come into game number 2. They don't lose composure.
What? They do lose their mid laner. The Nexus is going to be focused, though. That is going to be the game. Legacy with the 2-0 victory over the Hellions. 60,000 gold to 47,000. That was a much more convincing game. But look, there were some questions towards the end there. Need to say that they did reset after what was an interesting game number 1.
Yeah, look, for what it's worth, I feel like overconfidence is the only thing that bit them back
Yeah.
at the end of the day. Legacy still have a solid victory. They just thought that they could do more than they could. Probably Hellions just couldn't do it.
No, they certainly couldn't. But we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that better win from Legacy.
Thank you so much, guys. And I don't know if we actually agree. Because Legacy came out swinging, right? And they dominated all 3 lanes. And there's one thing that we know about Legacy is that these guys in a 1v1 mechanical matchup or a 2v2, they're going to pull you apart. And they showed that across the board. But the mid-game decision-making was once again very questionable from this lineup. I mean, they got aced around Baron for no apparent reason at all.
And it was kind of funneling into poor places. There was also a moment where they walked into the mid lane and Bomb just blew them up with a Chaos Storm and a laser, and it allowed 2 tier towers to go down in that mid lane. It's just kind of like, what are you doing there?
Yeah, absolutely have no idea. However, I want to get back to the early game because we were commenting a little bit on Carbon's Nidalee. Didn't look so confident in the early clear, but his jungle pathing and the way he bullied out Impaired was actually quite impressive towards the latter stage of that early game.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing you can always trust Carbon with, it's his jungle pathing, and he always gives himself the best opportunity to abuse his opposition in the early game. And I think his jungle pathing showed that, and he's abusing the still, I would say, unexperienced Impaired.
Yeah, and is that a jungle matchup? This is where I want to go with, because we've had questions about, I mean, where's Rek'Sai's place in the meta? Is she as good as Nidalee and Kindred? This game, it looked like Nidalee's early game still was a little bit too much for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Nidalee still has the advantage in the early game. I would have liked to see Impaired just take the Echo again. I didn't see a need to put him on Rek'Sai this time. I think that's just, it suits his style better, and they should just stick to what he's good at.
Yeah, so wasn't able to get it done in the end. However, guys, we want to pull up a replay. Frost, I wanted to get you to take us through this one because, you know, it doesn't look like a big replay, but it was one of those cool things from Legacy.
Yeah, it was just really cute. So what's really cool is we saw the spell shield, and what's killing the spell shield here is actually the destiny. So it's the Twisted Fate ultimate coming in, and then immediately it frees up the Tempered Fate from the Bard to come down and lock him up. And yeah, that's kind of a cool interaction because people don't really think about that one as often. But what's more important is the communication to set that up and to execute it is brilliant from Legacy.
Yeah, so maybe Legacy, even though they're not able to play the clean style of League of Legends, still looks like the communication is there, guys. So good signs for this. I do want to take a step back and I guess try and come back to what you said at the start of the show, Bensel, which is, you know, Legacy's still a good team, but we don't think they are that outright second place, that maybe there is room between the second and fourth. Has that reconfirmed your suspicions about it, or did Legacy do enough there to, I guess, put themselves back in the running for that second place spot, in your opinion?
I think they'll still make a good run for second place. It's just a matter of, I think that the middle pack extends from second down to fifth. I think they're still probably the favourites for making second place, but I think tonight confirmed that they're probably the best option for that at the moment.
And what do you reckon, Frost? Like, against Hellions, a team that I guess you expect if you're Legacy to come out and dominate on all portions, maybe a little bit of scrappy play. Do you think that's an opponent thing, or do you think that's Legacy in general? I'll let you cough for a second. Yeah.
I think the biggest issue for Legacy tonight, there was like some decision making on either side, Hellions and Legacy. You know, why are you there? Why are you walking into this? You're not strong right now. You should have picked Baron over the tower here, or why are we base racing? But it's more important, like, draft. Like, Legacy did a great job executing on their draft, far superior than Hellions did. But both games, I actually think that Hellions had the superior draft. They just unable to do anything with it. And I think that's what really cost them in skin, just like having the power of Victor and walking into that laser and those Chaos Realms, trying to have these big 5v5s, and even though Hellions were behind, able to kind of get their foot back in it, find these aces. But their comp shored up a lot of that.
Yeah, it certainly did. I still think that Legacy is one of the best team fighting teams in the competition, so looking forward to see how they can make their run. However, guys, they do win 2-0 over Hellions. Don't go anywhere, because after the break, we have more League of Legends action. Welcome back to the OPL. We just saw Legacy comprehensively beat the Hellions, moving on to our second best of three of the night. It is going to be Abyss taking on... Sorry for 1 second, I just completely lost it. They're going up against the Direwolves. I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me is Benzel as well as Frostcurrent. Yeah. All right, anyway, moving into this game, let's have a look at the Abyss lineup. We'll bring it up onto your screen first, guys. It is going to be the top lane Pac-Man, Seb in the jungle, Luch their mid laner, Squidgy their AD carry, and T-Gun their support. There it is up on your screen. So one of the new teams from the OCS promoting into the OPL. They, of course, will be going up against the Direwolves as we bring the Direwolves roster up on your screen in just a second. So Direwolves, of course, they have Chippies, their new player up there in the top lane. It is going to be Sybil, their juggler, Fantix in the mid lane, Raze and Regret is their new duo lane down in the bottom. So let's kick this one open because, these two teams, I guess Regret coming onto the Direwolves, you already mentioned it's an upgrade. Abyss, we've only seen them once. It was against the Hellions. It's an impressive victory after what we just saw out of the Hellions versus Legacy. Where are they stacking up against each other right now?
I would say the Direwolves should have the advantage. I think it's going to be a close 2-1 though, but just from what I've seen, that's what I would put it at right now.
Frost, what did you make of Abyss, I guess, first week of play?
I think the top side of the map is actually very strong. I've always been a big fan of Seb in the jungle, and I actually think he has the advantage over the likes of Sybil. But I rate Seb very highly. So I think it's really cool that we have this like Seb, Luch versus Fantix, Sybil, and then Chippy's up there. And then you have Pac-Man, who is also kind of another hidden gem, if you will. So two of these big carries on kind of lower-end OPL teams coming together on Abyss Esports.
Yeah, I guess Infernum and Trident's parting gift to the league was that they kind of let a lot of free agent talent back into the OPL. I mean, Pac-Man and Seb now turning up in the top side of the map is a great news story after losing Pabu up there and General. So that is one thing that Abyss definitely can hold their hat on. Bottom lanes, however, you got Squidgy T-Gun, T-Gun, big shot caller, but, maybe sometimes shaky mechanical skill going up against what is Raze and Regret. That's a pretty powerful bottom lane coming out of Direwolves.
Yeah, I definitely think this is the part of the map where Direwolves have the advantage for sure. I think the top half of the map will be a bit of a wash. I think both teams are very skilled up there. Maybe Direwolves are a bit more mechanical, but I think they'll be all right. But in the bottom half of the map, definitely Direwolves will have the advantage.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is the way it plays out. Two players we do want to take a closer look into, however, is Luch and Fantix. Both of them CS like absolute monsters. There's the numbers up on your screen. So it is going to be Luch, 9.27 CS per minute. Fantix last split, however, 9.63. Had a little bit of a quieter show against Legacy, but is quite a PvE monster. What do you make of these two players? Is Luch going to be the next Fantix? This guy's pretty hyped up.
Yeah, he is pretty hyped up. I think he's still pretty raw. I would say that he's probably a little bit more abusable, but a similar style. Definitely mechanically can probably hold it together with Fantix.
What did you make of Luch, Frost? Because mid lane's in a really weird situation at the moment. You can kind of take whatever you want. There are some power picks in there. He does like to farm up on the control mages.
Yeah, and it was kind of the big Azir pick where he had almost, beyond perfect CS, and that's like, okay, so this guy actually is living up to expectations in the OPL when we got him down there. My big question mark for him is what kind of different styles that he plays. Like, yes, Fantix can also do the control mage, but we've seen kind of both iterations of him, and we haven't seen that yet of Luch. So the patch may be protecting him a bit, but I want to see if we run an actual kill lane in the mid lane as opposed to just a farm fest.
So do you think that that is an option that the Direwolves have here? Do you think that Sybil and Fantix will throw down the gauntlet and, give over something like an Azir, but pick up something like a LeBlanc, like a Fizz that Fantix has played in the past and just try and take it to the new mid laner of Abyss squad?
That's certainly possible. That would be one way to go with the strategy, I'd say. I think that it is an advantage that I think Fantix is definitely the more flexible player. So having him on Assassins is a possibility, whereas Luch can't really hold that.
And of course, in the 2v2 there, you also have to look at the jungles. You already mentioned Seb has to be an Elise contested pick here because you assume that Kindred and Italy are going to be taken off the board. Two of the best Elise players in the league going head-to-head.
And if we're talking about Luch's question marks on his champion pool, just because we haven't had a big enough sample size, you also have to then look at Sybil. So we know that,
Udyr out of the meta.
Udyr gone. Maybe Zach makes an appearance, but kind of question mark, is it going to be a least contested pick? Do you just completely take it off the board and try to see if Seb can just be more flexible than Sybil?
All right, we'll see that. Before I jump into the next bit, I do want to get your predictions for this one because I think it is a little bit closer than people at home would suspect. Frost, who did you tip for this game?
I actually picked the Direwolves, and the reason being is because of the bot lane, which we mentioned. If you look at the top side of the map, I actually think it's fairly even, but I think the bot lane, especially with the transfer of Regret 9, kind of just puts Direwolves over the edge. I think that they're the more veteran squad in terms of they've been together longer, that they'll be able to do it.
Regret, game one, you need to step up, mate. On the other side, Bensel, coming to you. Who did you actually who would you say was going to come out ahead in this matchup?
Yeah, well, I said that I think Direwolves will take it 2-1, but I do think it'll be really close. I think the team's strengths really lie in similar places, so I'll be interested to see how the bot lane goes.
Certainly will. However, guys, we do want to hear from you at home as well. Tweet into us. Use that hashtag IamOPL. Tweet at @lol_Oceania. Tell us which team you are supporting and why. Also, remember, guys, that they are moving towards the OPL Grand Final. Tickets are on sale as of last Friday, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I don't know why I have that in my head still. Maybe I said it too many times. However, the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us there for one more time.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Rusty. Look, Abyss Esports came out with a win last week. Direwolves,
They did.
not so much. Are we still thinking that Direwolves, due to the fact that they are a bit of a, I guess, more practice team here in the OPL, do you think that they have the edge moving into this
I think Direwolves are very familiar with actually losing games. It's a weird thing to say, but
Yeah.
it means that they should be able to bounce back perfectly fine. They do have regret now in that bottom lane as well. One thing to note is he's actually a pretty good shot caller. He's really good when it comes to the crunch as well, these team fights and setting them up for success. I think that adding regret might actually help them with reinvigoration as well.
I'm actually really excited for this bottom lane duo as well. Raze and Regret just sounds like the most go-in style. I mean, we just watched King play. Raze, a little bit similar as far as putting his face into the enemy team. We saw it last split on the Corky pick when he was strong, just sort of standing in the front line, getting phosphorus bombs on everyone. So we'll see how this one's going to work. And up against T-Gun as well, a man that does like to put his face in it also. Be possibly explosive.
Yeah, there could be a lot of bottom lane aggression. I think it comes down to Squidgy, namely, as he did get a couple of games on Lucian that we won't see from him this time around. And he also showed a bit of strength and a bit of weakness in there. So I will say near exploitable player. But once again, I think most of our attention will be towards the top half of the map if you're an Abyss esports fan.
Exactly right. But all of the bans have completed. Fizz, Lucian, Trundle taken away by Abyss, as Direwolves removed Nidalee, Azir, and Soraka. So from back-to-back Soraka games to no Soraka on the Rift. And I'm personally okay with this. You know, I think we've got our potassium, not enough banana, no bananas necessary as we head into game number 3 for the day. But Rise is going to be left open, and Pac-Man looking at it for now for Luch.
A decently large amount of targeted bans. Even the Fizz from Abyss esports
Yeah.
away from Fantix means that they might get options that they want in this middle lane.
Yeah, potentially a flex ban there as well, as Chippies could have picked that one up towards the top side. But Direwolves now with 2 priority picks to come down. We'll see whether the Victor is going to be looked at, but probably doesn't need to be prioritized now that the Rise has been shown from Abyss.
Yeah, and Rise to me should be the mid lane option. I don't think we'll see that one flexed either, but Luch definitely capable of playing it, as it's basically a control mage.
Yep.
And Luch does that well.
Kindred has been left up.
Yeah, and I think Kindred should be looked at. Sybil depends, and it's something that the desk mentioned, is do they actually prioritize taking the Elise away from Seb,
Yeah.
who's had a mean Nidalee, but he'll always find that one banned.
Sybil had what, Graves and Zac.
Yeah, and Elise has always been
recently
coined as the kind
the
of get out of
Sybil
my
champion.
jungle, though, as well for the Kindred. So as a response, knowing that the Kindred is up, I think Abyss Esports will be happy with an Elise of their own.
Yeah, and look, definitely a champion that Seb has shown prowess on, as mentioned prior. Ezreal, given a lot of priority here. Of course, Raze being a phenomenal Ezreal player, sort of legacy Ezreal player as well, back when he was known as Zeratul.
You know what? He was a legacy player of Gragas, because he wasn't actually an AD carry. He's changed roles a lot of times.
Rusty finding some similarities with our OPL players.
Well, a lot of people wouldn't know that about him.
Well, that's
at
true.
all.
I'd imagine a lot of people wouldn't know that about you either. I believe the Gragas play was on the North American server quite a few years ago. Yeah. As Karthus is currently being looked at here from Luch. I have a feeling that's not going to be locked in. But what are we looking at as far as priority for Abyss here, as far as these lock-ins are concerned?
Well, the question that we always have to ask, and we don't expect it, is where is the Rise going?
Yeah.
If the Rise is going mid, which is always assumed, you look at the top lane because that's your next rotation in draft based off what Direwolves have already got. They don't need to lock in a jungler or AD carry if there is something that they deem as a higher priority in the way of drafting. So support and top lane make a lot of sense. The
Yep.
champions that they've picked make a lot of sense as well, given that Soraka's banned. I think Braum's still quite strong. Trundle being banned as well, actually a decent pick into Braum as far as support's going, one of the few times I think we'd ever see it. Also taken off the board.
Yeah. Currently regret considering the Bard, as Fantix knows what the solo lanes are, looking at the Twisted Fate. Of course, Choose having a very nice performance on the champion in the last game. We'll see how Fantix is going to go up against Luch on the Rise, more than likely.
There you go.
Oh, he may have picked himself into the Echo mid lane here, if we're thinking about it, if you want to get fancy.
Well,
Chuck the Rise into the top lane.
that is fancy. And we'll see how fancy they get. I don't expect that from a new side. Direwolves also off the back of a defeat to Legacy.
Yep.
Quite handily, I will say, they lost. Might want to bounce back and take this game deadly serious. So cuteness can kind of be laughed at whilst they slap you. Direwolves are going to be no slouches. And Fantix having his most banned from 2 splits ago. Twisted
Exactly.
Fate.
This is
yeah.
the Fantix power pick.
Let's just say there was 7 weeks of OPL 2 splits ago, and it wasn't banned in 2 games.
Yep.
And he won those 2 games, and both of them were against Legacy. And they immediately regretted that decision every time.
Yeah, and so they got a guy with that name. Put it into the bottom lane, forcing even more regret. There's now Caitlyn going to be picked up. Elise there as well for Seb. Sort of the pick that we were expecting. I do like Caitlyn out of Squidgy, adding some range to what is a relatively short-range comp, and does work very well with the Braum. Of course, you can just stand back from range, procking those passive shots. So that is going to be your team comp out of Abyss, as immediately the Maokai to be locked in here from Chippies. We'll see how this is going to work. Of course, oh, actually, no, it was Rek'Sai. Okay, switched over at the last minute. Caught me by surprise.
He did. He switched over. He's got that physical damage dealer as well, given the rest of his team. I still like it.
Yep.
And the Rek'Sai's in a pretty good place at the moment, also giving them that extra tanky tool. And if there's one thing that Abyss are, it's tanky.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much everywhere except the Caitlyn, who sits far enough back, usually,
Yeah.
that you'd think it's safe, right? You can't really sit too far back against this Direwolves composition, however, that has sculpted themselves plenty of means to get there, but able to kick it off. TF able to actually just be behind you if he so chooses. Malco would teleport flanks as well, and Kindred also just quietly capable of being anywhere in a team fight, skirting around seamlessly.
That's exactly right. And I think that this Direwolves comp really plays to what they've always been known for as well. This sort of like skirmish-heavy style, the reactionary play where they can get themselves into these skirmishes around the river, like make sure that they can dictate the flow of that sort of early game running around phase. And with Destinies, with teleports out of Chippies and so much sort of CC to follow up, it's looking dangerous.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think there's a lot of strengths here from the Direwolves. Abyss Esports have plenty of their own, though.
We'll see what they can do. Use that hashtag AEWin if you think that Abyss are going to be able to take this one, or the hashtag Direwolves win, or DW win if you think that the Direwolves are going to be able to get their first win on the board, because they need to start finding something. Direwolves, of course, a playoff team normally here in the OPL. They didn't start all that strong. We'll see whether they can turn that all around as we hop onto Summoner's Rift.
The Direwolves, known to love a dogfight, they always bounce back.
Oh, yeah.
In a positive manner. So moving into this second game, again, we alluded towards it, but they have a lot to prove still in the OPL.
I certainly do. We're going to have a look at the Keystone Masteries. Nothing really standing out too much.
Would you prefer the good cop?
Just the fervor of battle onto Kindred, something you don't often see. Yeah. Usually you'd see Strength of the Ages as the more efficient Keystone Mastery, but all things considered, it's still quite good. Kindred being able to kite camps, you'll find is perfectly capable.
Yeah, we'll be staying alive there with that W passive as well. Storm Raider Surge, I guess, is the only other thing mentionable here, as we have seen sort of a mix-up of quite a few different keystones to be opted for from Rise. You can hop into that more defensive tree if you want to get Strength of the Ages, something like that. But this time, just wants to make sure that slow reduction is there and get himself where he needs to go.
And one of the cooler things as well about what Direwolves have done is they've put the Twisted Fate into that middle lane, which means you don't need a teleport, and because you're against the Rise usually, you don't want the teleport because he'd just kill you.
Yeah.
So you kind of need a defensive summoner spell as a precautionary measure. That exhaust will be very handy, and he still has the Destiny to get him around the map, where Luch can't.
Oh, Regret and Ray's actually moving into the jungle here. Pac-Man and Seb forced to move out of the way, and the lane swap actually going to be instigated here from the Direwolves.
Yeah, we'll see if Direwolves actually try to take any small blue ones. It doesn't look like it, because they were going to be late to lane.
Yep.
They might actually just go to steal this blue here.
Yeah, Squidgy's actually tanking that one up. He's going to reset there as Sybil going to get stunned by the concussive blows. Direwolves are pressured out of their jungle as well. Good response. But Skyen is in with a tweet. My favorite IMOPL rivalry is Spawn LOL versus the English language. Oh, that's so good.
Is it not true?
I know, it's adorable though, let's be honest. Sybil and Chippies have transitioned over to the top side of the map, though they are going to be able to take down a Wraith camp. And you can see Regret just tanking up minions by the looks of things for the fun.
Building up a bigger creep wave. So rule of thumb for those who aren't too aware is the more damage you take that minions aren't, the stronger those minions will be when it crashes towards the turret. Makes life a lot easier for you to take that turret. As if you've managed to save 1 or 2 melee creeps as an example from being one-hittable, then you'll find that you got 1 or 2 extra hits under that turret where it's not hitting you. And with the changes to it having armor, not being able to backdoor it as well, it's unreasonable. It's actually still just very clever from Regret.
Yep, big deal. Of course, Kindred Mark is going to be denied here by Abyss, as Seb was able to pick that one up in the river. Steals away the blue buff at the same time. His actually hasn't been looked at on the side of Sybil.
Sybil will probably work towards it though. He'll probably start near that Scuttle Crab, dependent on its spawn. go maybe Gromp and Blue at the same time. But he'll see that it's all available right now.
Yep.
And there's no way that they're going to have Abyss on this side of the map anyway, as it's just a standard lane swap.
Strong
As
side
you
of
can
the map,
see,
of course.
Ray's pulling a regret.
Yeah, everyone just wants to tank damage if they can. Which, now that the turrets are a little bit stronger, is probably a good idea. Eat that Coco. Yeah, you want to. And by eat, I'm injuring.
He's pushing his luck.
He most certainly is. But Chippies, of course, is going to be able to finish this one off. A lot of caster creeps there to offer their damage towards this turret. I'm going to transition over to the minion wave, though.
The other rule of thumb as well is you want your top laner to be healthy, not your AD carry.
Yep.
Or support generally. I think you'll be okay with that. Which is why they do this, because Chippies will want to sit here. He'll want to make the wave kind of be frozen until you see the response out of the Caitlyn and the Braum. Once you see that response is when you start to hard push before they can get to it to make sure, which is why Sybil has actually placed his ward next to the Gromp camp that he was taking. Because knowledge is power.
That certainly is. Of course, speed as well, pretty handy as the tower just now falls down on the bottom side of the map. Bit of an advantage there for the Direwolves as they manage to get their lane swap happening a little bit faster, and the bottom lane already now to answer. Pac-Man going to be the one that really loses out on this trade.
He's got a flank on him too.
Yeah, does use the phase dive, closes a little bit more distance, but now doesn't have his maneuverability. Nice slow comes in. The last auto attack and the ignite is going to be it, and Regret, welcome to the Direwolves, picks up first blood.
And it's safe to say that because of how slow Abyss were with actually taking down their turret, it gives enough time for Direwolves to be down there almost sooner than expected. Pac-Man goes down quite easily. Nice ignite usage from that Bard. And kicking it off on the right foot here, Direwolves.
Certainly are here as Luch manages to pick up all of the creeps underneath the turret. 43 to 41 as far as that farm is concerned in this agricultural mid lane. Both Fantix and Luch being the farmers that they are.
I do love a good farm.
All right. Fantix just showing complete mastery.
Even instantly blue carded. Like, I'm not sure if he's tapping his foot to the tune of Twisted Fate's W, but
I think he almost dictates which card comes out. That's how much Twisted Fate he's played.
it's like Pokemon balls.
Yeah.
It's
He just knows.
blue card, I choose you.
Yeah, heart of the cards belong.
Well, now we're just Yu-Gi-Oh! Somehow as well.
If you're going to do it, you may as well do all of them at once.
Never seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Throw a Pokemon out, alright?
It's not true. I was just going for, like, let's get the whole Cheese TV collection happening. As Direwolves now just going to push down as a four-man group on this bottom lane outer turret. Same thing going to be happening towards the top side as Abyss Esports doing their very best to get as much global gold for the Caitlyn. Get her past that trough that we talk about so often. Of course, Ray's happy to stack up that tier at the same time, so both teams had a bit of an accord. Is going to be Echo picking up all of the gold here, the local gold for this turret. As Fantix actually taking a lot of damage from Luch.
The damage was done, regardless of the rest of that trade. Naturally, Luch still showing.
Yep.
He has a lot of strength against Fantix. Yep, and just wants to bully him out. It's never going to be an all-in-one combo. That's not what Ryze is capable of anymore, so all things considered. Reset, do it again in a couple seconds.
Precisely, and Direwolves able to utilize their bottom side presence in order to pick up the dragon. It is going to be Abyss deciding to pick up an inner turret if they can on the top side of the map. Back is going to come in from T-Gun as Fantix once again going to get prisoned up.
Be red-carded. That's exactly what Ryze should do every time. So Luch with very good awareness and knowledge of the matchup, I think, is the important thing. As Set's been found and money's been taken from his hands.
The main thing is that Fantix gets more numbers there in the bottom of your screen.
You're referring to his passive as well.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully. With every number he gets more.
Exactly.
Let's just confuse everybody. Naturally, his passive giving more
Something
gold
numbers.
when
Good
he
thing.
gets the last
Twisted
hit.
Fate. Oh, you can see Regret actually paying a visit here to the mid lane. The same thing to be done though for Abyss.
Oh, and of all things as well, the Drake that they took at like 6.5 minutes in this game is an Ocean Drake.
Mm-hmm.
That means that the jungler never has to base. Top laner, depending on if it's a freeze or not, you would say never has to base either. Support, 100% never has to base, unless he wants wards. Like the availability, the health regeneration, the mana regeneration, and a champion like Bard getting that mana regen, he's dropping Coco everywhere.
Yep, and for a team that's just so happy to move around the map as well in the Direwolves, there's another room prison. T-Gun coming in, is able to find the Winter's Bite there as well. Stun is going to come down. Regret trying to save his mid laner, is going to do so as Prey Seeker comes in. I don't know how that Cosmic Binding worked, but it was beautiful. and that is going to be the disengage for the Dial.
Yeah, well done to actually disengage. A very tanky Fantix as well. Not too easy to kill considering he's going for the Catalyst build. A little bit different to Choo Choo's that we saw in set number 1, game number 2. It means that every time he deals damage, he gets health back. In other words, he's using mana. Which is enough to actually save him, as well as all of the Bard time that he has been spending in this middle lane.
Well, speaking of Bard, now wandering towards the top side of the map, Squidgy having to deal with a lot of Direwolves members. As you can see, Sybil waiting in the wings, has the Lance Respite if anyone gets into any trouble at the same time. All skirmish ready on the side of the Direwolves, as of course the Destiny also there. Squidgy, however, has a lot of traps.
I just can't get over the fact that they got that Ocean Drake of all of them this early.
Yep.
The team comp that they have as well, it's actually very handy for them. Ezreal stacking that tier with mana regeneration if he's just fighting minions. Like, seriously.
Stunning. Fantix actually going to be able to pick up the blue buff here as well. He's going to be answered by Seb on the bottom side of the map, most likely. Of course, Luch knows exactly what's going on. Of course, I believe that went over to him a little while ago. Sybil taking a lot of damage here. T-Gun forced to use the flash. As that Wolfspite was going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, nice jump from Tegan actually to dodge the binding out of the Bard. And Regret doesn't get the stun that he was looking for. Still, proactive play, early pressure being established. And all of it is still benefiting Chippies, who is now finding himself quite ahead of his lane opponent. Yeah. The Maokai is going to be very strong.
Of course, Batman falling down early on didn't help, but there was also the fact that, look, Chippy's got a little bit more time on that top side of the map. A little bit more efficient in the taking of the turret. Now Direwolf's going to move that power into this Rift Herald. We'll see who's going to pick it up, as Sybil may actually want this one.
I would think out of all of these people it would be Sybil. They might give it to Raze depending on how adventurous they're feeling, but it makes the most sense that the Kindred will get it. Yep. He does things alone occasionally, whereas the other two don't.
Certainly right. Sybil just going to be a bit of a menace. Stack up that corruption, try and throw it into the face of his opponents. But you can see Seb actually farming extraordinarily well. As Fantix is looking to try and defend his turret. Nice Unbreakable to stop him from clearing out the wave for the moment, but you can see that turret's still very healthy.
And Red Card's still AoEing off a Braum Shield regardless. It's still going to hit that area around T-Gun.
Yeah.
And so blocking it only does so much. And realistically, Fantix still gets what he wants from it.
And this is an interesting adaptation. As you can see, Luch has a Hextech Revolver.
Deep down, I feel like we all know where that could go.
Dash Cannon.
But there's also the other option. Yeah. So the contrast between, I don't actually remember what it's called.
Neither do
something
I.
Hextech.
Yeah, Hextech thing.
Great item. It's an immediately stacked version of a Rod of Ages is the way to look at it, right? A little bit more ability power. Has an active as well that does bonus damage, which is quite complimentary for a Ryze.
Yeah.
Who, you would have to say the changes to Ryze made it so that he couldn't 100 to 0 anybody whilst they're locked down. He could 50% of their health bar instead. This might make it a little bit closer to kill threat. If he finishes the unnamed item.
Yeah, very excited to see how he's going to go. But haven't really seen any variation in Ryze's build at all over the last few months. As T-Gun being spotted by Regret, he's looking for a Cosmic Binding. He's going to find it there. Oh, okay.
You can't stun wards, Mr. Regret.
Yeah, went for it though. That's the main thing. As Ray's now picking up even more farm towards the bottom side of the map. Squidgy's done very, very well finding himself CS across the board as well. He's looking to go directly for the Infinity Edge by the looks. No Runans to be cheekily picked up amongst those items, although he could go for it now. Has the flat damage components.
This is a fight for a pink ward, by the way. The way Luch and Fantix are all standing.
Yep.
The rest of Abyss like, nope. Absolutely taking that. There's actually 4-man groups in this middle lane. Twisted Fate's wave clear does only so much, but I actually think they're wasting time. You will see the wave clear start to come out now, and they're giving opportunities to Direwolves, I think, to actually get in there.
Well, nice trap line there from Squidgy. As the Mystic Shot is going to fly through. Of course, Seb did move his way out. Tremor Sense was showing where Regret was. As you're right, Abyss Esports not really able to find too much from that mid lane group at all, and it's given Chippies a whole bunch of free time towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and this is where it backfires because they've actually gone for Cleanse on that Ryze instead of Teleport. I mean, it's okay, but realistically, it's just the Twisted Fate that's going to be doing it. At the end of the day, what he wants to be doing if the Caitlyn decides it's time to go mid lane is actually go to that side lane, look to maybe have the double teleport threat with the Ryze there. That's something that Ryze had as a big benefit in his kit, and actually forced other people to react to him without the teleport, which is why Ryze into Azir. was actually very common at MSI.
Yeah, precisely. Well, you can see Pac-Man using that timeline. It clears out that wave quite nicely. Not going to be much threat. As Fantic's taking some damage here from Luch. Clears out the
Fantic
minions
will fight him.
a little bit. You're right, Fantic's just looking at him. Says, yeah, bring it, man.
Yeah, and again, this is a completed Rod of Ages against components at the moment. Luch having to go for that tier in between. Slows down the spike timing.
Yep.
With power, and still he's only really looking to poke and cause some problems with the mid lane of Direwolves, but it hasn't caused any yet. And especially with that next item that looks like Fantic is going towards. Let's see what it is. Is it Lich Bane, or if it's actually just an outright Void Staff.
And this is so dangerous. If Direwolves are able to have a dominant game here, which, you know, not a lot of kills, but they're ahead organically by 2,000 gold and by 2 dragons. This is a team that's just able to farm a whole lot better, and you can see Fantic's 146 CS here at 14 minutes on the dot. Continuing to do his Fantic's things. And I have a feeling he's got something to prove against Luch.
So I feel like, yeah, both of these mid laners, they do love farm. They will be very farm-heavy players and have a similar playstyle as mentioned by Bensel on the desk.
Yeah.
But it also means that they will collide at the same time. The Rise has finished the item. I'm going to actually, you know, I'm just going to look it up.
Yeah. It's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it?
That is.
Haven't seen it before from
I just
anyone.
didn't expect to see
No,
it on
neither.
a Rise. I didn't come in today saying, oh, look, Rise. They always pick this item up.
Yeah. We'll get back to you though, folks, as Fantic's and Luch once again going to square off against one another. Fantic's giving him some room this time. T-Gun is going to make his way through at the same time. Oh, nice Unbreakable. Deny as much farm as you can, T-Gun. That is the way.
Everything's still going well, though, for Direwolves, whilst he's denying a lot of things, T-Gun.
Yeah.
Minor victories don't actually favour them at the moment. Squidgy sitting in these side lanes as well is actually a big indication that he's just weak.
Cull complete. Oh, so they're actually looking for a regret. The Magical Journey is going to come down. Luch caught by the Tempered Fate. More of a disengaged variety, but it's a really nice stun. How did that even happen as Sybil able to dance his way forward? Glacial Fissure comes down. Fantic's just takes it. Doesn't really care too much at all as the Chrono Break is going to be used. Pac-Man just exits the lane completely. Heads towards the bottom side once more, but 5 members of the Direwolves are going to be able to take down the outer turret in the mid lane and continue their objective-based onslaught on this game.
That's exactly what they are doing. Objectives, they play it slow, and eventually Abyss come to them. Because it comes to them, they get Bard stuns, they get Ezreal ultimates, and Twisted Fate is a tank at this stage in the game. Because he's got health to back him up and just does not die.
Yeah.
Chippies as well with the teleport timing, actually using his Twisted Advance on the Echo, forcing him to not be able to kill Fantic's and then take too much damage, which means he did piece the heck out. Everything looking really strong here for the Direwolves at 16 minutes in this game. Dragon control, tower control, they're doing it all.
Yeah. Void Rush going to be able to get Seb back into the jungle, but they do have a lot of late game threats. You know, the Caitlyn there, as well as, you know, a big death ball as far as those abilities are concerned, but
You can't make it over that. Nice try, Fantic.
he's going to get room prisoned up. Fantic's taking so much damage, but Sybil in there with the savior play. And the heal is going to come out. Fantic's, of course, with the Destiny available, can afford to go back to base and still get himself back into the mid lane and defend if he needs to. But you can see this turret actually quite healthy. This True Shot Barrage is going to come down. T-Gun, nice Unbreakable. Yeah, he's going to stop those minions from dying too quickly. However, they do fall.
The saving grace of that is the T-Gun just doesn't take damage from it, so the saving of the minions didn't actually provide them with anything.
Yep.
And realistically, the Direwolves hold. Fantic's actually just makes a big mistake and just tries to skirt around the outside of a Caitlyn trap, realizes it's a mistake, and thankfully Kindred is there, Sybil is there with his Lamb's Respite to keep him happy, so small error made up for by a lot of damage that Sybil is currently dealing, and that is absolutely a point that we need to touch on. The amount of damage that he is dealing is noteworthy.
Yeah, just silly stuff.
Also found out the name of the item.
What is it?
So irrelevant. The
That doesn't
Hextech
sound like a-
GLP 800.
Oh, no wonder we forgot the name. So,
Do they design these with our thoughts in mind?
I'm just going to call it the Rod of Quickly.
The Hextech DFG.
Hextech DFG, that sounds better. Or Hextech BFG, like it's a big gun? Whoa.
It's not a gun, it's a GLP 800.
Yeah, good point. Seb, looking for the knock-up onto Sybil here. Doesn't quite have the Lance of Spite available yet again, but it does have damage to offer back. Wolf Spite not going to be found for the proc. But Sybil able to assert dominance, pick up some control of this area.
Yeah, the battle of the junglers. Naturally, Seb having early pressure as he would on this Rek'Sai, working towards his super tanky item build. Even going for that OG Sightstone inclusion in there.
Like it, like it.
A lot of strength on that Rek'Sai, but his damage starts to fall off quickly. And that's where you'll find Sybil bites back, and he does hold his own. Self-jungle defiance.
Yeah, he's a legitimate damage threat here on the side of the Direwolves. Pac-Man will probably be doing a little bit more than Chippies, but probably not to the same extent as a Kindred is going to be offering. As T-Gun taking a bit of damage, Unbreakable going to help him out there though, as Direwolves just pressing their advantage forward.
Yeah, but still the Gold League grows, right?
Yeah.
Whilst they're pushing that advantage, it might be small details, but sooner or later, their backs will break here on the side of Abyss if they continue to pressure. And it's mounting towards the third dragon. There's a Bard ulti.
Yeah, there's the Tempered Fate. T-Gun has been caught out. Seb as well takes a bit. Nice trap placement there from Squidgy, though, is going to keep everyone okay.
Oh, rude.
Chippies, yeah, he's going to be the focus of a lot of attention here, but he's a tank. More than happy to do that as T-Gun is able to utilize the stand behind me to get himself to safety, and the tree is going to fall. Direwolves might actually have to move out of the way as ultimate has to be used from Sybil.
Didn't trust Regret.
No.
Weirdly enough, he doesn't even walk towards him. He just blocks it out with the Lamb's Respite. Direwolves, we said they were looking aggressive, and they definitely were. There is a point where it's too much. We definitely saw that point.
Yeah, parallel convergence not going to be acted upon, but the outer turret is going to fall. So nice capitalization here from Abyss. They've pulled this gold lead well and truly back. Only about 3,000 now the lead from the Direwolves. It was starting to stretch to that 5K mark. Also opens up this dragon as a potential possibility.
Yeah, Abyss definitely no slouches. They do love a good team fight as well. Remember, their mid lane is a farm-heavy player.
Yeah.
He's on that Rise, and the Rise is scaling. Fantix didn't have his Lichbane at that point either, which could have been the difference. But once again, we look at the Drakes taken. And it's a pretty scary combo for anybody against the Twisted Fate.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Bard.
They're just going to have so much flexibility in moving around the map.
Oh my god, the next dragon. Is that an ocean again?
Yep. Yeah. It's going to be a tsunami. That's what it'd be. If there's
No
like
way.
a bit of wind.
Ah, that's like big surf.
Hurricane? I don't know.
Nah, it's the whitewash on top of a big wave, man.
Ah, that's what it is. All right.
Absolutely. We call it Chopu.
Wait, hang on. Tsunami then sort of works.
Nah, it's
doesn't
Chopu.
it? Chopu. All right. You got this one. You're the one from
Chopes.
the Gold Coast. You can grab it. Make sure you let us know on Twitter, guys. Who you think knows what these amalgamations of dragons are. Probably the most fun that we have here on the caster desk, working out what the combos mean. It's not true.
Also working out item builds that people are going towards. With Pac-Man well out of position.
He is. Phase dives himself to some relative safety, but Fantix just says, nah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Picks
The
one up for
safety
himself.
was not relative.
Whoa, Sybil forced to use a flash.
Whoa.
Squidgy explodes him. My god, just a BF sword and pickaxe is what you need to kill the relatively squishy Kindred.
Yeah, Kindred's health bar actually looking a little bit bigger than it was due to the Hex Drinker shield that we saw on
yes.
him. Only blocking the magic damage, and full physical damage comes out of Squidgy as they want to defend this.
Yeah, Tempered Fate came in, protects the turret, teleport down from Chippies as well.
Oh,
It takes a
rude.
fair bit of damage. Fantix in there with a lot of work to do, but Chippies forced to use the flash. Nice ult comes out of T-Gun, as you can see, Squidgy able to get a lot of damage through, but might need to back off now. Teleport
Raze
coming
on the
in from
flank.
AE. You can see Raze has to watch out for Pac-Man, who is quite sticky.
He's holding his ground raise. He got
Oh
him.
my god, so much damage. Raze just hits every ability and takes down the top laner. Direwolves now on the offensive. As you can see, Sybil has made his way back in, trying to close some gaps. As Winter's Bite not going to find Fantix.
You can see how confident the AD carry of the Direwolves is. Raze knows what he is doing on this Ezreal.
Oh, damn right.
They have so much sustain as well with these Ocean Drakes. They've actually just gone straight to the Baron. No top laner, no teleports. Seb is the last bastion of defense here if he can steal it at best.
Well, it's already down to 1,000 health. That is going to go as Sybil just smites early.
Now he's
Doesn't
just
even
dead.
care. Yeah, Seb checks a little bit late. That is going to be Fantix picking up another kill. 2-0-2 now for the Twisted Fate. And Direwolves just looking in so much control and looking so comfortable.
They're not done.
Yeah, Destiny's going to come through. True Shot Barrage is there. It's going to be nailed on a Luch. Brilliant use of the exhaust to make sure he can't get any follow-up kills as Regret takes the turret and dies. Squidgy going to lock down one for himself. Traps there as well. Direwolves with some Baron up creeps looking to get some work done. The Chippies is not a target you really want to look at, Pac-Man.
No, but they just need to back away. Squidgy putting in work for Team Abyss. 100% kill participation. but it's not going to be enough to save the entire map, which is exactly what they've been doing. Pac-Man should have learned his lesson by now.
Yeah, it takes so much damage there from Raze, who finishes off the turret as well as the priority. Squidgy still here towards the top side. You can see Direwolves haven't let up on the pressure. Chippy's now with his health bar back. Direwolves are just going to reset. You can see empowered recalls help them move back there, and they've already gotten a bunch of work done after that Baron did go down.
Yeah, everything looking really good here for the Direwolves in game number 1. And try as they might, Abyss, whether the idea is there, the engage might be there, the strategy even, perhaps when they were looking in this middle lane, but when it comes to the execution, it's just not the right place, right time. Squidgy's positioning has always been a concern for me.
Yeah.
It always feels like he's just that tiny bit too forward.
And Pac-Man is just so far behind. That is 70 CS in the lead that Chippy's is.
Yeah, look, he's been ruined.
And Seb also actually just going to face check this one. Sybil able to take down the red buff. Pac-Man as well, once again caught out of position by Raze. Flash has to be used as well as the phase dive.
Raze wants that. There it
True
is.
shot barrage, not going to be quite enough damage. Destiny's almost up. Fantix wants it so bad. You can feel it through the monitor.
Yeah, but this connects nonetheless, right? And you can see Pac-Man, no ulti, no teleport, no flash now, and no chance at all that he can deal with anybody on Summoner's Rift. Probably not even the Maokai, to be perfectly honest with you. The third Ocean Drake is about to spawn in a minute 20 as well. Direwolves pick this one up. Honestly, good luck, Abyss.
Yeah, they'll like walk into the jungle for 3 seconds and they'll be full health after a team fight getting them down to blinking health bars.
Twisted Fate's ulted.
Yeah, Destiny is going to come in there looking for Squidgy and they'll find him. All too easy as Fantix is able to help take down this turret. Raze there as well, and the 2 carries for the Direwolves just looking brilliant today. Tempt Fate came in, disengaged successful here from the Direwolves on the bottom side.
And they can just stop recalls and push the inhibitors.
Oh, regret. This guy's Barters look so good. T-Gun with the Unbreakable, but it's not looking like the name really makes sense as T-Gun takes so much damage. Inner turret's going to fall down, inhibitor's going to fall down on the top side, and Direwolves are everywhere.
Yeah, is the inhibitor taken? Once again, the carries of this Direwolves roster able to beat tanks, able to beat anybody that gets in their way, and sending Squidgy to the side lanes. Actually, another thing that we've touched upon that we have to look at from Abyss. Put him on a champion like Caitlyn, you put him with the team. They just can't do anything with the Ezreal. Whoa, nice engage.
Yeah, Seb is actually going to look from the knockup, finds it onto 3 people as Parallel Convergence is in there, but there's no proccing it because Pac-Man's dead. Chippy's tanks the turret forever, not going to survive after that Lambs fight, but they take down the turret. Nice use of that one, keeps Regret alive as T-Gun just trying to do what he can.
No one's blocking.
Oh no! Poor little Regret is going to fall, but that was because Fantix wanted to kill. Sybil jumps right in front there as Luch actually able to answer with a fair bit of damage. Fantix looking for a gold card underneath the turret. Just blows his Zhonya's after taking down the AD carry. Everything's going to be fine. That's going to be the ace. And Direwolves maybe just be able to finish off this game.
Oh my god, Direwolves even Raze tanking for Fantix. They at least save 1 member of their team, and it's going to be enough to handily take out this game, you would imagine, dependent on Pac-Man.
Well,
He's pretty
Exhaust
squishy.
was there. Uses the Chrono Break, gets himself back to relative safety.
No.
Seb's going to turn up. The Nexus is well and truly bare, but the 2 tanky members of Abyss are going to be enough to deter the Direwolves.
Just barely, it looks like Abyss hold the fort. Dragon available, it's going to be the 3rd. The bottom lane already pushed, and they have everything they need, Direwolves, to look to close out the rest of this game. Really strong team play, honestly. It feels like the communication's there. Raze when he is ahead, just on another playing field as well.
Oh, yeah. We'll be able to go back and finish off Blade of the Ruined King very quickly. Now just zoning out 2 people from this Dragon Pit as Sybil's actually relatively low. Regret
Seb wants to steal this.
Yeah, he's looking for something here, but it is going to be taken. Raze over the wall there as well. And Seb just permanently slowed down. He's going to get stunned. Chippies comes in. And there's just too much lockdown. Seb's dead. Rampage in for Raze as he's now 4-0 and 10. 100% kill participation. This guy's a beast. And he's found Pac-Man one more time. This is a Direwolves squad looking 400 times better than week number 1. Welcome to the team, Regret, because it's just transformed them.
Yeah, honestly, Direwolves have just sent Abyss to the slaughterhouse. This has been amazingly well played from them. This should just be the game, you would assume.
Yeah, Fantix actually going for the 1v1. Does, I believe, still have the Zhonya's? No, it's actually on cooldown as Raze is going to turn up, picks up. Oh, the flash! Raze finally blocks an ultimate for his teammates as True Shot Barrage is going to fly forward. T-Gun tanks that one up. Glacial Fissure was there, but the Nexus should probably be the focus here from the Direwolves as T-Gun, Squidgy, everyone's getting low. Direwolves just want kills on this map if they can find them. Lance Respite comes in and they're going to utilize that in order to take down the Nexus. Direwolves, what a game. And still, Raze, 100% good participation. 6-0-10 for the Ezreal. Whew, looking good.
Yeah, Raze was looking fantastic. The TF as well is something that we said needs to be addressed. He's very good at actually moving around the map, Fantix, and doesn't matter how his lane goes, he still puts in a bit of work. Those ocean drakes, man.
Yeah, just ridiculous. Total dominance from the Direwolves there. We're going to throw it back to the desk to see what they made of that game.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And you know we had a similar thought here, a comprehensive victory, I think we called it, for the Direwolves going into that. But I do want to have a look at their new support player a little bit closer in regards to what Regret has brought to this team, because their lane swap looked pretty impressive this time around.
Yeah, I definitely think Regret brings a lot of knowledge in that area. From the short time we got to speak to him during our boot camp last split, he seemed to know what he was talking about in the lane swap, so I think that's something he can bring to Direwolves, who are overall lacking in that area.
And of course, Abyss, on the other hand, Chippy's falling down nice and early for Oscarin and wasn't able to find his way back into the game. Sorry, not Chippy's. Pac-Man falling down early. Chippies was a better
Maokai got the crazy CS lead. That's what we're talking about. Direwolves looking so much cleaner around the map in their macro decisions. Chippies had an incredible CS lead, got the advantage, and then that also then translated into early dragon pressure. So great job on the early part of this map that set them up and unlocked them for success down the road.
And you know, we hit the mid lane matchup as the area that we wanted to focus. You know, you have Luch going up against Fantix. Fantix picks up the coveted Twisted Fate. Puts a little bit of a clinic on there in that game. His Twisted Fate looked pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the experience showing through there. He really knows his way around the Twisted Fate and getting around the map, and Luch didn't really have an answer.
And what did you think about the Rise build for Oscar? And I know you're all about the new items that came into the patch. You gave us a rundown of cooldown reduction being everywhere. I don't even know the item's name, so beg my pardon, but you know, I'm just going to throw it over. Rise's build, what did you make of it?
I wasn't quite a big fan on it. The gun, what is it called? I don't even know the name of it.
It's been used so rarely, I have no idea what the name is.
It shoots rockets. It shoots icy rockets.
It shoots at the CC, and we saw him actually shoot out the rockets when he got ganked in the mid lane. He hit it with Fantix. But the slow on it is, what, 0.5 seconds? So it's just abysmal of a slow. You get immediate power versus the scaling power of the Roa, but the Roa just works so much better in Rise's kit that let's put that one on the back burner. That's not a great item.
So Luch, unfortunately, not able to pick up a good item there in the shop. And, you know, this is something that's important because now we get to see a young team in Abyss, something that they haven't really had their backs up against the wall like this. I mean, they were pretty dominant in the OCS along with Chiefs Black. They just got it taken to them from Direwolves in a very macro-heavy game. Is this the point where you just go back to the drawing board and, like, we're just going to fight you? We're going to play Abyss-style League of Legends?
I wanted to quickly touch back on the item because I felt like it wasn't as fair to him. I felt bad after doing it. It's fine to look for the immediate power spike right there. Like if you're trying to wait that, well, you know, this one's going to make me stronger right now versus the Road taking time to ramp up. But the issue is then when you also look in tandem with their AD carry Caitlyn, who had the double AD items, and I think sitting around on tier 1 boots, it was very obvious that they had slotted her into a side lane to farm to try to get past that 25 power spike minute mark. So like taking the immediate item versus the scaling item when you were still waiting on your AD carry to ramp up, I just think it didn't. Like as the side note to that, they obviously weren't on the same page with it.
All right, so there's a serious answer. Going back to what Abyss need to do. Like, is this a team, like, you played against the Direwolves quite a lot on Sin. Can you out-team fight them? And this is a team that you can kind of drag around the map and bring down to a level? Or do you think that they are more exploitable on that macro level that they used to suffer on?
I think taking away the TF is pretty important. I think that their macro level improves so much when they have TF. Without it, they look a lot more lost. Their team fighting is definitely something you can play against, although I would say it is probably their strong suit, so I wouldn't recommend Abyss go against that. I think they probably need to rely on Seb to take over the early game here.
I think it's more of their scrappiness. Like when we talk about the Direwolves, you know, when the Wolves go hunting, it's about their 3v3s and their skirmishes, particularly because they have such incredibly talented mechanical players like Fantix in that mid lane that if it's pretty much Fantix plus any other iteration of the Direwolves, like plus 2 members, they're sure to win that as long as it's an even fight. When you start getting into the more 5v5s, that's when actually the Direwolves start to fall apart a little bit when you compare them to the other top-end OPL teams like Chiefs, like Legacy. And we actually saw that in this game when they would have gold leads and they would just simply lose team fights. And something like that is actually unacceptable, and I think that's the next step that the Direwolves need to take in shoring up their full 5v5 to make sure that they are actually an elite team in the OPL.
Well, talking about shoring up a 15,000 gold victory will certainly do that for you. However, guys, they do have to still win the best of 3, so don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll be back for game number 2 between Abyss Esports and the Direwolves. Welcome back, guys, to the OPL, where we just saw Direwolves take down Abyss Esports. 1-0 is the current scoreline. I'm still Sport, joined by Bensel and Frosker down the end of the desk. However, guys, we do have an emergency substitution. Not an emergency. I don't know why I said that. Maybe it was after the last game performance. Squidgy out, Raid in for Abyss Esports. So a substitution coming out mid-series, one of the first ones we've seen. Bensel, what do you know about Raid?
Well, if I was to compare Raid and Squidgy, I would definitely say that Squidgy's more of a role player and Raid's more of a hard carry player. He's very raw. He's actually someone we considered during the off-season. But for that reason, we didn't pick him up. But he definitely has the ability, especially if he's on Lucian, he can carry hard.
So Lucian, is he an Ezreal player? Vayne, Kate, where are we looking around here?
Outside of Lucian, I'd probably go with, I'd say his Ezreal is probably his Nespex champion. Yeah.
All right, cool. So we'll see if he's able to make a splash in this game. However, guys, someone that wasn't necessarily able to make as big an impact as he would have liked was Seb, the jungler for Abyss Esports. Of course, Seb came over from Inferno, where, didn't have the best series, but he has been able to pick up the Elise in Italy against Hellions, had very impressive performances. I think his Elise is top-notch. I think I already said, for me, he's the best Elise in the OPL right now. This play, obviously not able to have the impact that he wanted to. What are we looking for out of Seb in game number 2?
I think they need to put Seb on a ganking jungler. I think that is going to be a huge part of Abyss's ability to win the game. I think it's a very important win condition for them is having Seb snowball the early game, because if he doesn't, I don't see a way for them to easily win.
I think Seb's stats actually say enough for him down there in the corner there. The fact that he is able to keep up on CS despite losing, and we saw that in the last game as well. Pretty much his laners collapsed around him, but Seb was at one point a higher level than his top laner and had more CS than his top laner. I think he actually ended the game just slightly underneath them from a jungle position when everyone else has pretty much collapsed on the board. So Seb, how to say this politely, Seb makes he does things that you shouldn't be able to do when everything else is going wrong. Like he does, he gets more out of it.
Makes it best of a shitty situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I couldn't. Thanks.
No, that's all right.
That's why we have you.
Yeah, so he is able to capitalize on those little things around the map. I agree with you. But if you are a star player of a team, and I have this criticism of a lot of people, and things are collapsing around you, surely it's your time. You're like, I can't be 0-0-1 for the rest of the game. If my team is going to lose, it's at least going to be with me trying to make plays. Like, does he need to get more involved, or do you just think that this was a game that was over for the jungler before it even necessarily began?
Well, if all your lanes are losing, then Rek'Sai is not a great champion to be playing. I mean, you can still farm while you're behind, but your impact on the game in order to bring it back is going to be very minimal. I think he needs to be on like an Elise or Nidalee.
And see if he's able to carry through there. Of course, Direwolves, on the other hand, had a very impressive performance. We already hit on the fact that Fantix went absolutely bonkers on the Twisted Fates. Remember that we didn't really talk about was Chippies had a disappointing week against Tally and Legacy last time around. This time, up 70 CS, playing the Maokai champion that we're not really necessarily used to seeing Chippies play, but having a fairly decent showing.
Yeah, I mean, he got ahead in farm. That's something he's always been able to do in his lane, regardless of what champion he's playing. I think his team fighting was a little bit lackluster, but I think that's something that Direwolves can work on. And
Direwolves' new bottom lane, Frost, they come together. They have the Bard show up here. Regret playing down there with Raze. We were excited about this lane. Did they live up to the hype that you were expecting out of them?
I don't necessarily know if it's like hype, but we did expect that they were going to be the stronger bottom lane, again, of where these teams are weighted on the map across from each other. And I think that was kind of the really big difference between Abyss and Direwolves is that Regret was just outmaneuvering everyone on the map.
All right, so Regret being able to outplay T-Gun there in the support position is going to be a deciding factor going into this second game of the best-of-3 series, maybe the last game here if Abyss aren't able to bring it together. What alterations would you make if you're Abyss? We've already mentioned, get Seb on a ganking jungler. Is there anything else they can do, maybe an earlier spiking mid lane or something along those lines?
It's going to be very hard. I don't think they can take enough away from Direwolves to really hurt what they're trying to do. I think they have too many threats. I think Abyss just need to really stick to the proper game plan.
Frankly, I think that Abyss are kind of Direwolves light, and unfortunately, they're just not as good as everything that Direwolves are good at.
Everyone becomes Direwolves light to you, Frost. I remember Sin was Direwolves light.
No. Sin are Chiefs light.
All right, cool. So Sin, Chiefs light. Is this a common theme that we have?
I'll take that as a compliment.
Is it Legacy that I don't know.
It was Legacy and Direwolves is how it was last time.
All
around.
right, cool. So now we have a third tier in this new tier
Yeah,
list.
so if you're
Legacy,
going down,
Direwolves.
so Legacy can team fight, Direwolves can skirmish, Abyss are kind of mediocre on both instances against or across from Direwolves and Legacy.
All right, cool. I'm just trying to formulate in my head where all these teams sit at the moment.
It's just this idea that they're a super kind of aggressive, scrappy team. They've got a heavy control mage, very mechanically talented mid laner. They have a strong side of the map. They like to get in your face, and that's how they beat you. They're not going to beat you through like choking you out around the map and playing macro. It's about fighting you, and unfortunately, Direwolves just do that better.
Well, one thing we did see out of Abyss is that throughout promotion and even against the Hellions, they played this long game plan where they take you to like 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and they just have so much farm accumulated. One team fight, they're able to win it all through someone like Luch. Is that problematic now that they're getting into the OPL where there's picks like the Twisted Fate? The lane swap is going to be available to open up the map nice and early, and maybe they can't get to that 6-item stage of the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that those, if you can pinpoint to weaknesses, that's probably what it is for Abyss right now.
Well, we'll see whether they're able to shore them up heading into game 2, because the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us there for game number 2 between Abyss and Direwolves.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I know the English language is a very difficult thing. But, Rusty, what changes for Abyss now that we hit the drafting phase?
So there was a couple of things that we have to address in regards to the draft, and I think most of it's actually just banning away the Twisted Fate and the Bard from Direwolves simply because of the way that they played the game. And Direwolves got away with too many things that they should not have got away with. They actually were in poor positions around the map fairly often, but they got away with it because Raze could 1v1 Pac-Man because he was super far behind.
Yep.
But why was he far behind? Because the Twisted Fate and the Bard can roam in the first place to try and get things done on the map. They had really good map control when it came to dragons and turrets, but you gave them the best champions to do it, to then put yourself into a poor position afterwards. So realistically, take that off the board is probably the #1 strategy that you could do if you're Abyss, and react to what Direwolves have done in this first game, and then beat them in a standard environment and actually pick up on those mistakes that the champions can't hide.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, it was just playing into Direwolves' hands as well, considering their play style. You heard the Des talking about it, the fact that this is what the Direwolves want to do. They want to get on the Twisted Fate, they want to move around the map, they want to utilize things like Bard to get stuff going on, and of course Regret so seamlessly fits into that play style. Excellent addition to the team, but we are in a champion select, and of course Nidalee and Soraka have been banned away on the side of the Direwolves. Of course, champions that can stall things that Direwolves like to do, so really nice to see them being removed. But you can see Fizz and Twisted Fate now to be taken away from the Direwolves. Azir going to be an answer here at the same time. We'll see what the final ban is from Abyss. Anything standing out to you, Rusty?
Not bad, but Nidalee and Soraka, of course, being taken away gives a lot of sustain away from Abyss, so you'd imagine perhaps Braum going to be their primary focus. So even if they ban the Bard away right now, it actually gives opportunities perhaps to Direwolves, so very interesting to see where they go with it, yeah.
So, of course, the Rise was what was removed. Not going to fall through the draft this time around. Of course, Luch unable to find success on the champion in game #1, as Lucian, of course, available. Raid, as we mentioned before, Bensel letting us know about his playstyle, very fresh out of solo queue, but does favor things like the Lucian.
Super green. See how he actually goes naturally, but Lucian, I would imagine, is the first pick here from Direwolves. Most likely away from Raid as well.
Yep. Of course, Ray is currently thinking about a Vayne, but of course, Chippy's just, he's that kind of guy.
Winter's Rage Vayne actually pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You get your, it's like the Sated Devourer with one item instead.
Yep. Costs a little bit more, but does a little bit more at the same time. Do like it. There's 8 seconds to go. Yeah, there it is. So Lucian is going to be locked in. They just decided to take some time doing it. And Abyss now to come through with their couple of picks. Of course, still a lot of strong things available. As Trundle, of course, there for the top side. Pac-Man, of course, the Trundle man himself. If you're ever going to find success.
Pac-Man and Sab have the opposite resting faces.
I know. Pac-Man just so jolly. I don't know how he is after that last game. I mean, that was a difficult one, but still, just in high spirits. Whereas Seb's just like, stop looking at me, bro.
And so I like that the Kindred is an option as well for Seb, but it's mostly to take it away from Sybil, and that's one of the major concerns. Deep down, I think he should still be playing the Elise. Something that can get efficient ganks off and keep the Kindred out of your jungle as well if it comes down to it. But as far as first drafts go here, I'm quite happy with what Abyss have got.
Very good point. Of course, Sybil still with a lot of niche picks for himself. Oh, the man that plays Zac.
Yeah, we're on 6.10 as well, so Fiddlesticks becomes a Scarecrow.
Yeah.
So definitely makes him overpowered.
Please, please. Probably not going to happen though, as Sybil is a phenomenal Elise player. We mentioned Seb's prowess on the champion, but Sybil has always been renowned.
He's the man who killed Raider.
Yeah.
In a ridiculous 1v1.
Cycling through a lot though, as Echo now being considered. Would be a very standard couple of picks here for the Direwolves, not really giving anything away. As, okay, it is going to be the Zac.
And so I guess they had knowledge, right, that it's going to be the Kindred. They don't have to go for the Elise, and we keep praising Elise into this matchup as well, but they just never seem to be wanting it.
Yep. I do love the fact that Raid is invisible there, hovering Twitch. Perfect.
Yep. As well as the Zac and Echo being locked in by Direwolves on the flip side, so Chippy's will have that in his back pocket.
Yeah.
Fantix doesn't have Twisted Fate though, and that's the first thing that we have to look towards.
Yeah.
Will he go LeBlanc? What will he actually pick?
Or has he been watching China? Thinks that Kassadin could be a pick into the Victor. Of course, Fantix, a renowned Kassadin player. Phenomenal on the pickup. will mean that they're sort of lacking a little bit of the wave clear. Nothing like a Graves coming out of the jungle with that clear available to him. See what they are going to grab. And if Trundle's picked up, it could be very scary here from Abyss, because those solo lanes are looking a lot more powerful.
Yeah, Trundle's always going to be a strong champion. Raid having a hard time deciding which AD carry he wanted.
Is going to be Ezreal rested on in the end. And now Direwolves will see exactly what they are going to go to round out this comp. Chippy's bit of a shout out there as he was the Aurelia main.
I mean, it's into Trundle if you really wanted to. Like, if it's okay. That's all I'm saying. Who's Echo though?
It's like a sustain off.
Yeah, no, depended on what Fantix wants to play, which is naturally going to be their last look towards. With the support, which interestingly enough hasn't been locked in till their last rotation, so I'd expect perhaps the Bard again.
Yep.
It was a pretty big deal in game number 1.
Bard Lucian also a really dominant lane.
But Braum also there, given that there is an Ezreal locked in on the flip side.
Yep.
Wouldn't be too bad. Once again, options here for Direwolves.
They are taking their time working through them as well. Just regret not even having a think about anything in particular now. 4 seconds to go. Kassadin is going to be locked in, and there's the Bard for regret. I actually quite like...
Oh!
There it is, the switch over as Gangplank comes in. Of course, Luch has been the man to play the Gangplank so far here in the OPL.
Yeah.
Did so to quite great effect, if I remember correctly. He was 20 CS ahead at 20 minutes on the champion. 75% kill participation. The man did pretty well. 6, 2, and 3.
Yeah. So, lastly, with the Direwolves completely rounded out team composition, we still don't know which champion is going where between Fantix and Chippies.
Always famously flexible.
Now, we have the expectations set in stone, being that it's going to be GP mid and Echo top, but you never really know.
We don't.
As we await the last option from...
And how does Gangplank fare into the Trundle? If we were to consider that match.
I mean, it's okay. You can kite the Trundle, so that's a big deal. Pillar placement's actually the big deal there on the flip side. Pac-Man, I think he'll be happier this time around, however.
Ooh.
As it's a...
That would be a little bit of a switch up. Of course, the classic disengage style bottom lane, but we have seen a little bit of a fall out of favor for the Trundle.
Yeah.
But it is going to mean that Pac-Man gets to hop on that Maokai towards the top side of the map, and they have that super tank. We've seen the Victor Maokai combination be utilized internationally to great effect. Well, actually, to varying success, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But as far as a stand and deliver composition is concerned, Abyss Esports probably wouldn't want anything more than this.
Yeah, so they've got the Maokai for the front line. They've got a half tank, essentially, with T-Gun on that support Trundle. Whenever his ult's available, he's always going to be considered a tank.
Yep.
But most importantly, the Kindred to keep the standing and delivering members of Abyss alive when it comes down to it. On the flip side, however, really good engage, really good pick, and just feels like it's the Direwolves.
Yeah.
With every fiber of their being in terms of the draft. Raze on the Lucian as well. It is the Raze special champion. This is the Lucian patch when it comes to AD carries. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at the Direwolves and I'm thinking that they're quite strong.
Yeah, most certainly. And there's the fact that they have so much early power here on the bottom side of the map. And Regret, if he's known for anything, it's wanting to get up close and personal very early on in the laning phase. And we'll see whether we are going to get standard lanes this time or whether they're going to try and abuse that.
So, yeah, I think they could be sitting in those standard lanes, remembering that we've got the Bard into Trundle matchup, and see how Regret goes.
Yeah, possibly some namesake action happening here. Is use that hashtag DWin if you think that the Direwolves are going to be able to take this one out 2-0, or if you think that Abyss Esports have what it takes to come back. Now with Raid on the roster instead of Squidgy this time around, use that hashtag AEWin. And man, look, I'm interested to see what Abyss are going to be able to offer from the bottom side of the map, given that change-up. And I'm excited to see sort of some substitutions coming in mid-series as well, because this is something that the teams are capable of as we hop onto the Rift.
Yeah, Raid going to be a big question mark on the face of Abyss Esports for game number 2. No more Squidgy, but definitely still a challenge nonetheless to actually work around this hard carry AD as he has been defined, as we're now watching the aggressive level 1 move out from Direwolves. About to find Seb.
Yeah, Seb
really
actually,
about to find
Oh
Seb.
my goodness, flashes. That Cosmic Binding was so close, but still going to get caught out. And that is going to be first blood going to Chippies. He's excited about it as well, as you can see him running away. And that is a pretty good start here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, Seb doesn't hit the flash, walks out the wrong place at the wrong time. And the surprise 5-man out of the Direwolves actually gets what they're looking for. There's a response, to be fair, from Abyss. They deep ward on the bottom side of the jungle and even get a cheeky one on the top side from Pac-Man. So they'll have knowledge of the start, but look at where Dials are standing.
Yeah, and they've got a complete ward line there towards the top side of the map as well.
That's clever, though, from Luch. So what they're trying to do is get the standard lanes, it feels like, Abyss. And what Luch just did was walk up to the turret. There was only one way the Direwolves could have walked without being spotted by a ward.
Yep.
And he stopped that from actually being possible just by walking up and kind of being there.
Is there any reason why they'd be opting into standard lanes? Because I'm sort of looking at Bard Lucian thinking this is something you may want to avoid.
I mean, based off the last game, they're worried that they can't play the map as well, perhaps.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They want to have Luch actually comfortable in this middle lane as well against Fantix. Going for the teleport as well instead of an Ignite or Exhaust, losing a bit of kill threat. So I think you'll find that, yeah, level 1, if he times his spells right, he'll be very happy in this lane.
Well, you can see Fantix, of course, going to be pushed around a little bit here in this early game, given the fact that he is Gangplank. A little bit shorter ranged than that of the...
So Luch just walked straight up to him and almost took the passive, which would have been...
brutal.
Not acceptable, to be quite frank. Level 2's more of a turning point for Gangplank to an extent, but considering how he's done in level 1, I know we're tunneling on this middle lane a bit, but that should not be traded so evenly. Last time we saw this matchup, Choo Choo's was playing it, I believe, the Victor.
Yep.
And put on a show against the GP. Might not have been.
Actually, no, I don't think it was.
No.
It was Abyss Esports that did play that one out, so I believe it was this time. Yeah.
Fighting off the opposite end of it this time.
Yeah, precisely. But of course, Fantix was known as a phenomenal Gangplank player, especially when Gangplank was at his peak and sort of permanently banned.
That was a deep invade just then from Direwolves bottom lane as well. Looking for vision and to find Seb. Could only be in a certain amount of areas. Whoa, Sybil.
Almost gets the knock-up, does Sybil. Able to slow him down a little bit with those long arms.
Yeah, and that was just after a keg connected. So early aggression once again onto that Victor. Making his presence known, Sybil. That's an important feature.
Going through his mana bar here is Luch
His
as
presence
well.
is known.
Oh my goodness. Little Margin Boo making his way in. There's the slow. Keg goes down. Knock-up's good as he wants to find the Keg. Doesn't get there as the flash has to come out from Sybil. Still has the passive, of course, as Twisted Advance is right in there. Luch in trouble as Chippies is going to turn on him. Parallel Convergence will be able to offer him a bit of a shield. Actually, quite a shield there as Chippies moves back under the turret, but a lot going down. No one's going to die.
Yeah, initial trades though, as everybody uses a lot of summoner spells to keep themselves happy and healthy. Seb though, the big benefactor, if we look at the overall, what just happened in that fight, is that he now gets a bit of extra farm in his back pocket, has the free roam of Sybil's jungle, who had to recall.
Gets himself a farm too, which is important.
So everything going right here for Abyss, if it's not a small thing.
But Fantix actually ahead in farm just a little bit as he teleports back into the mid lane. Has himself some components of his Trinity Force.
That's so contrasted by the junglers, right?
Yeah.
And he's not done, so.
Flasher actually has to be used here from Fantix, so a lot of power removed from the Dial's mid lane. As Luch might actually be able to find his way back in more than easily.
Nice work there from Fantix with timing. Bit delicate sometimes, and Victor's quite good at killing them if he Qs you or a minion, and then actually just hits the keg because it's instant. It'll be quicker than that of a Gangplank.
Well, decent death ray placement there as well from Luch. He's doing his best to keep Fantix away from this minion line, getting himself back into a better position.
You've been bamboozled, Fantix. You can't Q that one.
But having a look at the bottom lane here, I mean, my God, Raze and Regret doing work against Raid and T-Gun at the moment, 42-31.
And that was our first question, is why do they want standard lanes?
Yeah.
It is a Bard into a Trundle, and oh wow. Now that's 3 people.
In goes everyone. Stun comes down here as well as they want to give the kill to Fantix. Chippies picks it up though, as Fantix, I believe, may have got it with the passive, but they didn't want to take the chance. And that is going to be Luch falling. Has the teleport still available, so we'll be able to get back to the lane in time to save his turret at least, but nice work getting Direwolves back on the board in that mid lane.
Yeah, really well done from Chippies in particular. The no teleport roam from top lane. Sybil as well. Now is that level 5 mark, 3 points into the elastic slingshot. About to meet Seb and probably not want to meet Seb.
Yeah. Long arm bombs are going to be
Chippies
there.
is putting in work.
He's going so ham here as Pac-Man actually has to flash in a 1v1 situation.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's the ultimate as well, completely cutting it off, and splat goes the tree as Sybil just pounds him.
And straight up, Chippies is compensating for that first blood that he gets and the lack of a Twisted Fate on the board. Unbelievable stuff here from the Direwolves top laner. Seb now might not want to be here.
The roam comes in from Regret as the stun comes down as well. Fantix looking to try and catch up. There's the peg. The keg, in fact.
Oh,
As
Regret.
flashes forward. My God, he's aggressive. As there's the elastic slingshot, gets the slow somehow. Regret, deserved kill for the support player. Direwolves, man, they're a highlight reel today.
They're absolutely prowess in skirmish is where you're going to find them right now. The Chilling Smite was actually what slowed them down there
that
from
was it.
Sybil. Locks it in.
Well, T-Gun is going to
Accidental.
poke his head around, going for a pillar steal.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going for. Just
Yeah.
leave it. Just getting vision, checking members, making sure raid is safe, I suppose. Still, well done once again from Direwolves.
Exactly. Ocean Drake is going to fall down once again as the first dragon. Sort of the Direwolves flavor as far as that dragon is concerned as well. And you can see Fantix actually beginning to get a bit of zoning happening here in the mid lane.
Yeah, once you get a Sheen, you place a keg, you actually cause some issues. If Luch can't control the lane and get that keg. But still going to be happy in this middle lane because he can farm. He has lasers.
Yeah. Always helpful.
Yeah, there you go. Victor actually quite good at it.
Death rate. Going to be able to pick up a little bit of damage back, but you can see Fantix just so happy in this lane now, able to eat oranges if he ever falls into trouble as Chippies. He's actually going to get found out by Seb here. Of course, ultimate available as Chippies just procs the passive and he's more than happy. Shield to be picked up from the parallel convergence and he just wanders out of the way.
Yeah, I think deep down Chippies wanted to fight that. If he hit the ult in the parallel convergence, yeah, probably would have found the kill. Sybil as well, boots of mobility, first item, before upgrading towards most likely the Cinder Hulk. Let's just say that there's a possibility of like a Runic Echo somewhere in there.
We have actually, I mean, this is the second time that we've seen the boots of mobility. I believe Carbon picked a pair of them up as well in our first series today. Sort of movement speed, a coveted statistic.
Well, it's really important, that's right.
They don't know whether they're going to be able to get a Cloud Drake. Of course, the next one going to be that Infernal.
Well, that's why people rate the Cloud Drake highly if they are to rate it at all, is because you get around the map quicker.
Yeah.
But Boots of Mobility, if there is no Cloud Drake, is probably the way to go. 2 clouds, I think you're looking at, with Boots of Swiftness compensates for having consistent move speed.
Gets you ahead by about 5 or 10.
And then your Moby's out of combat anyway.
Oh,
essentially.
Fantix. Doing Fantix things here, picking up Popcorn Chicken under the nose of Luch and Seb.
Man's got a lot of kegs in his back pocket.
He does.
It really is like Pokemon, isn't it? Because you can't, like, no one has that many pockets. That many kegs. That's like be a mini one that he throws out.
I like it. A lot of these references. Sybil just farming things up. We'll see where he wants to make his presence known on the map next as we're looking around. But so far, you can see Pac-Man's actually done very well as far as farm is concerned. But the fact that Chippies is 3-0-0, massive benefactor of this early game from the Direwolves.
Yeah, the man with teleport up.
Yeah. It's going to be very frightening. Of course, haven't capitalized on the lack of flash of Pac-Man, which is good news. But there's the gank into the mid lane one more time. Let's Bounce comes out as the barrels are going to be dodged. Ult comes out from Fantix as he does actually soak the stun, but they're just all in on this one. Keg is going to go down there as Seb chasing after Sybil. You can see it's, no more Fantix in this fight.
They need to save him though. He's about to die.
Yeah, Chippy's doing what he can. Raid actually picks that one up as Chippies throws out the ultimate. Full health now back again. He has to run away.
So there's little mana, but Seb's got enough chase. I think Chippies is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the flash forward. Arcane smash into the shutdown from Seb. Nice turnaround from Abyss as Direwolves fighting here on the bottom side of the map. Raze uses his last mana in order to clear out the mini wave with the culling.
And given the series of unfortunate events that just occurred for Direwolves, Regret wishes that he had that Tempered Fate available to him in the bottom lane, and that he didn't use it to kill Chippies in the middle lane. Very awkward, to say the least. Sybil goes down. Fantix overcommits to get a single kill. And they're just trying to make Luch's life miserable. It's not enough.
Still 100% kill participation for the Gangplank. Always very scary to see him sort of finding his way into the late game effectively. Still has that CS lead, although not by much here at all. It's Regret. Magical journeys his way across. Has to flash, but Seb's going to pick it up with the Wolf's Bite. Can't make those overly aggressive plays, even if you do have your jungler coming in.
No, that was just perfect from Seb. I don't think there's a better way to describe that. He was where he needed to be. Well done.
That pillar was 10 out of 10 from T-Gun. Flash has to be used. It's a decent one, but Luch in the right place at the right time. Abyss fighting back so beautifully as Fantix looking for what he can. That's a 4-man set of kegs, but it's not going to be enough to save his jungler.
And suddenly, Abyss are now in the driver's seat in this second game against the Direwolves, who are just making repeated mistakes. And it's mostly on the back of Seb once again, doing the same thing as he did in game 1, but with not completely losing lanes. He's been able to have an impact.
Yeah, and
that's that impact that's everything.
That graphic that we saw from the analyst desk, perfect when it comes to identifying who is doing this for Abyss. 3, 2, and 2 now. 100% kill participation for himself. As, look, Seb may have fallen down early on. Doesn't look like it matters too much here for Abyss as they're utilizing his power in that farming mode to great effect. 3 longswords now as well as that Blood Razor. This guy is a beast.
I think the other big thing we need to look towards, though, is actually the AD carries. Is Raid wasn't having the best time, but he's found himself 2-0-1, even picking up a kill in the middle lane onto that Zac passive. Now Raid showing up big. Even the awareness when he was in the middle of fighting Regret and Raid to use his ult mid.
Yeah.
Really smart stuff here. Looking good.
Nice Cosmic Binding. Meep Slap comes down from Regret, but Raid trades back very nicely as Razor's, of course, just farming out the minion wave. Fantix is getting harassed here by Luch. Sybil has to run away. Wolfspike comes in for a lot of damage one more time as Luch just happy to take that one by the looks of things. Ult comes in and Fantix clears out the wave and will head back to base. Has teleport if he needs it. We'll see. That's a big cooldown, not available to affect the side lanes, which is where Fantix likes to use it.
Yeah, but if he has a Trinity Force now, then it's going to be reasonably worth it. I don't think he does, however.
Oh, Raid actually going to get stunned up here. Massive damage out of Raze here as T-Gun can't really do too much. There's the Tempered Fate as Raze was actually looking for the Ezreal. Nice flash, but the culling comes in and Raze just finishes that one off. Nice play as the Dragon is going to fall down. So Abyss grab themselves an Infernal Drake, and that possibly could be worth the trade of the support player.
Yeah, they pick up themselves that Dragon. Very positive stuff here for Abyss, and T-Gun going down merely to keep his AD carry alive, that still being mechanicsed on. By Regret.
Stunning.
And Bard, of course, very strong reactive play to get themselves those kills at all. Fantix very close to his Trinity Force. Still something they're waiting on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Boots of Swiftness there as well. And he'll just take away the blue buff on his own. Change to the blue buff. If there's anything bad about it, Fantix doesn't really care about the added ability power. Although, you know, I guess the oranges do a little bit more, but he doesn't have any more. Yep. Oh, the keg's actually going to land there as well as Pac-Man getting bounced on. T-Gun finds his way over. Fantix wants to take the blue buff, but it's a nice pillar to come in for a bit of a disengage.
Watch Luch, though.
Oh, he steals it. Really nice death ray. And Luch says, thank you very much.
The shot calling from Direwolves is definitely raising an eyebrow for me right now. Just get the blue buff. Like, actually just give him the blue buff and he'll be fine in middle lane. Now he's not, and he's lost a lot of health to boot because Pac-Man just walked down and said, what up?
Yeah, and Sybil, of course, probably wants to come back and try and get it back for Fantix. Exactly right. Bit of a problem. Cannon Barrage will be back up very soon, though, for Fantix. So.
And like, okay, so we actually mentioned this in between the games. There's actually a big mistake that Sybil has been making consistently, and that he's in a poor position. Look what happens when they meet him.
Not happening one more time here as he slingshots his way away.
Yeah, look what happens when they meet him and fight him. Like right now, Seb's got completed jungle item with his longswords. Sybil goes for boots of mobility so that he can gank more and try and snowball the game out. And guess what? He didn't do that. He's now hurting his team because he's not a tank.
You can see Chippy's actually thinking about stealing away a red buff. Tempered Fate comes down as T-Gun gets caught by it. Cannon Barrage comes in at the same time as Regret's looking for a stun. Doesn't get it onto Lucius. Seb has to use his ultimate there. Everyone pile in on the circle as Raze is dancing around this one as well. Shuts down Seb, but True Shot Barrage flies through. Luch is able to pick up one under Regret, but Pac-Man having to flash away. Double kill comes in as Raze starting to go off in this game. And that could be fantastic things for the Direwolves.
Yeah, and this is the moment where the carries of the Direwolves side start to make up for any errors that happened earlier.
Stun coming in. Chippy's going so aggressive. Has, of course, the ultimate if he needs it.
But there's the pillar. Barrel going to do a lot of work onto the Ezreal as Fantix actually has to do some work getting out of the way here. Turret does fall down. Chippies is going to run away.
I know
Still
Chippies was
has
looking
the
for
ult.
that. He was looking for that ult. It was actually hovering on top of T-Gun and Raid. Look at Raze though. He knows. He knows he can get things done.
Parallel convergence, of course, coming down. Chippies was like, oh, can I get back in? Going to his Fantix doing exactly what he loves. Killing these red dots in the middle of the map.
Yeah, but once again, Direwolves bite back.
Yeah.
And another step for them. Sybil starting to get his items, and we are going to see this one again as naturally Luch starting the fight off, going for the support. Not something you want to see happen.
Oh,
but
that was actually very cute.
completely outplays him, and that was something that we saw on the bottom end of the fight where, unfortunately for Luch, whilst it was a fantastic play and it's definitely commendable, it was Regret that died, and the rest of his team was dying in response.
Yeah, and if all of your buttons as a Victor are being used on the support, then likely things aren't going to go necessarily as well for you.
What was legitimately an ultimate end of Flash, so like he used too much for that.
Yeah.
End of the day, he kind of just had to take it for what it was worth. Regret did use summoners of his own, to be fair.
Well, you can see Raze darting about the bottom lane. 20 CS ahead. Almost has that, but oh, Fantix taking so much damage. That Chaos Storm has to be avoided. He didn't need to flash there, I don't think, and this tower is going to fall down. Seb picks that one up, and Sybil, once again, not exactly where he wants to be. Does have the passive available. Nice slow comes in as Luch just keeps eating these barrels.
Yep. Direwolves mispositioning once again. Seb in the right place. Sybil biting off more than he can chew. Everything that Direwolves are doing is very heads up and proactive, but a lot of the time it comes back to haunt them. Seb's still the hard carry for this team, and Luch as a Victor is always going to have damage.
Yeah.
Drop the Storm, you're always going to hurt somebody. Raid very close to that point as well with his items. But the carries are still here. And Abyss still well and truly with a real chance in game number 2.
Certainly are. Probably looking at this man right here to get work done as we move to the mid game.
Yeah.
3-0-1 on Raze on the Lucian.
There's
Lucian
still
a coveted pick.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Lucian's going to be good. He's got his good mid-game build as well, going for the Ghostblade Black Cleaver. I think what we're looking at realistically is the next Dragon as a must-fight for Direwolves, simply because it would be 2 of them for Abyss.
16% extra battle stats here for the Abyss lineup will be hella dangerous. Direwolves claw back that gold lead though, as they are just going to shove this minion wave right into the turret, and Raid is going to be able to pick that one up. One thing I do like is the fact that Luch did rush the perfect hex score. That's why Fantix used the flash in order to get out of the way, because that thing was moving so quick.
Yeah, it scared him into flashing away. I still think it was ultimately not necessary. He's a Trinity Force Boots of Swiftness gangplank.
Yeah.
And the Victor's ultimate was out of range. I also think it slows down the further away, doesn't it? It is from you?
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Naturally, though, Fantix is scared.
Shoots his barrel in frustration, as of course Seb had stolen away that wolf camp.
Even pinged it, like it's missing.
Yeah.
Way to go. Dragon, 10 seconds. This is an opportunity to try and get things done in the middle lane. What they really want to do is give Fantix the opportunity to set up near the Dragon.
Yeah.
If you can hit a keg, it can change an entire fight.
Rift Scuttler had been taken here from the Direwolves, so irremovable vision is a big deal. And look at the item spikes. Rusty just pointing it out to me there. Is the Black Cleaver now done for Raze? True Shot Barrage, he's going to tag him. Raze was trying to ardently blaze the dragon. Oh, Sybil. Oh, doesn't quite make it in there. If only you could flash before you land with an elastic slingshot, but I don't think you can. Spantix clears out some vision.
I don't think you really wanted to engage that one just yet either. Chippies and Pac-Man also hitting each other, which means you would imagine neither of them are fully capable of teleporting.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at Chippies as the one that probably has to. Direwolves don't actually just want to fight for the dragon at all. They would rather force a reactive play from Abyss, but Abyss actually outthinking them right now in this game of chess that is unfolding.
Yeah. Zilla is going to come in. There's the Subjugate actually onto Raze. They really want to focus down this Lucian if they can. You can see Tempered Fate comes in as Sybil. Instant knock-up onto Pac-Man, but he's right in the back line. T-Gun in trouble. Chippies wants to get the dive on, just ults his way out as Cannon Barrage, stopping anyone from getting back. This team fight working out quite nicely, but Fantix a little bit too far up. The Chaos Storm is almost able to rip him apart, but not quite enough. As Sybil looking for the re-engage gets in there.
Sybil.
As Pac-Man gets back around. The passive's there, but I don't know whether it is going to be enough to keep him alive, as Luch is able to lock that one down. And Sybil, I mean, he seems to be the misguided one on Dials at this stage.
Sybil just proper suicided to them. He didn't actually need to at all. Now they sacrifice the dragon and a lost team fight. The gold lead might be close, but the difference between these teams right now with the 2 Infernals picked up is actually quite large. There's nothing Chippies can do to outsmite that one.
That is
now,
a huge deal.
Yeah, now we're looking at Abyss in the driver's seat. Pure strength.
And Sybil is
fighting.
40 CS behind here as well. Seb is so massive. That is a Mora Malmortius picked up there as well, and I think he almost did that outright. I'm incredibly frightened.
I just don't know what Sybil's thinking. I don't want to like be too rude to him, but there are times where if you rush Boots of Mobility, you're not a tank. And if you're just losing your passive, it's essentially like buying a GA and then just dying.
Yeah. Well, in goes Raise and Regret. They're looking for Pac-Man right here, as there's a lot of shred out of this Lucian. He's doing so much work with that culling at the same time. Hits every bolt. He's able to pick that one up underneath the turret. They'll follow this up with a turret take at the same time. So Direwolf's making a good play towards the top side.
Yeah, Direwolves bottom lane are like make up to the scar right now from Direwolves across the board.
Yeah.
They're doing well, honestly. Raise and Regret, the 2 that we now have to look at to try and get the rest of the team to hard carry mode. Fantic still farming well. He's always going to play his part. But it really is Raze that you're looking towards. The young player. Our rookie of the split, last split, I believe.
Yeah.
That now has to outperform the younger, newer AD carry of Raid.
Fantix, of course, will always be an insurance policy for the later stages of the game. The Gangplank, of course, scaling very, very nicely. But we'll see whether the Direwolves can get their team fights together, because everything other than that misconstrued engage from Sybil was pretty good towards the bottom side of the map in that team fight. Just losing the jungler at that stage is just something you don't want to do.
Wow.
Seb caught out of position
You
here.
win.
Whoa. Okay, able to get himself out. Uses the flash.
Yeah. Look at the vision, though, the Direwolves have got on the map, which is why they were actually looking for that play. They had a moment of strength.
Yep.
Simply from that vision. And you can see Abyss now actually reacting to that. But that was the one opportunity they had that's now going to be covered up. Now they kind of need to work out what they're going to do. We might get a battle of the elements, Atlas.
Yeah, it looks like it. Ocean Drake, of course, is going to be the next one.
And if Direwolves get it.
Gee versus Wheeler, if we're going to go back to Captain Planet. Seb just clearing out his jungle one more time. So Raptor Sense helps him clear some of that vision from the top side of the map that Direwolves had been able to establish. It's this sort of top lane matchup that we've seen. It's all about Pac-Man continuing to stay ahead in farm, but not necessarily being able to have as much of an impact. So that's just going to change as this game moves on. The Super Tank going to be very, very useful here this game.
Yeah, it has been farming well this time around. He's not 70 CS behind.
Yeah.
Everything looking up for Abyss. So move towards the later stages, honestly, of the game. We're getting our second items completed.
Yeah, almost 25 minutes in. Just Chippies and Pac-Man just battling one another.
Seb's going to destroy him.
Yeah, Chippies is in a whole host of trouble. Of course, has the ultimate as a parallel convergence comes in. He needs to ult immediately. Gets the double stun. And Sybil's actually going to turn this one around. Seb going to get caught with the Time Winder coming back. Cannon Barrage comes in as Seb has to dodge out of the way. Of course, Chippies still alive on the top side of your map. You can see chased by T-Gun as Regret gets Chaos Storm. Just moving very quickly. My god, those ticks do so much damage to Regret. Oh, they are somehow able to disengage. It's Chippies. Gets ignited.
Honestly, Chippies could have ulted a while ago, but he didn't opt into doing it. I don't think he actually had it because it was much earlier. Yeah. Very close, though, from Chippies. Almost gets out to safety. T-Gun using summoners to ensure it. And across the board, though, Direwolf still not able to win these fights. As close as it may have been. And as close as Chippies really was to living.
Yeah. Right there you can see able to chunk out Raze a little bit on the top side of the map, but Rapid Fire Cannon now completed. In goes Sybil one more time. Nice double knock-up comes down as Fantix looking to try and get some damage back over the top. But so far, not really much of an answer. Just clears out the minion wave with these kegs.
He wants to spike with his items before he actually team fights, but Sybil's just putting down some damage. Knows there was only 2 of them there. I think once again we looked at Dragon for the last team fight. I get the vibes that it's going to be the same thing again. Simply because 2 Oceans is annoying, as is 2 Infernals that Seb is utilizing.
It certainly is.
I actually just called him a Kiwi Seb.
So
much damage. Raze is just going to clear out these minions in the mid lane. So Direwolves still ahead in farm by 500, which is basically nothing. But if we're having a look at these like comps for scaling, Abyss just look in such a good position moving into the late game.
It's reasonably
Especially
even.
with Infernal Break there.
I think I'm actually looking at the rapid fire cannon from Raze as you do you, man. Phantom Dance is usually the item of choice. Either way, he'll have his grip. But he's also at a point in the game where that power spike that we look at for Lucian with this item build is starting to drop off. Thankfully, he is ahead. And this is where Direwolves are starting to make the reactive plays. With the next dragon up soon, they put Pac-Man up against Perfection, or Fantix now. Yep. And he's got his big spike in items, so they get him into a fight. Could be disaster for Abyss. They need to actually show some caution.
Well, the 1-3-1 is definitely an option here for the Direwolves. They do have power in that department with their double teleport, as Sybil's going to go over and clear out some vision in this Baron pit.
That looked very funny.
It was. Fantix actually on his own a little bit here towards the top side of Seb, clearing out vision. Pink Ward is going to help him. Regret's making his way around. Red buff is going to go probably to Seb, unless Sybil can grab it. Over the top, yeah, steals it out of the way. And he'll be able to get this Pink Ward. That is value right now. Sybil sort of finding his way back in, getting his stride once more.
And look at that health regeneration. Remember, 9% per fight.
Just silly, especially with the Spirit Visage. It's only going to be adding to that.
And this is the change-up. Once again, the strategy has been altered. Regret might want to get out.
Whole host of trouble as he misses the ultimate. Seb also has his in there as the Let's Bounce comes through. But Cannon Barrage there, lots of damage down here as Luch doesn't want to get in there. Seb, very, very low, doesn't have the ult. So the disengage was successful out of the Direwolves, but some questionable decisions in game number 2 after what was such a clean game number 1.
But only Regret dies, and he was the one to initiate that poorly. So 2 teleports actually used on the other side of Abyss Esports when neither have been used from Direwolves. And this is an opportunity for them to exploit that fact, look for the Dragon, maybe even look for the Baron, because they've got a large window of time where they're actually at an advantage. Abyss get nothing considering that Regret was dead, because he's now back up and moving towards that Dragon pit. Small victory for Direwolves, all things considered.
And Chippy's actually getting hunted a little bit by the Abyss Esports side.
He's fighting for the scuttle.
Yeah, Timewinder is going to fly through there as Seb. A couple of marks at the passive. And this is going to go down extraordinarily fast. Yeah, in he goes. Can he steal it? No, he can't. As Seb blocks down an Ocean Drake for the team, but stun comes down. Seb doesn't have the ultimate available anymore. You can see Direwolves able to get a bunch of work in, but there's Luch. Massive shutdowns on the whole bottom lane. Double kill already as Chaos Storm just going to transition onto Chippies. Picks up the triple. What a beast out of the mid laner of Abyss Esports. And they just clean up the Direwolves. Fantix just wanders out the bottom side, says, I ain't going to be able to do nothing.
And that's the way it works once again. Luch comes into a late game team fight, a predictable timing, and he finds the perfect opportunity to flank. One of them recalls, the rest go do the Baron. Abyss, they're in the controlled position now to try and secure themselves the second game back. 3 dragons, a Baron, everything they could want and more.
Yeah, this Baron is well and truly dead. Raid over the wall there, and you can see Luch is able to deter Fantix. So he does have his Infinity Edge. The BF sword there as well, looking to go for his second one, I believe, unless he's going to get an Abyss. Sorry, what is it? Essence Reaver? That's the guy.
I mean, in all honesty, Fantix did his job in that last fight as well. He was hitting the kegs. He hit multiple people, I think, with more than one keg.
Yep.
As well. It's just that there was no bottom lane, and Raze was the big factor here. But if he doesn't exist, then there is no team fight.
Well, Direwolves looking a little bit out of sorts. 3,000 gold is the lead here for Abyss. By no means an insurmountable margin. The Direwolves are going to have to play pretty effective League of Legends moving forward to find their way back in here, because this Baron buff and the team comp out of Abyss make it very hard for them. And Raid so far, 3-0-6. Man's doing well.
Yeah, Raid's been playing well. I mean, he's positionally actually quite a good AD carry. And his target selection maybe needs a bit of work, but I think he's doing perfectly fine for his first game in the OPL. Very impressive performance.
Well, you can see Direwolves Do have Chippies on the bottom side of the map. The rest of Abyss, though, are heading towards the top side. There's 4 members here. Luch answering the split pushes. Raze, cheeky.
2 spells, both missing.
Yep.
Sybil's actually looking somewhat aggressively in a situation like this, and reason being no teleport still.
Yep.
They actually are at least in an even matchup. Chippy's having his teleport, the only one, so a potentially uneven matchup. At least the deterrent was the implication of potential electric function.
Whoa. There's just turret took so much damage there. You can see AE just with so much siege potential if they manage to get to the turret.
It's just so hard to teamfight a double Infernal team with a Baron buff as well.
Not to mention the Ocean Drake helping them whenever they're switching lanes. They'll just get all their health back on their way over. It's gone from bad to worse for the Direwolves. Not out of it yet. There's Abyss with a lot of vision, especially towards the top side.
But the vision's actually a good point that you raise. Look at the vision that Direwolves have got and compare that to Abyss, and look at how deep one is and how defensive the opposite is.
Yeah.
Direwolves have no way of getting outside their own half of the map at the moment. They're just resigned to trying to find the ultimate team fight with the next keg that connects. I think they're waiting for perhaps the next item spike from Fantic, which might be right now, given that recall. And it is.
Yeah, Silver does come in, so that's sort of the 3 items that he wants. 40% CDR built up, as well as a lot of movement speed and some protection with that Hex Drinker. This tower not going to be long for the world.
Ooh.
And those barrels, once again, not going to be able to find it. Luch has really got his eye in as far as taking those down.
Still looking threatening, however, because if one connects, it'll be like 1,000 damage. Straight up at them.
Ah, they're actually looking for some sort of engagement. There's the Tempered Fate. Raid has to use the flash. Nice choice there from Direwolves. Trading that ultimate for a flash is very important, although maybe not so much on the Ezreal.
The good target selection as well, recognizing that they're all rotating bottom and that they had a window of about 5 seconds to try that. They won't be able to defend these outside turrets regardless. So they try and make some kind of play. Once again, a deterrent.
Big
To
lead
no avail.
extension, though. This is impressive out of Abyss. They're making sure that that global gold is going to be mounting up. That's all 3 inner turrets completed for this team in a very short space of time. You're talking about Baron power plays, doing very, very well.
Yeah, and Luch is a monster at the moment.
Oh my god,
The items
the
that he
rabbit
has,
ab.
yeah. Unbelievable. 5-2-4, late game player. Loves to farm as well. He's keeping up, if not besting, Fantics at his own game.
Most certainly is this time.
To be fair, I've watched Raze take a few of those wolves that Fantics wanted.
They're actually looking to try and catch Sybil out here. There will be a twisted advance. Flash used before it actually comes off. It's a nice cosmic binding that comes down from Regret. Blue buff's going to be stolen. Yeah, exactly.
15% bonus AP in the back pocket on a death cap, Victor. As we are late game as heck.
That is just silly amounts of damage that he will be bringing to these team fights over a long period of time as well. Now that Chaos Storm has been adjusted, Raze has to dash through the pillar, but does so very nicely as Regret was backing just behind him.
And no lifesteal as well for Raze. He is a very big weak point for this team when it comes to sustaining any kind of poke. A single laser is enough to push him out right now. You saw how much damage it did. And they're controlling Fantic's keg so well.
Yeah.
Luch is a GP player, which helps a lot. I mean, this is a fight from the looks of it. At least the turret going down. Bard's on.
Yeah, really nice Tempered Fate. Actually gets both of the carries there as the Cannon Barrage is coming down. Does decent damage to Raid. Half of his health bar is there. Clears out the minion wave as well. Buy them a little bit of time, but that is a big cooldown. Now unavailable for the Direwolves.
Sybil? No.
Woof.
Yeah, no is the right answer there from Sybil. They hold true, however. Direwolves was
Optimistic keg.
yeah. But he's holding a flank as well, so he's trying to stop them. But they're just going to lose it.
Yeah, well, teleport's actually coming in from Pac-Man here. This is the dive as Sybil jumps on top. Lamb's Respite is in there. Let's bounce on top from Sybil, but he's just getting destroyed. Pac-Man as well taking a fair bit of damage. Seb in the backline quite low as Rage is going to take him down. Yeah, the big tanky Zac no longer going to be in amongst this fight. The turret lasted for quite some time, but you can see Abyss. They just want to take this one out. It's a decent keg from Fantics, but can they find any more to get the work done? Luch drops the base now as Chippy's on top, gets a nice double stun. Pac-Man possibly in trouble here as the shutdown comes in. Nice play from Raze on the back end of the fight as Raid full health. Can he get the work done? Chippies?
They want to fight, though.
He does have his Guardian Angel. Raid gonna fall to Regret. Does take down Raze in the meantime, but Direwolves now on the offensive. It's only Seb and T-Gun there. Nice dodge out of the way of the Tempered Fate.
as T-Gun's going to survive for now, but can Direwolves get any more?
So they lose their inhibitor, but they have a period of time where they could at least get the dragon. Got to get those raptors beforehand, right? For no particular reason, Mr. Fantix.
Need that money.
But the Direwolves still hold strong. Barely.
Yeah, Chippies going to try and help take down this dragon. They probably need the help of the Gangplank. We will probably kill it with 2 kegs, but never mind.
Sybil does nothing but die in these games, and that's the contrast between the two.
Yeah.
Maokai can tank forever. There's no opportunity for Sybil to do that. Raid still putting in work as well. Target selections there. Only sing praise. Problem is, Baron's up. They know the GP was just at the dragon. If they catch anybody out right now, like even if Sybil loses a bit of his health, like half even, they would still look at the Baron. Gold lead's surprisingly not that big.
Yeah, it's only 5,000 difference. As we're moving towards 70k, I mean, this is getting to the point where everyone has the items that they want. Even another BF sword picked up from Raze. He's sort of few components and a recipe away from completing a 6-item build on this Lucian. Will be scary. That can be said as well for Raid. As the Ezreal's looking monstrous, and his kite potential in the late game just so scary to deal with.
Yeah, so they're actually playing the vision game right now, Abyss, and they understand the Direwolves are struggling. That's the Baron started up. Sooner or later, they'll face check. But that Baron is long gone.
Yep, Tempered Fate is actually going to lock it down there as Sybil finds his way right in amongst the pit. Cannon Barrage placed very nicely, but it is Seb that locks up the Baron. Can anything happen here, though?
Chippy's deep.
With a lot of damage that has been done. Lamb's Spike comes in. Chippy's now looking for a potential stun as he's so deep.
He's just dead.
Yeah, ultimate unable to be used there as now Direwolves have to find their way out. They haven't got 1 kill yet. As Fantix, big keg in the middle of that one is Raze. He's right in amongst it. Pac-Man a little bit deeper than he otherwise wants to be, and he will fall down to his Guardian Angel at least. Fantix able to at least get a keg down to stop people from moving forward. Direwolves hold the line, but Baron fell.
Yeah, and it's almost just an indication of how this game has been going, that Sybil dies, and Fantix and Raze almost do it. But almost is never enough when it comes to these fights. The numbers advantage, the Baron secured, the objective control that is at least trying to be implemented here from Abyss is well and truly there.
God, Luch is so scary.
And an 87 HP was the amount of health that Baron had when Sybil smote it. 87.
Whoa.
The level advantage that Seb has is just too damn high. And when it comes to smite battles, there is a very little chance that he gets any of them right now. But still, Direwolves, they're not out of it.
They're certainly holding on. And if they have anything, it's wave clear. And look, something that Gangplank has always been decently good at is clearing out minions that have the Baron buff on them.
Not necessarily the front.
No.
He does struggle a little bit, especially with Lucian. All the emphasis they're putting on killing those kegs, as you can see.
Yeah.
Stopping him from even looking at wave clear. Makes life hard.
Also makes killing this backline minion very hard. As you see, Chippy's Time Winder ain't going to be really much to it. Shusha Barrage trying to get rid of a Banshee's Veil by the looks of things on the side of Raid. There's the Tempered Fate. Pac-Man not going to be there. Looking for something. Chippies does get himself a shield, but man, that's probably not worth going in on. Decent stun comes out from Regret. Saves himself at the same time as his tower is well and truly under fire. Raze still very high health. Fantix at full health as well. They have the big cooldowns. Direwolves cannot wait too long. They don't want to let this tower drop.
It's just gone.
Yep, but AE, they move in, they pick it up. There's the Cannon Barrage. Raid actually stunned on top of it as Sybil finds his way in. T-Gun in a fair bit of trouble. Sybil getting his health sapped. But you can see Seb's taken down Chippies. The front line is now gone. And Abyss, they've taken the second inhibitor, and they're just moving straight towards this Nexus. Sybil, can he make his way in? First Nexus turret falls. Fantix, they pile on top of him, and Seb grabs the kill. And Raze now dancing towards the top side. Nexus turrets, they are going to be taken down. No chance at all, as the Nexus is going to explode. And Abyss Esports, what a brilliant game too. After a really nice early play in game number one, in game 2 from the Direwolves, Abyss just say, all right, no, guys, we ain't losing this. They pick it up.
Yeah, look, it took an awfully long time for the Direwolves to lose, and especially given the Gangplank being there.
Yeah.
Lucian was quite strong as the game progressed, but they had a frontline Abyss. I think that's the safest way to say this. The tanks were massive.
Yeah.
The control they actually had to set up for objectives was forcing Direwolves to just run in. There was no time for GP to actually set up the kegs, and whilst he was getting a lot of them later in the game and setting them up well, it was a too little too late scenario. Honestly, 2 Infernal Dragons, pretty good.
Yeah, fantastic. But we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the first Abyss win in this series.
Thank you so much, Atlas. So Abyss bring it back to 1-1, taking game number 2 off the Direwolves. And, you know, we said, can they get it to the 40-minute game? Can they get it to 6 items where they are able to just, get it down to that scrappy level and start brawling you? And they did get it there, but a promising start out of Direwolves. They first blood Seb. They have a lot of control. 3 kills onto Chippies. What went wrong in this game?
I think it was definitely smarter objective control over Abyss and knowing what to fight over. I think Direwolves just kind of fought rather pointlessly for about 15 minutes until Abyss scaled high enough into the game where they could actually win the team fights.
And that's the big thing to empathize. It's Wow.
Emphasis.
Your inability to speak English has spread over
rubbed
here.
off, yeah.
It's just awful. No, it's fighting over the correct objectives. There were so many times when Dire Wolves would just be fighting a blind. Like, you think about the time when Phrase was massive on this Lucian pick, and suddenly he's steamrolling a team fight. Victor walks up right next to him, but standing in fog of war from the brush because there was no vision around this dragon, and he immediately deletes him from the team fight. And that was kind of the big snowballing point for AE back here. But it's this idea that Abyss Esports' decision-making is not being tested for a new team into the OPL simply because the Direwolves are making so many mistakes and just throwing the game away from them. They had complete control over this, and they chose to continuously dive in at the poorest times. Think of how many times we saw Sybil just randomly jumping in over Raptor camp on choke points, but never with the setup of the barrel, never with the setup of the vision.
So I actually want to talk about that a little bit because Sybil in the mid lane kind of won that lane. He was able to get an advantage onto Chippies in the top lane. They got the teleport out. It was looking good, but then he repetitively ganked there. Is there something to say about, isolating a lane after it is won and just allowing the gangplank to scale up? Because time and time again, I'm thinking back to about 16 minutes into the game where he gave over the triple kills when the double teleports were used one more time. Is that just too much of a force from Sybil? Should he be able to farm up or look to another part of the map? Or do you think that was the right call to be able to revisit a lane that was already won?
Well, he definitely underfarmed. I think that's for sure. He definitely wasn't taking enough once they needed to start forcing objectives and maybe dive towers. I think that was a big problem for them. And it was definitely a ham-fisted effort to over-gank the mid lane. I think that was way too forced.
You telegraph yourself.
Seb. Seb is a main beneficiary of that, being able to take over.
Yeah, and it's this guy is camping me. He's going to gank my lane, and immediately it was one too many ganks by Sybil. You had the instantaneous TP come from Pac-Man, which he beat Chippy's TP every single time, and Seb was waiting in the wings. And like you said, Sybil didn't farm up. Kindred, it took her longer to ramp because she was camped in her own jungle, but eventually she's going to be that massive late game threat, which he became. And you had great answers against Phrase. He's on a mid-range 80 carry against a massive Victor and Kindred. There's only so much Lucian can do at that point. There's a reason why picks like Caitlyn are coming back into the meta with Victor and Azir being so strong, is they're one of the few 80 carries that can safely late game fight against those people, whereas Lucian, especially on the Korean build, doesn't have those options.
Yeah, and in the end, it means that Abyss are able to pick up game number 2. So we're going to game 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL Game 3 between Abyss Esports and the Dire Wolves. We're going down to the wire here. And, I want to open up to the desk straight away. Abyss versus Dire Wolves. Going into Game 3, what do you think each team needs to be able to take this one out?
I think it's just fighting over the correct objectives and fighting at the right times. Both these teams love to be really scrappy, but it's just kind of individual mistakes of we're fighting over Dragon Blind or we're fighting over Raptor Camp because we just want to kill people. Just clean it up a little bit. Real, Rain, control. Take the aggression back. Please, Bensel, take it away.
Yeah, I think, if Abyss don't get first blooded, then I think they can really... I think if Abyss don't get first blooded, I think they've shown that they have the superior objective control right now, and I think that's where they can abuse Dire Wolves. I think if Dire Wolves aren't getting the Twisted Fate, then they've shown that their game plan is pretty lackluster.
Yeah, and Raid in for game number 2. I believe we're sticking with him for game number 3 because a graphic didn't pop up. So maybe a little bit more in Razor's ball court because, both young, mechanically skilled AD carries. And Raid wasn't willing to take a step back in this matchup, was able to take it to him in what we thought would be a difficult matchup.
Yeah, well, I said if he got the Ezreal, I thought he would be okay. He's definitely a mechanically strong player, and he's shown that his nerves aren't affecting him, which is a good sign. And he looked like he output a lot of damage in that game.
And, I want to go to the Zach pickup for us. You said if anyone's champion pool can be questioned on the Dire Wolves lineup, probably is their jungler in Sybil. He has some weird pocket picks. Goes towards the Zach this game. What did you make of it?
Sybil plays a great Zac, but my feeling about Zac is he's just a bad Rek'Sai. If you think about what's cool about Zac, it's his gank paths and how he takes into lanes. Rek'Sai is going to do something very similar to with her tunnels. The reason why Rek'Sai came back into the meta is because of the buffs to Cinderhulk. So it used to start at 19 or 18 damage. Now it starts at 19 and it scales up to 46 or something like that. So Rek'Sai is actually getting twice as much damage to creeps from the Cinderhulk as she used to, which means that she's jungling just as quickly as people like Kindred and Nidalee, but then is far tankier. And it's Zac gets tanky. He's really good at ganking at these weird paths, but Rek'Sai does that just as well, but just a little bit stronger.
And we actually saw that come back and bite them, because the reason I wanted to bring it up is they have very similar early game strengths in their ganking, but the fact that Rek'Sai was able to keep up in farm generally against the likes of the Kindred, you saw that Sybil fell quite far behind. I mean, it was a 6-item Kindred running around Summoner's Rift to a Sightstone and a couple of components on what Sybil was. So maybe if they can clean up that part of the game. We have to hit our key matchup, Luch versus Fantix. I feel like we're 1-1 now. Fantix definitely came away with game 1 on Twisted Fate. Luch had a fantastic performance on his Victor. Is it time to just get rid of the Victor and, make him beat you with something else?
I don't think you can really hurt Luch's champ pool that much in terms of just take away one control mage, he'll play another and farm up and go big at 3 items, or even 2.5. I don't think that's the way for them to target him. I think they really need to just target Seb. Just take away any champion where he can get some farm and then become a real threat in the mid game because he'll take over.
No, I agree. Targeting Seb seems to be the best way to beat this team. I think he's also the most proactive and the primary facilitator for the team. Again, we've talked about Seb and highlighted him earlier that even when he doesn't have the best setup for him, he still manages to do well in game. So put that guy down as far as possible, and they should end up in a hole.
And, as OPL viewers at home would know, I am a kind and gentle host, so I'm going to give you a chance right now to renege on your earlier predictions that Dire Wolves would be the team to take this series. Frost, starting with you, do you believe in Abyss yet, or you still think Dire Wolves have got this one?
No, okay, I will say this. I actually really like Abyss. I think they're one of the stronger teams that we've seen come into the OPL from the OCS, but I'm actually going to stick with the Dire Wolves. I had them originally. I was 100% for predictions. I'm still 100%, and I think that the Dire Wolves have just more tools and more assets that Abyss just haven't ramped up yet. Not that they can't reach it, but the development hasn't come through.
All right, Stubborn Frost Gurun down the end of the desk. Going to you next, Bensel. What have you seen? Do you see anything you like there?
Not enough, I would say. I think Dire Wolves just have to get unlucky in the skirmishes enough so that Abyss can win. But I think with enough well-caught skirmishes like they normally have, they'll just take this game.
Dire Wolves have had the early lead both games that they just throw away. I don't think it's a huge thing to say the Dire Wolves are still going to win.
The faith is still lacking on the desk. However, guys, the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for the last time tonight. Here is Atlas and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And Rusty, do you think it's about this Zac pick that was keeping Sybil back? Because I thought that, some of those engagements may have been more of a brain fade rather than the pick.
I'm going to say the pick makes it a lot easier to brain fade because you can gank from so far away and make an active decision that is quite poor. I think that the Zach, I'm not going to say is the entirety of the reason that they lost the game.
Well, I do like Zach's just in general. Like,
Well,
I'm
thanks.
not having a stab.
No, but what I think is that, like, if he does the same thing on Rek'Sai, then it's definitely the player. But we don't know that. And we do still think that as a champion, as designed champion, how it plays in competitive, Zach is not as good as Rek'Sai in the role that he fulfills. Saying that, however, I think Kindred's just the #1 priority above both.
That's a very good point. Well, once again, Abyss are going to take to the blue side of the Rift. Fizz and Twisted Fate have been banned away. I love the Twisted Fate ban, making sure Direwolves can beat them with a strategy that's not similar to that of game #1.
Is we look at how they won game #1. It was the Twisted Fate with the Bard. Game #2 was the Bard without the follow-up. And actually, we just watched Regret get caught out a little bit more often than he did the first one because there's no one else to actively help him.
It's a really good point. Direwolves haven't shifted their bans all that much as Nidalee and Soraka are going to hit the bench. Just Rise on the blue side here, Abyss, making sure something else has to happen. Didn't find success on the Rise.
So the Azir is usually another big ban away from Luch. A champion that he's quite good on, and Fantix being on the red side this time around is a surprise if they don't go for that ban.
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, the Victor also available. Bensel did mention the fact that, you can't affect Luch's champion pool too much. They're going to step away from it. Ray's probably looking to put some priority on this Ezreal pick if they can. We'll see whether Abyss decide to first pick it.
Yeah, we're looking at like taking away his S+ and still giving him an S champion, right? Essentially,
Yeah.
with Luch. Take away his Azir, still got that Victor, still performed really well on it. And perhaps Direwolves have got that implication still resting in their minds and they'll look to take the Victor away for Fantix. Flank always going to be there anyway. If Fantix really wants to, Kassadin as well, another option into the Victor.
Very good.
Dependent on how he feels after the defeat in game #2, but this is the standout to me. We mentioned the Zac, the Rek'Sai. This is still the better of the three.
Most certainly is. And Seb had such a good performance in game #2. Chippy's hovering the Zac. We'll see what's going to happen. I assume that Ezreal is probably going to be a likely answer here.
But for what it's worth, Chippy's hovering it instead of Sybil when they're picking at the same time means that he's just hovering it.
Yeah.
I do think that the Ezreal, as you mentioned, is something that should be looked at. Perhaps the Azir as well. Once again, it depends on... They've seen junglers. Do they want to pick the jungle and last pick for their mid lane of Fantix? And just go 80 carry top lane with it as an option as their first rotation?
Could be a point. Do you think Trundle's worth looking at here as well? I mean,
Not
has
really.
seen a lot of priority.
I don't think it's worth looking at. Ezreal definitely makes a lot of sense. Away from Raid with the Lucian ban.
Trundle is actually going to be the option there. So probably Chippy's taking it towards the top side, but Regret, of course, did play a lot of it in the support position, and T-Gun showed us that it can still work.
I think the only reason that I'm looking at support, Trundle rather, and saying it's a good option is to take away a chance of them to counter the Zac in a way. Remember the pillar stopping the Zac's elastic slingshot? On more than one occasion that last game actually caused some issues for the Direwolves.
Yeah, T-Gun actually playing an expert Trundle.
Indeed.
Very comfortable, but Abyss now with a couple of picks. The mid lane is still somewhere that they can grab priority, and you can see Seb already considering it. Other options are, of course, T-Gun picking up a priority pick as Braum is considered at the same time. Where would you place your emphasis here?
Braum makes sense. I think they just want to have that tanky person to stand in front as well as Luch getting the Azir before Fantix can. I think Direwolves, maybe their tendencies come back to bite them, but their first draft is still perfectly fine. It's the second one they have to back it up with now that really rounds their team comp together. And I would not be surprised to see the Victor and the Bard.
A lot of things considered for now. We'll see, of course, Victor does make a lot of sense. Luch, however, not going to be too worried because he does have his golden chicken. He's normally very happy about. Sybil looking to grab some early game power. Carbon showing us that Lee Sin can work out very well.
Sybil also a closet Lee Sin main.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
He's letting us know now. Yeah, unless it's going to be switched over, of course. We'll be saving a potential top lane or support pick until last. That's what they're going to do. This would definitely be stepping back to comfort for Sybil. They are going to lock in the Elise.
That's a very smart decision, locking that one in. I think the Elise has been undervalued in this series until game #3.
Yeah.
So now that we're actually seeing this, I have a lot more faith in the jungle matchup at the very least, where time and again in the last one, Seb was pushing Sybil out.
And the gank and skirmish heavy early game that we've been seeing just benefits Elise so much as well. I mean, you've spoken about it to no end. And we'll see whether Sybil is going to be able to make it work for them. And especially, like, I love this on a mentality level at the same time, just because Elise is something that Sybil's very comfortable on. And if he definitely needs to turn things around for game number 3.
Yeah.
And this is a very good way of doing it. Just give him something that he can rely on muscle memory for.
I'm really wondering right now where Raid's going to go. They took the Ezreal, they banned the Lucian. Those were the 2 champions who said he'd be comfortable on. Does he default to the Vayne or the Caitlyn? Like, is that something that he actually can play? Vayne's good, but it's solo Q-esque. Like, what's his AD carry that he goes to?
Twitch would be amazing in this comp, but it is going to be Vayne. You're exactly right.
And he is a very talented player, Raid. That first game that we saw from him in game number 2, naturally.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And I can sing a lot of praise for this guy for his first performance. Not getting the jitters and making many mistakes. But Vayne, tell you what, if a long-standing player like Chenny cannot make that work, you're going to have a hard time. He has to be an outstanding performer. Thankfully, he has a Kindred Maokai Braum Azir, which is sculpted to ensure that the Vayne lives for as long as possible.
Just looking at a Vayne pick, I'm like, come on, man. Like, even Siva, Braum's a decent lane, especially when you're up against something that could potentially be really disengaged focused like the Ezreal and the Trundle.
Yeah, so the Vayne can still kite the Trundle very easily, I will say. There is one thing he can do, it's handily kite a Trundle. The Elise, maybe not so much, but I have to allude towards the team comp that I just mentioned as well, like a Kindred to keep him alive if he gets caught, a Braum to stand in front of him with a shield, or Azir to stand in front of him with those ultimates. And then you've got a Maokai that's going to be in there anyway. Like, the tools they have is potentially enough.
We'll see exactly what is going to happen as it's Regret that's going to pick up the support position in Trundle. I mean, sorry, not Trundle, in Thresh. Definitely a champion that he's been known for throughout his stint in Oceanic League of Legends in general. I mean, remembering back to the Your Soul Shell Shuffle days, where he just sort of made his mark here in the support role. His Thresh was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And Chippy's actually just going to opt into the Trundle matchup, into the Maokai, of course, something that Trundle fares quite happily in.
Yeah, so Trundle's going to be happy, the Elise is going to be happy, mid lane's going to be an average standard lane where Fantix might get his shot back at Luge.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Vayne into an Ezreal Thresh. If hooks hit, there could be a lot of blood spilled in that bottom lane, but I think both teams have got what they wanted.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in how this bottom lane goes. I feel like that's going to be where we're looking, because exactly what you said, I mean, seems like it's going to be each player doing what they just want to do around the map, but it's that bottom lane, it's that point of contention, and of course Raid now going to have to step up. Second game in the OPL, subbing in for Squidgy here at the same time, had a great game number 2 performance, like you said, and pressure is well and truly on now on this Vayne pick.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest standout thing, is the pressure absolutely going to be there. I think Raid has to maintain composure. But the way that Raze plays on that Ezreal in particular, he's going to be forward. He's going to be very akin to that of King in our first series.
And we already saw him in game number 1. Just ridiculous. But hop on Twitter. Give your teams your support. Let's use that hashtag AEWin if you think that Abyss are going to be able to take this one, or the hashtag DWWin if you think that the Dials are going to be able to bounce back after a difficult game number 2. Of course, historically, been known to be able to do that.
There's one thing the Dials can do, it's bounce back after defeat, but Abyss coming into the OPL now in the second week, they've given it to the teams they've played against every single time. Dials no exception. And coming into game number 3, they can't pull any punches this time.
Yeah, very impressive. Second half of second game for Abyss. We'll see whether they can carry that through as we are into Summoner's Rift. Raid picking up the chromed red skin here.
Dragon Slayer.
Like it a lot.
One of the betters.
Oh, Direwolves.
They've done it. Game 2, now again, game 3. On the other side of the map, watch the sapling, however, to diffuse their lives and make them feel miserable. Never mind. Oh, they all outplayed it.
Nice.
Oh, we juked it.
Did good.
Oh, so ready for the 5-man sapling, though.
Seb once again checking over here. It's dangerous, but they have the mini ward. Everything's going to be fine.
Have you ever heard of Maokai support, by the way, with what you do is you get your money-making item.
Yeah.
And then you just throw saplings at them. You get so much money.
I like it. Also, I mean, like the perfect counter pick, the Sivir. It's just infinite mana. He throws a sapling, you're like, delicious.
Well, Sivir's also been the pick into Caitlyn historically for a very long time because they put down the traps and you just walk over it and say thank you for the mana.
And the cupcake.
Yeah, and you keep them pushed, right? So I think there's definitely merit in that respect to a Sivir, but we're still not seeing it because we're seeing a Vayne instead. Also further battle, yeah.
Yeah, and a lane swap potentially here as well, as Regret's going to make his way over. Seb, be a little bit careful, but does get the smite off. Regret's just like, oh,
Walking
cheers
a
for
long
the
way.
souls, mate.
Walking the mega long way, honestly.
Level 2 has been hit by Luch. Able to utilize it, grab himself a little bit back. Takes a turret shot there, that's bad news.
Yeah, you've made a mistake, Mr. Luch. What he can do right now, however, is zone away Fantix, which I'm not entirely sure as to how Luch got to level 2 on the first wave. I'm thinking that he got some of the chickens.
Cheeky Maokai.
Yeah, it might have been the Maokai Azir combo. But he's making it work for him. And T-Gun's here.
Yeah, looking to actually grab something back here as Fantix holds on to his flash, of course. But early aggression in the mid lane, just trying to make sure that they keep Fantix down, and it makes sense. Seeing this as an age-old tactic against the Direwolves.
Yeah, they're absolutely nipping at the person that usually takes them down. And Abyss, even with a level 1 roam from T-Gun, just for good measure. Because they are in a lane swap scenario. He has a bit of free reign. The AD carry as well, Raid. Can't push too fast, so they kept that lane frozen. Also hiding the weakness of that Vayne to an extent. Getting him through the first pain point. But it's the Direwolves that are doing it.
Yeah.
They think they can win on map play, working around the map.
And it's what worked for them in game number 1. I do like it. Go back to what you're good at. But lane swap answered quite nicely here so far. Mirrored almost entirely from Abyss. And we'll see what Direwolves decide to do after this. They are going to win as far as getting to that lane swap and getting this turret down is concerned. What happens next? That's the real question. As Chippies did hit level 2. So of course does have that ground in order to help his attack speed take down this turret. And he's just going to tank up the minion wave there as well. Backs are going to come in. As Pac-Man waits for the creep wave to die.
Yeah, everything evens out, but Seb was also the one helping in this push to ensure that it kept pace this time around. As they match to an extent.
They go straight to the dragon here at the
Very
same
well
time.
executed by Chippies. Make sure more minions die. That's going to be a mega freeze.
But it is going to be a very early Ocean Drake, which is huge. As Seb takes that one down, and you've mentioned this before, I mean, keeping the health and mana up of your support and jungle, things like that, moving around in this lane swap scenario, could be a really big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Early Ocean Drakes, they're potentially game-changing, but...
Yeah, Sybil looking for Luch. Doesn't use any of his summoner spells. Uses all of his mana, though. And good lane positioning here from Fantix as he's going to head back to base.
And teleport.
Yeah.
That's actually what separates these guys. The cleanse and flash thankfully weren't used, as you mentioned, by Luch, but Fantix can come back and even up a lot of that gold difference now simply with his teleport. Things are looking strong now for Direwolves on the flip side, simply because Sybil walks in. And that's actually something that a lot of people don't realize with Azir is he uses a lot of mana. If you actually make him use more than just his Arise and his attack part with the Q. You make him actually use his E and dash around, he loses that mana so quickly in laning phase.
And it's even the Q. I mean, that's a very sort of thirsty spell as well. So
Yeah.
if he is harassing like he has been doing, does have its trade-offs.
Now you can see the amount of mana that he just lost. He will regenerate a lot of it back, but more than just the W and the Q used is painful. Fantix, I'm not sure what you're doing.
Yeah, probably not a great idea to tank a billion creeps. Right, Luch. Able to clear out this minion wave. Keeps his lead in that CS department, but not by much. As Abyss going to answer the shove on the bottom side of the map with a shove of their own on the top side. So this is going to be what they decide to make of the lane swap.
And for the viewers as well, remember Vayne actually maxing the W first. No longer do you max the tumble. Lasted a short while. Yeah. Always max that W first. Shred tanks as well, so good way to kill the Trundle. Time passes.
Especially when the Trundle is going to be so huge after that Maokai gets subjugated. So having true damage against him is a gigantic deal. Raid actually going to get his slice of the pie as far as that local gold is concerned too. So wanting to make sure that the Vayne gets past this sort of early game lull as effectively as possible.
Look at mid though, they've actually rotated early, knowing that Chippies was going to get it instead of sharing gold. Remember, cleanse and flash are up.
Yeah, Luch actually moving very far forward, moving towards his team at the same time. Lots of vision available for Abyss as he gets in there. Does have level 6, but he's going to get caught by the cocoon. There's the cleanse, fantastically timed from Luch. My God, this end of the series, this guy's playing beautifully.
Except that he just went back in needlessly because he thought his team was there. They weren't there. This Rift Herald's very close to resetting.
Oh, he's going to as well.
And they juggle so much aggro. Pac-Man, if he takes aggro, would actually get close to dying. Taking them an awful long time. And during that time, you will find that Luch really wanted to engage.
Yeah.
This has been a monumental effort.
Yeah. Pac-Man celebrating the fact that he's not going to fall. Actually picks himself up the buff as well. Thinks he deserves it after tanking so much
But,
damage.
like, so this is actually just really poor by Abyss. And yes, they're controlling. They got the early Dragon. They got the early Rift Herald. Look at the difference between top laners because Chippies has kept a freeze this entire time. They didn't try and break this freeze. It's actually still coming back towards him. And the best way that they can then diffuse this is by sending their duo lane down there, or at least the support and somebody else to try and push it. But it's still going to be pushing towards his base. Like this is the biggest lead that they should not be giving to Chippies that they have.
Yeah, and it's not only Chippies, who is a phenomenal sort of carry-oriented player in general, but it's also a Trundle. You don't want him getting a lead. That's just scary stuff.
Yeah, so he's going to be big.
Triple the CS.
And I mean, whenever they choose, they could put the AD carry down there if the freeze maintains and holds true. They could give all of that farm to Raze on the Ezreal, who is already 24 CS ahead of Raid. And this is all great. Map control was on point from Abyss, right?
Pac-Man, oh dear, it's very dangerous him being here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, he's going to get ganked. Like 100%. He's about to ward and find the Elise.
Oh, you can see Sybil did actually try to flash in. I'm not actually going to find too much here as Direwolves getting a lot of damage onto this inner turret. T-Gun's going to flank around, but there's a lot of minions for them to fight at the same time. Raid getting in on top. Regret going to get stunned, but it's just too many minions. They can't fight.
Yeah, so that's the counter freeze from the Direwolves that just got broken because it actually crashed onto the turret. Seb, he's in a weird spot. I don't know what the Direwolves are doing of being that aggressive. Because still, they want to give the advantage to Chippies. And thankfully, right, there's still a big CS advantage for Raze that could not be caught up by a freeze from Raid.
Yeah.
Very confusing names to say together.
Yeah. Mantic's just going to clear out the mini wave very, very nicely. Love it when the death ray sort of goes through you in a weird backward move. It's confusing. Like it a lot. Luch not going to find him with any harassment with that WQ combo. And Fantix has evened things out entirely. Just trying to pick off single minions. Doesn't want to shove too hard. Wants to keep Luch in a position where he could potentially get ganked by this Elise.
Yeah. The game of isolation that's taking place in the middle lanes, giving Fantix a better time than he is deserving of, honestly, how that early game went. Lucha very strong as here, but Elise has made many appearances to try and stop him.
Oh, regret. Almost at the end of his back. Don't realize that there is vision available, though. Fantix picks up a whole bunch of chicken. More than happy right there. Seb, yeah, finally able to give Pac-Man some space.
But you know what this is? This is a single wave of farm. Where do you think Pac-Man's going to go after that? Is he going to walk past the tower that's already been taken to the bottom lane and try and get the next wave, break the freeze perhaps because Seb's just left him? What they're doing is winning through dragons.
Really nice death sentence there as well as Seb. Not going to be able to get out. Does have the Lance Respite. Puts it up. But the rest of the Direwolves are piling it on top. Chippies is going to make his way down as well. It's a decent pillar as Pac-Man gets all of his resistances.
Oh.
That first blood goes down to Raze with a 6 snipe, and Regret almost gets a death sentence. Whoa,
Wow.
Ezreal just seems to be such a key pick in this matchup.
Yeah, fantastic work from Raze, and this is essentially the undoing of Abyss now starting to actually feel a bit prevalent where it should not have been in the first place. They've got the freeze for the Ezreal. Victor's going to be the recipient of that top lane. Luch now.
Yeah, there's the bounce back as well as Luch is able to shift some stands away. T-Gun is going to take a cocoon. The Direwolves just looking aggressive in position to be so.
It's also pressuring them off getting a dragon. So what Abyss were looking for is to win this through a neutral objective. Get the Cloud, get the Ocean Drake, whatever that third one was, perhaps focus it as well, and just dragon their way to victory. But because of the undoing of the Seb jungle role right now, they get themselves the dragon. They maintain CS advantages. Oh, unless the sapling is a god.
The sap steal would be sick. Of course, Sybil didn't have smite, so they are going to be able to take down the dragon though nonetheless. Raze Regret is going to clear out some vision here at the same time, but Pac-Man just
Look at
once
him.
again in these lane swaps, he cannot do anything because Abyss don't create room for him.
Yeah, they have not helped him at all. And honestly, I don't think they can. Because the difference was already so great that they needed to get the farm onto Vayne. Priorities.
Yeah.
Right, there's more value to giving Vayne farm. And now T-Gun's here. Doesn't mean they can 2v2. Because there's nothing available to this Maokai. And what Direwolves want is to break this so that it doesn't freeze once again. Make it crash on the turret, reset the wave, and then pick up the scraps once it starts coming back towards them.
Yeah, sort of once again, Direwolves in exactly the right position in order to do so at the same time.
But they need to do it first. This is a big wave. So.
Raze is 3 levels above Pac-Man. Like, that is just crazy.
And you know what we saw in the first game when the Direwolves were winning is Raze actually killing Pac-Man in these side lanes.
Yeah.
He's stopping it. Look, T-Gun's trying this though.
Not gonna happen.
There you go. Reset.
But at least he will be able to pick up this wave of farm. Ish.
Now he'll be happy with what he got. The difference is still pretty large between the two. But I think for what it's worth, the Ocean Drake will help out a lot with their early sustain. Everyone's happy on Abyss with just trying to scale. It is what they do as a team.
Yeah.
They want those team fights. They want to get to those team fights successfully. And now it's actually a fairly awkward position where at the early game went well for the Direwolves, considering how it actually shouldn't have potentially, just due to neutral control. Everyone's kind of back to square one.
Yeah, we can see there's actually going to be a mark picked up from Seb. Fantix wants to just kill him. Is the Death Ray
Probably
going to
drop
find
the ult.
one tick? In goes Sybil. The Cocoon is going to land. Seb just going to explode, but the ultimate is available. They didn't stun him for quite long enough as the Repel is going to get Sybil up there. Fantix able to last long enough. Pac-Man picks up a much-needed kill, but Regret is going to punish T-Gun. Raze over the top, right in amongst it here. It's a double kill for Fantix as the Emperor's Divide comes a little bit late. And Direwolves are going to be able to win that one. The Subjugate comes in here as Raid's going to get slowed down for a moment by the tumble, but he's dancing forward. And I have a feeling Chippies ain't going to be able to find anything. And that is going to be Raid picking up the 1v1 kill, and it's just Chippies just not able to do anything in that 1v1.
Yeah, well, look, Chippies is AD heavy at the moment, and he's up against a fairly strong Vayne who's been sitting in side lanes this entire time. He's a higher
Luch.
level. They are pushing their luck across the board here, both teams.
I think, yeah, Pac-Man just tried to gank Fantix, and Luch almost died.
Well, Luch also could have used his ultimate earlier in that fight happening near the middle lane, near those Raptors.
T-Gun going to get hooked. Pac-Man trying to go back. Luch as well. He's going to be backing.
Thank God
able
the
to get
T-Gun
home.
was standing in front of Luch.
Yeah. He would have been dead, just flat out dead.
Absolutely, yeah. Pressure's on though.
Seb looking for the smite. Not going to happen. Fade away jump shot here from Sybil. Even gets himself a little something. That's adorable. We'll see whether he can grab this Rift Scuttler at the same time. He just looks so much better on this Elise pickup. Almost has that Runic Echoes and a Sightstone there just to augment all of the vision that Direwolves have been quite good at putting down in the earlier stages of all of these games.
Yeah, it's looking good. Once again, they're starting to be more aggressive with their invades here, Direwolves. It's very hard for an Elise to throw herself with an elastic slingshot in, so a little bit more reserved, I would say.
Good point. In fact, she has more tools to keep herself alive for longer in that Repel. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. It is actually an easily large roll.
Nice.
Here, Seb just gets caught out of position, exploded by Chippies. And of course, Fantix's Chaos Storm, which probably did the majority of the damage. Sybil still flanking around, looking to try and get a pick.
Got
Pac-Man,
Pac-Man.
wrong position, wrong time, as it's Raze that's right in amongst it. He says, well, I'm probably going to die. And Fantix just grabs another one. 3-0-1 for this Victor. And
Yeah.
Abyss, can't get too much more.
No, but the threat of the hook from Regret, the threat of the engage as well from most of the Direwolves, it's actually deterring Abyss from even trying to match these fights and trade at all. The end result is, once again, a bigger lead established. No luck to be seen, as per the analyst Death's suggestion.
Whoop. Raze, however, is going to be able to make it to relative safety here after Luch throws some soldiers at him. And once again, no like, freeze is going to happen. Shoves that wave all the way up into the turret. And Abyss still unable to really find anything for Pac-Man, who's 50 to 105.
Yep, so Pac-Man is ultimately going to be the undoing of Abyss if they end up losing this game. The carry's still getting farm, still doing the best they can. Raids a Vayne. He is going to scale. Azir always going to scale with damage. And there are things to look forward to. They have win conditions here.
Oh, and the colors popped as well.
Going to be a bit of money. Hopefully his boots upgraded once he goes Zealand. Gets a bit greedy for crit.
Oh, blue buff there for Fantix as he death rays all of that chicken. He's going to be able to kill this one at the same time. As they are waiting for the Infernal. Oh, sorry, the Cloud Drake to come back up. Regret unable to get the flay. Nice winter spy there from T-Gun.
I think you can flay them over that wall, actually, if you do it perfectly.
Yeah, I
The
think
hook
they
puts
have,
them
they
next
have to be
it.
hugging it, I think.
Well, he was hugging it, but he missed the play.
Chippy's is actually looking to try and grab himself a red buff here as well. Sick. Ravenous Hydra is completed as the hook is going to land onto T-Gun. Sybil there as well, lands the cocoon. Nice pick potential out of this comp. But only going to take half of his health.
But that's half of his health next to the dragon spawning, which means if they do it again, he's dead. And that should be the free objective. Look at the way Raze is playing as well. He's actually itemized straight into the tankiness, the red buff, and the slows everywhere.
Big kite potential out of this Ezreal, most definitely.
Yeah, and he's able to work around his team nicely and kick this one off.
Ocean Drake is of course there, so T-Gun actually getting his health back relatively quickly. There is vision in here. Oh, the Winter's Bite steal. Might is available for Sybil.
2 clouds.
Yeah, double cloud. Triple for the sick movement speed and particle effect.
So the next one's going to be Infernal, unfortunately, Atlas.
Damn it.
We're not going to see that. Seb's actually about to flank. Deep down, I believe he can 1v2. Deep down, I mean on the surface.
Yep.
As in right now, he can 1v2.
There's the ward in the first. Luch is going to find a Q. Smack him in the head. Level advantage available for the victor there. Raze just continuing to shove things down. We've got multiple CC bots coming in here for the Direwolves. Raze doing his best King impression, using that Arcane Shift very aggressively.
We always compare the 2 AD carries.
Yeah. They're doing it very nicely as well. I mean, King's Ezreal looked fantastic. With Raze also looked so strong again, #1. That was a sick cocoon.
Yeah, Direwolves now pressuring the inner turret in the bottom lane. They have the vision set up. They have all of the means to continue this.
We're talking about item spikes here as well. I mean, you mentioned Raze has the Iceborne Gauntlet, but there's also a Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed here for Fantix. Ravenous Hydra done for Chippy, starting to build up into that armor. Looks like Iceborne Gauntlet to be item #2.
I feel like, yeah, Raze is still splashing with items and stuff. I feel like Raid's still going to take him on. This is going to come down to a mechanics battle. I think ideally for Abyss as well to actually get Raid 1v1ing Raze. And get the Raids off.
Oh.
Luch is necessary to be with the team at all times. If he's not there, their wave clear doesn't exist. So Luch is like the ultimate factor within this team comp, as he generally is within Abyss as well. He's a star player, to be perfectly honest.
That's how it works, yeah. Blue buff once again going to be stolen away here as Sybil gets in on top of it. Chippy's actually is the one that picks it up. Not sure whether they necessarily wanted that to happen, but it doesn't really matter too much. Spectre's Cowl has been picked up by Pac-Man. He's trying to get to some form of item. Doesn't really have anything completed just yet. Just some components. But he's actually able to do some work here to the turret. Gravity Shield going to stop him from being able to get too much more down.
Pac-Man is 3 levels down. The Raid has to be it.
Yeah, Raid is actually going to come over though as Chippy's misses the flash. It's actually going to mean that the Condemn didn't work, but he is going to fall down in the end. Nice pick up there from Raid.
Yeah, Raid actually following up with the flash of his own, so it would have been a kill regardless of that. As 7 Rays now having their turn.
Yeah, a bit of a dance around here as Raze actually wants to get the red buff, but it's just not going to happen as Regret flashes forward. Seb in trouble. Ignite is down as Regret is actually standing on that one. Fantix able to pick up a kill for himself.
Raid's here though.
Yep, just heads over and Raze says, come on man, give away my position.
Yeah, so Raze cancels his recall, Regret flashes to safety, and Fantix picks up another kill, but Abyss is still fighting. And they do want to still give it to them. The turret's going to fall, you would imagine here. Fantix, no way.
Yeah,
no how.
Pick up the objective afterwards. This is definitely an Abyss Esports once again fighting back here in the mid game. We may have a potential for a just a repeat. What happened in game #2?
But again, the problem. Always look at that top lane farm. There is zero opportunity that Pac-Man was ever going to be able to contest Chippies as the game progressed anyway, but with the advantage that he has, he can't contest him now. The saving grace of that is that Raid has always been there, and given the Trundle item build, Raid actually destroys him with Bane.
Oh, yeah.
So if this continues to happen, we continue to get Vayne in side lanes, yes, it's actually going to start looking better for Abyss, except that this can happen at any time.
Oh, there's the flash cocoon. Luch can't follow up with the shifting sands, and Sybil's going to lock him down. Fantastic play from the Direwolves as the Glacial Fissure comes out from T-Gun, but he's not going to be able to find it. Fantix, one more time, playing brilliantly. Just has so much damage on this Victor. 5-0 and 2.
Baron.
Teleport's going to come in. Yeah, they're just going to go straight for the Baron.
Yeah, so they can see Vayne in the bottom lane now as well. He's too far away. They will do a lot of damage to this. Sybil is taking a lot, but with Chippy's here, it'll be fine.
Chippies with that Ravenous Hydra is going to do some work. And look, it's already down to below half health. Pac-Man wants to find his way in, but I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to get much done. Frozen Heart has
might
been
be
picked up.
possible
Yes,
here.
Seb's
Seb.
actually looking for it. Death Sentence doesn't land. That was a phenomenal pillar, and Seb's going to die. They peel off the Baron, pick up the jungler, and then kill the big purple worm, and Direwolves surge ahead.
The pillar and the flay pretty much simultaneously keeping Seb out. He had no flash. Didn't even have his ultimate. He was looking for a miracle steal. And the miracle does not come today for Abyss. 5-0 and 3 right now is this Victor. 2-0-3 is the Ezreal. The carries are huge. They're set up now with this big gold lead. Everything they could want and more now.
Yeah, 2/3 of the kills as well helped to be provided by Sybil, who's just been hanging around with Regret. I think this is beautiful, sort of the new support on the team. But Sybil has a bad game number 1, and then all of a sudden Regret's there, and their sort of tandem work here with this pick duo is beautiful to watch.
Well, it is because they're the pick duo, to be perfectly blunt. They've drafted themselves to be more effective with this.
Has worked very well. Oh, Raid actually picked up the Phantom Dancer for like more 1v1 potential. Do you agree with that over the static shift for the
Needs to
potential
beat
wave
the
clip?
Trundle, and Trundle's very killable with the Phantom Dancer. Static shift for wave clear would be nice, but they've got the Azir to cover that up. It's just as Baron is going to make every piece of wave clear.
Oh my god, the hook onto Pac-Man Cocoon lands as well as Fantix just drops the base. Ultimate has to come out from Seb, but that's not in the team fight. As Luch, way too low. Pac-Man tagged.
Oh my god, the Ludens might have got him. No.
Whoa.
Red buff and Ludens almost actually killed him there in the end, but Direwolves, the poke they've got is unreal. The pick they've got is ridiculous. Chip is just kind of here.
Where did he come from? I don't know, wandered from behind the turret there as Luch still trying to back, walks even further away. He needs to
Raid's
get
got
back to
Sybil.
base. Sybil's going to wander over. Yeah, this is inner turret falling down as well. We'll see what more the Direwolves can get as they are transitioning towards the bottom side.
They should just do Infernal Dragon, but if they have enough movement around here and they have enough vision to set up still, then they could actually look towards that bottom turret.
I do like the Infernal Drake priority here. The rest of Abyss are moving over. Direwolves, lots of vision, well prepared for this one. It is going to be Fantix that picks up the Dragon. Sybil over the top here as well as Pac-Man tanking a lot of damage, claps his hands. Not going to find too much. Lance is going to be given to the Elise, and Direwolves going to head back, use that Empowered Recall, and buy a heck of a lot of items.
Yeah, and they show some reservation as well. They don't commit to the fight after the Dragon. They go back, they get their buys, and this is a very much reinvigorated Game 3 Direwolves. They draft better, they play the game more soundly. Abyss also give them that in, however, with the difference in top lane farm. You have to give priority to your top laner. You have to stop freezes from happening. You can't just give everything to the Vayne and expect that to work. He's still a Vayne. Raid 2-0. Farming decently, performing well. Good rookie AD carry coming into the OPL.
But there's a useless tree. He's a bonsai right now.
Yeah, there is a tree that is not a tank. It's like a Christmas tree, man. Everyone's present.
Sybil was coming around. Raises here as well as Pac-Man once again sets off that ultimate with Abyss. They look aggressive when I don't know whether they're equipped to be. Pac-Man's just getting tagged over and over again. Fantix is in here. Is Abyss able to clear out some of the vision? Answered though by Sybil as he has a Sightstone, so this guy's able to throw down as many wards as he wants. Raid doing the best that he can, but he's not going to be able to do anything against this. Yeah, Chippy's just doing his split push thing. He's equipped for it. Got exactly the build.
So this is what they're going to do. They're going to send Raid down here. They're going to try and hope that the Vayne can 1v1 Chippies, which is possible. Not ideal, but it is definitely possible. The problem is Pac-Man, being a frontline with the 4v4, does not exist. He actually does not exist as a frontline member. With more than one person shooting Pac-Man, he does.
Yeah, Trip Barrage is going to fly down here as well. Nice Unbreakable from T-Gun. Death Sentence is going to pick Pac-Man out of nowhere. Brilliant Cocoon to follow up. And that has managed to get out the ultimate from T-Gun. Teleport to come in from Chippies, and they're just going to take down this inner turret. Fantix, considering a back at the moment, does have teleport available for himself at the same time.
Yeah.
But this is night and day. Direwolves game 1, game 2. This is more a game 1 Direwolves, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you put Vayne into a side lane. Trundle teleports in and has an impact on a teleport for a team fight or for a tower taken. Big change here from Dials, very polarizing.
Yeah. Really good to see that they are still the team that can bounce back from adversity. Got Raid, yeah. Able to climb up, you're exactly right.
Again, I don't think the Raid's been playing poorly. It's just that they don't have someone to deal with Trundle, so they have to send this Vayne. I'm sure they'd love to have him in a team fight, but they have no choice. Talk about throwing your AD carry under a bus, though. It's basically saying...
He's there with a tree as well. I mean, Pac-Man's well and truly under that bus, man.
No, I mean, it's so realistically what I'm trying to get at is, Raid, you're no longer a part of team fights. You enjoy your side lane.
Yeah.
If you happen to be at the right place at the right time, we can team fight with you. But until such a time, where the Direwolves might choose your lane as the plan of attack, you deal with Trundle now. Maokai, stand in front of everybody and die repeatedly. But don't die. Just get low. It's like, it's impossible to do, but that's their only ideology until late game, where Azir is still starting to farm. He's going to be big, but look at this.
Oh my god, Ray's just making Pac-Man go the wrong direction. He's like, well, I'll kill a minion or 3. And that is Ray's just picking him up in the 1v1. And that was sort of brutal to watch.
He's been flamerizing the next wave the Trundle picks up. Disaster. Actually a disaster.
Sybil even able to pick up farm around this map. Where do Direwolves go next? It's now most definitely...
Well, this is where they go next.
Yeah, Fantix flashes on top. Raid gets over the top of it, though. Fantix is able to pick up the kill, but some few mechanics in the meantime. As Luke not going to get hit. Takes a bit of a journey there as Sybil heads up into the air. See whether he can take his way out. He's going to do so with the flash as well. Nice desperation play there from Luch, but
very lucky to get out alive, I will say. Luch used all of his summoner's spells, as well as Sybil, who actually was stuck in the thick of it. But this is where the disparity is. Fantix recognizing the 1v1, and here we go.
Yeah, ult down here from Seb. Turret is going to fall, though, as Sybil back up to some health after that one falls down. My God! Whoa, triple kill if you include the turret there for Raze, as the Ezreal is going completely ballistic. 5-0-3 for the Ezreal, 6-0-3 for the Victor. Direwolves, their carries are well known to be Raze and Fantix, and they are stepping up this time, as well as the CC bot support staff of Sybil and Regret. This has been beautiful. Pac-Man is so dead. As Sybil is going to deny his death to everyone. Pac-Man lasted a little bit longer than we were expecting, but Lucius gets exploded with a 1 round of spells from Fantix. Sun turret's there. That is going to protect the last remaining inhibitor for Abyss. But it's a 14,000 gold lead at 30 minutes into this game. Direwolves, a comprehensive first start to this one.
Yeah, that's right. The 14,000 mark is pretty unreasonable to come back from. They don't have a tank.
It'd be one hell of a comeback if they were to do it.
They have absolutely nothing really to set them up for a victory in this game besides the Vayne and Luch, who Luch still ahead of the clock in farm. Just makes so much sense that he'll do that because Luch.
Yep.
I feel like that's the only excuse at the moment. The desperation Baron. This is a last-ditch effort. Direwolves already here.
Yeah, Raze over the top. Look at that Chaos Storm doing so much damage. Seb just going to get popped. Legendary now is Fantix's Raid is going against Raze, but it's not going to happen. T-Gun then going to fall afterwards, and everyone on Abyss is melting. Luch the last man standing. I have a feeling not for long, as he's getting stalked by a spider. And he has to go all the way back to his fountain in order to make it. The jukes are now going to come out, but it's not going to be enough. The magnet on the cocoon and the death sentence, and that's the ace. And Direwolves are going to follow their minions to the Nexus and take the game.
I think it's safe to say the Direwolves play better because Sybil actually plays a lot better. Their carries still doing their jobs, but the rest of their map is just above and beyond what we saw in game number 2. Straight back to that game 1 form. And the Direwolves, you said it before, comprehensive victory. From start to finish, they play the map better than Abyss does.
Absolutely stunning. I mean, that was a clinic by the Direwolves, and I love seeing, finally, Sybil go back to the Elise. I just have a feeling that it just looks so much different.
Yeah, he does. And honestly, it's just the way that he plays. But Abyss, they just couldn't get there.
No, certainly couldn't. But we are going to throw it one more time back to the analyst desk to break down that Direwolves victory.
Thanks so much, guys. And with that, Direwolves do pick up the second best of 3 in 2-1 fashion over Abyss Esports. Want to break down the game briefly with our analysts here, Bensel and Froskerin. Another lane swap enacted by the Direwolves, and it seems that, the composure, that veteran status that we spoke about, seems to be shining through in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, originally they played the lane swap not very accurately. They didn't take the waves properly, but afterwards, the way the lane shook out and how long it took them to do Rift Herald, Chippy's just had a massive lead.
Yeah, and in that lead, they were just able to put Pac-Man behind on the Maokai, and that meant there was no backline threat to really dive onto this victor. And Perfection of Fantix had a really impressive game in the latter stages.
I'm kind of speaking about comp as well. The fact that Raid had to go to the Vayne pickup. Not that I'm entirely against Vayne, but again, it's this idea that there's a reason why Caitlyn is coming back. And if you're picking Vayne into the likes of Victor and Trundle and you don't have that backline threat, there's no way that Vayne's going to ever be in a position to do damage to them without also being in massive threat range herself.
Yeah, and that we saw that because in the bottom lane, I mean, Fantix walks down there at the end of the game, 2 spells, and just absolutely wipes him out of that. However, Sybil, we gave Seb a lot of credit coming into this game, hyped him up as a jungler. In this game, especially, Sybil definitely had an impressive performance on the Elise, going back to more of a standard pick here.
Yeah, get him back on that champion. He does really well when he can gank and gank fast and repeatedly.
Yeah, and
Yeah, he just effectively ran over Seb, and I kind of want to echo Rusty's sentiments in the back half of that cast is, yeah, the Direwolves look good, but we expect, their solo lanes and their carries to step forward and be those mechanical monsters, but it's Sybil that's kind of like the hinge on which their success swings. We don't necessarily think that he has I consider Sybil kind of one of the weaker points of Direwolves, but the fact that that team is so consistent kind of speaks to his strength alone, but when he shows up, it seems that everything is going in the same direction.
Well, he did show up, so Direwolves are able to get the 2-1. As we take a look at this results from tonight's matches, it was going to be Legacy picking up the 2-0 versus Hellions and Direwolves picking up the 2-1 versus Abyss Esports. Tomorrow night, however, we do have our OPL Legend match as Tainted Minds take on the Chiefs before Avantgarde take on Bensel Sin Gaming. Want to come to you quickly, Bensel. Thoughts about Avantgarde? Any words before you go into that match? How are you guys feeling about it?
We'll 2-0 them.
You'll 2-0 them?
Yep.
All right, nice and confident there, guys. I do want to remind you also that we have some OPL Final tickets that are on sale right now. August 13th is the date. It is in Brisbane, Queensland, so pick up those tickets, head along and have a great time there. However, that is all the time we have for tonight. Tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m. for more League of Legends action, but on behalf of myself, Bensel Frosker, and the casters and the entire production crew, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.